Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Senior Brother, You Truly Have Courage. In the mystic Azure realm, within the U Kingdom, lies the bustling city of Green River. The streets, vibrant with throngs of people and a riot of blooming flowers, are lively with activity. At one roadside, a humble tea stall offers a large bowl of cool tea for just a copper coin. A plainly dressed young man sits quietly there, sipping his tea and reflecting on the past year of evading capture. As a person who had traversed from another world, he felt somewhat embarrassed by his current lowly state. He is Chu Zhuan, who 20 years ago crossed into the mystic Azure realm and became an outer disciple of the Infinite Sect. Lacking a benefactor or any magical aids, he relied solely on his handsome appearance and mediocre talents. Fortunately, the Infinite Sect, being the strongest in the U Kingdom and ruling over 3 of its 9 provinces, provided him robust support. After 10 years of diligent practice, Chu Zhuan finally managed to refine his qi and entered the qi refining stage, thus advancing to the status of an inner disciple. Recognizing his ordinary aptitude, he delved into various fields such as reverend insanity, poison arts, corpse refining, puppetry, and disguise. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, his diverse skills made him a formidable cultivator. At his peak, he ranked 10th among the inner disciples, nearly catching the eye of an elder who would take him as a direct disciple. Then disaster struck. The foremost ancient ancestor of the Infinite Sect succumbed to demonic possession during cultivation and met an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, the 5 righteous sects of the U Kingdom declared the Infinite Sect culpable of numerous misdeeds and marked for destruction. Outnumbered, the Infinite Sect was driven back in defeat. A nascent soul elder and 10 golden core elders, most of whom perished or surrendered in the ensuing battles, left only a handful to escape. The sect leader, vice leader, and the chief elders either died, fled, or defected. From its zenith to dissolution, the sect crumbled within a mere month. Compared to those mighty golden core cultivators, Chu Zhuan was merely a small fry, which ironically allowed him to escape with his life. Nonetheless, his identity forced him into a life of constant hiding. A year had passed since the fall of the Infinite Sect. Many disciples had been captured and executed, yet he remained alive. His extensive knowledge of various magics had now become his means of survival. Even as he sat quietly, every sound in the vicinity was audible to him, thanks to the listening insects he cultivated in both ears. These magical creatures amplified even the slightest noises, allowing him to hear extremely subtle sounds. At that moment, another person approached, hesitating before taking a seat across from the plainly dressed youth. He whispered tentatively, "Heavenly King covers the earth tiger? The goddess subdues the river sprite lighter," responded Chu Zhuan calmly. Exhaling in relief, the man said, "Senior brother, you are truly brave to choose this place for our meeting." Chu Zhuan continued to sip his tea. "We are just rule-abiding rogue cultivators, what is there to fear?" The man swallowed nervously, nodding repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan, this senior brother, once ranked 10th among the inner disciples of the Infinite Sect. Yet, a year had passed, and all the inner disciples ahead of him had been captured by the orthodox sects. Only Chu Zhuan remained free, daring even to swagger about on the territory of the righteous sects. His audacity was indeed admirable. "He Liang, did you bring the items?" Chu Zhuan casually inquired as he sipped his tea. He Liang nodded, pulling out a low-grade storage bag and passing it over. Chu Zhuan received it and peered inside. His cultivation of blood darts required a vast amount of essence blood. Whether from humans or demonic beasts, any being with essence blood would suffice. Harvesting it from mortals was the quickest method, but it reduced one's merit, and slaughtering too many could attract the scrutiny of the heavens. Such actions could lead to severe celestial and terrestrial tribulations when attempting to reach higher realms of cultivation, making survival difficult. Chu Zhuan speculated that the accidental demise of the first elder of the Infinite Sect was not unconnected to his heavy killing. Now, with the Infinite Sect destroyed, the 5 orthodox sects were strictly investigating the slaughter of mortals. Killing mortals at such a time was akin to courting death. Therefore, he had entrusted He Liang to bring him demonic beast blood pearls, refined blood that was compact, energy-rich, and suitable for cultivation. The quality is good, Chujuan nodded slightly, tossing 10 small spiritual stones to He Liang, who greedily pocketed them. Just as Chujuan was about to leave, he sensed something amiss. The snack stands, vegetable stalls, rouge shops, and meat shops around seemed to have changed hands. Even the voices were different. He was subtly but surely under surveillance, including by some with the potent aura of the Foundation establishment stage. He glanced at He Liang. The face Chujuan wore was a new human skin mask he had fashioned that day. Apart from He Liang, no one knew he was Chujuan. Seems I'll need to change my face again. Junior brother, I need another item. He suddenly said. He Liang nodded. Please instruct, senior brother. Do you have any spirit blood pills? He Liang nodded earnestly. I have 2, taken from the sex treasury when I fled. Chujuan lowered his voice. I need spirit blood pills, as many as you can find. He Liang paused, puzzled. But those are needed by Foundation establishment stage cultivators who are severely injured. Senior brother, you. He suddenly realized. I understand. Senior brother, have you found Uncle Liu? Uncle Master Liu, fully named Liu Zhengchen, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, was one of the few members of the Infinite Sect who had yet evaded capture by those righteous cultivators. Chujuan spoke coldly. Do not ask questions that should not be asked. He Liang quickly covered his mouth. I understand. I understand. Hand over the spirit blood pill, demanded Chujuan, extending his hand. In a low voice, He Liang replied, the spirit blood pill is too precious, senior brother, surely you don't have enough spirit stones? Chujuan remained silent. In haste, He Liang suggested, how about this? Take me to see Uncle Master Liu, and I will join you. In times like these, we should stick together, senior brother. Chujuan sternly refused. No, the risk is too great. He Liang sighed deeply, then reluctantly pulled out a spirit stone and placed it in Chujuan's hand. Just 1 medium spiritual stone. Not a stone more. Chujuan raised an eyebrow. A small spiritual stone, a byproduct of the spirit stone veins with low purity, was generally circulated among chi refining stage cultivators. A medium spiritual stone, significantly purer and larger, was mostly exchanged among Foundation establishment stage cultivators. A single medium spiritual stone could be traded for 100 small spiritual stones. Unexpectedly, He Liang possessed one. Given your sincerity, I am reluctantly reassured. Chujuan nodded slightly. He Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go quickly, senior brother. With a Foundation establishment stage cultivator like Uncle Master Liu for protection, I can rest easy. Chujuan nodded. The location is in an abandoned residence in the east of the city. Follow me. After speaking, he tossed a copper coin on the table and promptly rose to leave. He Liang hurried after him. After their departure, 6 observing cultivators immediately approached the tea stall. The leader, a middle-aged cultivator exuding an aura of sage-like wisdom and clearly at the Foundation establishment stage, exclaimed with joy, He Liang has followed him, we must have hooked a big fish. Follow them immediately, capturing this big fish will earn us all commendations. He ordered in a low shout. Yes. Moments later, at the eastern city residences, the middle-aged cultivator and his companions arrived at the site, swiftly encircling the nearby homes, sealing them off completely. Uncle Master, when do we move in? Asked a young disciple. Wait for the signal. The middle-aged cultivator whispered back. Shortly after, a loud explosion was heard. The door of the house was blown off its hinges. He Liang was hurled out, blood spraying wildly as he fell through the air. In agony, he screamed, below. Liu Zhengchen is underground. They've discovered me. The eyes of the middle-aged cultivator lit up, and he bellowed, charge in. Capture them alive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The righteous cultivators swept past He Liang, storming into the residence. Inside, indeed, there was a dark, vast hole leading underground. The middle-aged cultivator and his followers entered, finding a labyrinth of numerous passageways and numerous traps and pitfalls. After a lengthy search, a cultivator exclaimed, Uncle Master, there is a mummified corpse here, its face skinned. The middle-aged cultivator paused, then recognized the body in a burst of rage. This is He Liang. That one outside was Chujuan. Quick, chase them, we've been deceived. However, by the time they returned to the surface, there was no trace of He Liang to be found. Damn that Chujuan. He has escaped again. The middle-aged cultivator was uncontrollably furious. Chapter 2, Zombie World. Outside Green River City, Chujuan stripped off He Liang's face and casually tossed it into the river. These makeshift human skin masks are truly uncomfortable to wear. He muttered. He sifted through He Liang's storage bag, nodding slightly in approval. Over 80 small spiritual stones, 1 medium spiritual stone, 3 rejuvenation pills, a vial of spirit restoration water, A large barrel of demonic beast blood, plus all of Liang's spiritual chi, not bad at all. Indeed, plundering after murder does make quick gains. Chu Juan smacked his lips. Earlier, inside the abandoned residence, he had taken Liang by surprise with a sneak attack, swiftly gaining control. First, he extracted information about the righteous cultivators from Liang, then he drained his spiritual chi using the soul extraction technique. Finally, he skinned Liang's face to create a temporary mask and made his escape. But can one truly escape forever? He pondered. Each minor breakthrough in my cultivation technique requires a substantial amount of lifeblood. The goo insects I nurture also need to consume a significant amount of flesh and blood to evolve. If they aren't fed adequately over time, they'll turn on me. Every quest for flesh and blood is a risk. Perhaps I should become a righteous cultivator instead. Chu Juan smiled dryly. To survive in this world of cultivation, one must switch allegiances and practice the techniques of the righteous path. However, if he were to train in the ways of the righteous, it would mean starting over from scratch. Given his mediocre talents, he doubted he'd ever reach the foundation establishment stage. It seemed that only demonic techniques, which are low in requirements, quick to show results, and powerful, suited someone of his ordinary capabilities. Well, is this mirror one of Liang's magical tools? Chu Juan noticed a dusty, blood-colored mirror in the corner of the storage bag. He retrieved it and channeled his spiritual chi into it, but to no avail. Normally, just a small amount of spiritual chi should activate a magical tool. This tool was peculiar. Could it be of a high grade? Chu Juan injected half of his entire reserve of spiritual chi this time. Suddenly, the blood mirror buzzed and the dust cleared. The mirror then displayed a scene from a modern apocalypse: tall skyscrapers, desolate silence, and zombies roaming freely. Chu Juan was taken aback. This world, why did it so closely resemble the zombie-themed movies and shows he had watched before his transmigration? He frowned, suddenly sensing a thought emanating from within the blood mirror. It seemed he could travel directly to this apocalyptic planet if he so wished. Intrigued, Chu Juan reached out and touched the mirror. In the blink of an eye, the world spun around him, filled with chaotic light, bizarre sounds, and distorted visions. When clarity returned, Chu Juan found himself standing on a city street. Tall buildings lined the street, and shops stood side by side, while the distance was dominated by towering skyscrapers. The street itself was littered with abandoned cars and overgrown weeds, a desolate scene indeed. A sudden sound of footsteps caught his attention. A grotesque figure staggered out from the shadow of a car, its eyes hollow and bloodthirsty, drooling foul-smelling saliva, the unmistakable mark of a zombie. It roared upon sensing the scent of the living and lunged towards Chu Juan. Chu Juan, slightly frowning, swiftly raised his hand. A line of blood shot forth, slicing through the zombie's neck. The creature's head separated from its body, falling to the ground dead, its blood spurting out like a fountain. After all, Chu Juan was a chi refining stage cultivator. Although he had not yet mastered the abilities to command the wind or control the earth, and could only use his spiritual chi in basic ways, his strength and senses far surpassed those of ordinary humans. And the body of a zombie was no different from that of a human. A single cut to kill was nothing unusual. Shaking his head and about to leave, Chu Juan suddenly felt a stir within him from his nurtured goo insect, causing him to stop. He extended his palm, and from a split in the skin, a blood-red worm emerged. This worm, as thick as a finger and notably tough, was known as blood steel wire. A goo renowned for its toughness. Cultivating the art of goo, feeding it over a long period, and developing a bond allowed it to be used against enemies. A chi refining stage cultivator had a very limited total amount of spiritual chi, usually able to activate a spell only once or twice before exhausting their reserves. This was why Chu Juan had chosen blood steel wire as an additional means of defense. It was also his versatility that had solidified his standing among the disciples of the inner sect of the Infinite Sect, ranking 10th. Currently, Chu Juan's cultivation was too low to nurture more than one blood steel wire, but as his level increased, he could nurture more, and thus develop more techniques for combat. At this moment, the blood steel wire, sensing the smell of blood and flesh, appeared quite hungry and kept looking eagerly in that direction. Chu Juan, observing the corpse of the zombie, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Zombies can move. Perhaps they too count as living beings? Chu Juan pondered. Could the blood and flesh of zombies be effective for cultivating my techniques and feeding my goo? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. In this world, techniques and spells were ranked from lowest to highest in 4 tiers. The technique Chu Juan practiced, the blood spirit technique, was one of the superior chi refining techniques within the Infinite Sect, and his primary method of cultivation. Compared to the top-tier techniques of the chi refining stage, it merely required a slower cultivation pace. As long as he could enhance the levels of his blood spirit technique, his own realm would also rise. Chujuan stepped forward and placed his hand on the zombie's corpse. The blood steel wire instantly burrowed into it. Sounds of unnerving munching came from within the body. Chujuan, accustomed to such noises, was indifferent. To him, as long as it was fed, the blood steel wire was no different from a tame cat or dog. It wasn't long before the blood steel wire returned to the palm of his hand, meticulously clean. It was particular about its food, it preferred the flesh of humans the most, followed by that of demonic beasts. Thus, it appeared that zombies could indeed serve as feed for his goo. Consequently, their blood should also be viable for his cultivation techniques. Without hesitation, Chujuan began to search for more zombies. Shortly, he found 3 more unsuspecting zombies, no passers-by. The obedient blood steel wire quickly bound their limbs. Though restrained, the zombies remained spirited, constantly howling. Chujuan fetched a large barrel from his storage bag and slit the zombies' throats to collect their blood. Within moments, the barrel was full. The remaining corpses were not wasted, the blood steel wire dived in and feasted. Chujuan immediately began to practice the blood refinement spell. This spell, learned at the first level of the blood spirit technique, had no offensive power and was solely for refining blood, a mere low-tier spell of the chi refining stage. The blood before him was continuously absorbed, its impurities removed and gradually transformed into pure energy. After purifying the large quantity of zombie blood, all that remained were several thumb-sized blood pearls. Despite being derived from zombie blood, Chujuan was unperturbed. Whether it was the blood of demonic beasts, goo, humans, or zombies, there was no distinction of high or low, precious or lowly. Anything that could make him stronger was valuable. He swallowed a blood pearl and began to assimilate it. Moments later, his expression brightened. It was indeed effective. He could feel his spiritual chi growing stronger inside him. At this rate, I will soon achieve the 5th level of the blood spirit technique, Chujuan said, visibly exhilarated. Chapter 3, Helpless Zombies. The blood spirit technique, divided into 9 levels, correlates each level with a corresponding layer of chi refining. The first 3 levels of chi refining are considered the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels the middle stage, and the final 3 levels the late stage. Chujuan, having mastered the 4th level of the blood spirit technique, was in the midst of the chi refining middle stage. Advancing to the 5th level would mark another step forward and grant him access to new spells. More importantly, zombies are not ordinary humans. Slaying zombies does not invoke the celestial retribution that typically befalls those who kill fellow humans, a fortunate oversight. Chujuan suddenly realized that he had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity. Not only could he continue advancing his blood arts without concern, but he could also utilize goo, poison techniques, or even refine corpse puppets without the needing a traditional alchemical furnace. Were these numerous zombies natural sources and readily available materials, weren't they? Moreover, with my current cultivation level, returning to the mystic azure realm would still pose numerous dangers. He pondered. Yet on this planet, I wield the power of life and death, a formidable force. Chujuan smiled. He could well utilize the zombies here to diligently cultivate his demonic techniques. Once he had amassed sufficient power, returning to his home would not be too late. Let's continue collecting zombies, he decided. Walking along the city streets, Chujuan soon chose a 5-story shopping mall as his temporary base. Walmart, he muttered, glancing at the sign before striding into the mall. On the first floor, numerous zombies roamed aimlessly, growling without purpose. Chujuan's presence quickly drew their attention, and in the next moment, they charged at him. Chujuan laughed joyfully. No rush, there's enough for everyone. Moments later, on the 5th floor, Chujuan looked at the 6 bathtubs filled with blood before him. His face, initially weary from the bloodletting, now bore a satisfied smile. Such an abundance of blood would sustain his cultivation for a long time. However, constantly collecting blood is too tedious. Time to refine a few corpse puppets to work for me. Chujuan scoured them all but failed to find a suitable zombie. Refining a corpse into a corpse puppet required a body inherently strong, ideally muscular, and filled with deep resentment, which would make the corpse puppet incredibly powerful and vengeful, giving it an advantage against enemies. However, the zombies in this mall hardly fit that description. They were emaciated and feeble, their roars lacking any vitality. Such feeble noises, they really zombies? Never mind, I'll rest for now and look around the area later. There must be some robust targets nearby. Chujuan pulled over a lounge chair and laid down, not worried about zombie attacks. The blood steel wire was always ready to protect him, reacting even faster than he could to any potential threats. Throughout the past year, each day and night had been spent in perpetual fear, evading the relentless pursuit of the righteous sex. Others perceived him as poised and unflappable, yet this demeanor was nothing more than a carefully crafted facade. In such dire circumstances, one needs supreme rationality and calm to survive. At last, granted a brief respite, Chujuan could no longer contain the exhaustion that gnawed at his spirit. He succumbed to sleep. Elsewhere, outside the Walmart Mall, two figures approached stealthily. The leader, a man with muscles coiled like dragons, was followed by a gaunt companion. In a hushed tone, the slender man said, "Brother Hu, command me as you will. If it will cure my mother, I'll do anything." A flicker of mockery crossed Tang Hu's eyes as he replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I won't send you to your death. There's still some food in this mall. You distract the zombies, I gather it. If you find yourself surrounded, do not fear, I will rescue you." The gaunt man nodded emphatically, "All right, I trust you." With that, he cautiously entered the mall, armed with a hose. Moments later, he had attracted a horde of zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Hu strode into the mall, hastily stuffing cans and medicines into his backpack, items with a long shelf life and still useful if unspoiled. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from nearby, "Brother Hu! There are too many zombies. Help me." Surrounded by a swarm of zombies, the gaunt man's face was etched with terror. Hu, however, laughed sinisterly and continued to pack various resources into his backpack, making no move to assist. "Brother Hu! Save me." The gaunt man's eyes were filled with desperate fury. Tang Hu chuckled darkly, "I forgot to tell you something. Your mother died yesterday. The Spirit Hound gang won't waste medicine on a 60-year-old woman." The gaunt man's eyes widened in shock. A zombie seized the moment to pounce, sinking its teeth into his chest. "I lured you here precisely to exploit you one last time." Tang Hu sneered. "After all, I've used you many times before, this won't make much difference. Thank you for drawing the zombies away with your life. Oh, and you have a sister, right? I'll take care of her for you." By then, the gaunt man was overwhelmed by a mass of bloodthirsty zombies tearing flesh from his bones. With his last ounce of strength, he screamed, "Tang Hu! I will hunt you even in death." Tang Hu laughed heartily, "Very well, come find me when you become a ghost." As the commotion drew more zombies, Tang Hu swiftly made his way to the second floor. Many scavengers had risked the first floor of the mall, but few dared venture to the second or higher floors, where more zombies and presumably more resources awaited. "Yes." Tang Hu, eyes gleaming with avarice, scoured his way up, his gaze practically shooting green beams. Thump, thump. Some zombies even leapt from higher floors, plummeting straight toward the commotion caused by the gaunt man. Greed surged within Tang Hu at the sight, and he headed straight for the fifth floor. Indeed, he encountered almost no zombies along the way. However, upon reaching the fifth floor, Tang Hu froze. Numerous zombie corpses lay scattered about. Judging by the dryness of the blood, they had died not long before. Had someone reached the fifth floor of the mall before him? Scanning the area, Tang Hu's eyes quickly landed on a lounge chair in the middle of an open space. A young man in strange attire lay upon it, deeply asleep. Around him, 6 bathtubs brimmed with blood. This bizarre scene made Tang Hu involuntarily swallow his saliva. So much food. His eyes then fell on the dozens of canned goods near the young man, and his greed intensified. He hurriedly began stuffing the cans into his backpack. "You have a nice build." A calm voice suddenly sounded. Startled, Tang Hu swiftly drew his machete and swung around to strike. Clang! A metallic ring echoed, sending a numbing shock through Tang Hu's wrist, nearly causing him to drop his blade. He turned to see the young man already standing, looking at him with keen interest. The gaze was peculiar, as if he didn't regard Tang Hu as a person but rather as an object. What frightened Tang Hu even more was the sight of a blood-red worm wriggling in the young man's palm. He swallowed hard. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the world had become filled with too many unknown mysteries. A person who could symbiotically live with a worm was no ordinary being. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tang Hu wisely set down his backpack and raised his hands above his head. "Hey, man, all these belongings are yours. My brother-in-law is Zhao Hong, the boss Zhao. Let's talk this through." Chapter 4, Ideal for Corpse Refinement. Chujuan's interest was piqued at the mention of a name. "Boss Zhao, who was that?" Tang Hu, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, "Boss Zhao is the leader of the Spirit Hounds gang, the largest organization in East Lake City. His name is Zhao Hong." Chujuan nodded. "Tell me everything you know about the area." With no room to refuse, Tang Hu recounted all the information he knew. Chujuan nodded slightly in approval. Tang Hu, trying to smile, pleaded, "Big brother, considering I've been so cooperative and for my brother-in-law's sake, could you let me go?" Chujuan chuckled, "What I mean is, your physique is excellent, perfect for my corpse refining material." Tang Hu froze. Corpse refining? Before he could react, the blood steel wire in Chujuan's palm shot out, swiftly binding his limbs. Tang Hu struggled desperately, But the blood-red worm was as hard as steel and impossible to break free from. "Big brother, what? What are you doing?" he cried out in horror. "Refining a corpse puppet. Your robust body is most suitable for it," Chu Juan said, busying himself with preparing a concoction. "Soon I'll provoke your resentment, and you'll become a rigid corpse soldier." He was using a secret technique known as the Vajra corpse refining method from the corpse puppet sect. Unfortunately, the sect hadn't been very formidable and was eliminated early on by an alliance of righteous sects. Most of their heritage fell into the hands of these righteous sects, while a portion was absorbed by the infinite sect. Regardless of the method, the basic product of any corpse refining process was known as a corpse soldier. Higher levels included corpse general, corpse commanders, and corpse king, each corresponding to increasing cultivation stages, mirroring the levels of cultivators, with each tier divided into 9 grades. The Vajra corpse refining method focused on tempering the physical body. Zombie soldiers refined this way were impervious to blades and possessed immense strength, capable of contending with cultivators at the chi refining stage. Previously, Chu Juan had found it challenging to perform corpse refining due to the lengthy time required and the potential for disruptions. Since he couldn't stay in one place for long, he had been forced to abandon the idea of refining corpses. Chu Juan retrieved a large barrel from his storage bag and poured various concoctions into it. He then tossed Tang Hu, who was tightly bound, into the barrel, submerging him completely, including his head. Tang Hu's voice gradually quieted. Following this, Chu Juan solemnly slit his palm, squeezing out 2 drops of his essence blood, and let them fall into the barrel. His complexion was noticeably paler. Essence blood was not like ordinary blood. Even though his cultivation of the blood spirit technique accelerated the condensation of essence blood, it was not something that could be replenished overnight. "Now, we just need to wait," Chu Juan murmured. According to the Vajra corpse refining method, results should be visible within 3 days at most. Chu Juan reclined on a nearby lounge chair, voraciously devouring cans of tuna he had found while hunting zombies. The cans were still within their expiration date. "Damn, modern industrial food is delicious," he exclaimed. "What have I been eating at the infinite sect? It's so bland I could cry." He sighed deeply, grateful to finally taste something befitting a human after so many years. 3 days later, Chu Juan stood before the large barrel with a look of anticipation. He observed the figure inside now pitch black and rigid all over, its physique noticeably bulkier than before. Bone armor had sprouted densely at the chest, joints, and back, providing formidable defense. Chu Juan tested it with a thrown dagger, which left only a superficial mark. Joy surged in his heart, knowing he had succeeded. The corpse puppet before him had attained the rank of corpse soldier, equivalent to a chi refining stage cultivator. "I wonder about the quality of this corpse puppet," Chu Juan pondered. The quality of corpse puppets was classified into 4 grades: superior, high, middle, and low. The better the concoction used in the refining process, the higher the quality of the resulting corpse puppet. A superior quality corpse puppet could master 4 spells upon creation, a high quality 3, a middle quality 2, and a low quality only 1. Back when Chu Juan was still with the Infinite Sect, he had heard of a Golden Core Elder who, during his chi refining stage, had fortuitously refined a superior quality corpse puppet that knew 4 spells from birth. It was with this corpse puppet's aid that the Elder gradually ascended the path of cultivation and eventually reached the Golden Core stage. Chu Juan retrieved a small, dark tower known as the Corpse Nurturing Tower. This magic tool was specifically designed for capturing and cultivating corpses. Each corpse nurturing tower came equipped with a spell to assess the quality and level of a corpse. Chu Juan's tower, acquired at a low price from a disheartened middle-aged disciple, was merely a low-grade magic tool. It possessed no offensive or defensive capabilities, serving solely to nurture corpses. He had always carried it with him, prepared for any eventuality. Now was the time to use it. At the thought, Chu Juan absorbed the newly formed corpse soldier into the corpse nurturing tower. Inside, the abundant yin qi invigorated the corpse, which eagerly absorbed it in deep gulps. Chu Juan infused a thread of spiritual qi to activate the appraisal technique. A beam of black light illuminated the corpse, and a flicker of golden light emerged from its crown. Chu Juan was surprised, a middle-grade second-level corpse soldier? Not bad at all. For his first attempt at corpse refining, using rather ordinary concoctions, he had managed to create a middle-grade corpse, a stroke of luck indeed. He continued using the appraisal technique and quickly learned the 2 spells the corpse puppet possessed, Bloodthirst Technique and Golden Light Spell. The Bloodthirst Technique allowed it to enter a berserk state, significantly boosting its combat capabilities but only for a quarter of an hour. Afterward, it would fall into a state of weakness for 10 hours. The Golden Light Spell, as its name suggested, coated the user in a protective golden light, enhancing its defenses. Together, these spells made the zombie a perfect tank. Though it was only a second-level corpse soldier, equivalent to a chi refining second-stage cultivator, the combined effects of its spells could likely allow it to contend with a fourth-stage chi refining cultivator for a short time. Whether used as a decoy to attract enemy fire or as a protective measure in dangerous situations, it was exceedingly useful. Chu Zhuan felt a rush of satisfaction. This apocalyptic planet truly was a splendid place. In just 3 days, he had already acquired a corpse soldier as his trump card, effectively doubling his strength compared to 3 days ago. Pity the materials for refining corpse puppets are rare, otherwise I would definitely refine another one. Chu Zhuan mused, smacking his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, the obedient corpse soldier approached and awaited his commands. This was the benefit of the 2 drops of essence blood he had added to the concoction. As long as the corpse puppet was well fed, it would faithfully follow his commands without turning against him. A second-level corpse soldier should have no trouble sweeping through this mall. Chu Zhuan declared. It's all yours. With a dismissive wave, he reclined comfortably back on the lounge chair. The corpse soldier growled and dashed out. Almost immediately, the mall echoed with terrifying roars and a sound of flesh being torn apart, followed by the clanging of objects being smashed. Chu Zhuan, unfazed, continued enjoying his canned food while leisurely flipping through ancient texts. After all, isn't the essence of being a demonic cultivator to live freely and at ease? Chapter 5, Blood Fang Fruit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and Chu Zhuan was heartily devouring a steaming bowl of shrimp and fish cake noodles, thoroughly enjoying the indulgence. Instant noodles could grow tiresome if eaten daily, yet their unique flavor was missed when not partaken for a while. For Chu Zhuan, who had spent decades in a world of cultivation, these flavors were sorely nostalgic. At that moment, a fire burned vigorously in front of him. After quickly finishing his noodles, Chu Zhuan used 2 sticks to retrieve an object from the dying embers, the blood mirror, which showed no signs of damage from the flames and seemed even brighter than before. Chu Zhuan glanced at the scene within the mirror, clear skies and beautiful landscapes, exactly where he had first crossed over. Now, the image was a fifth brighter. Once fully illuminated, he should be able to cross back. He had discovered that the blood mirror could automatically absorb various forms of energy from its surrounding spiritual chi, evil chi, yin chi, and even mundane energy like biological, thermal, light, and electrical energies. Throwing the mirror into the fire had been a way to harness thermal energy. At this rate, another month should suffice to fully charge it. Meanwhile, an excited growl sounded nearby. It was the corpse soldier, now named Tu, returning with 2 gasoline cans. He had been out hunting zombies and had also been tasked with finding fuel. Initially struggling with the task, Hu had gradually come to understand and execute his instructions effectively. Chu Zhuan looked at Hu, now even more formidable and robust than before, and nodded in satisfaction. Hu, well done. At his praise, the corpse puppet humbly lowered its head, allowing Chu Zhuan to pat it. The name Hu was the result of deep contemplation by Chu Zhuan, certainly not a hasty choice derived from any original name. Absolutely not. In just 2 days, Hu had cleared all the zombies from the Walmart Mall. Those that looked healthy and spirited were captured and bled dry. The ones with good meat quality were used as feed for the blood steel wire. The listless, less lively ones became nourishment for Hu himself. From the 3rd day, Hu started clearing the zombies from the surrounding shops and residences, using them all as his base. Over 5 days, he had progressed from a 2nd level to a 3rd level corpse soldier. Although still only comparable to a 3rd stage chi refining cultivator in rank, whose sheer physical strength and overwhelming resentment meant that any low-level cultivator without many spells who got too close would likely end up dead or severely injured. What should I do with you? A bit early for you to be forming cocoons. Chu Zhuan smiled helplessly as he observed the blood steel wire appearing lethargic, perhaps due to consuming too much zombie blood. Just this morning, he had awakened to find it showing signs of cocooning, a process indicating that the blood steel wire was about to learn a natural spell and significantly increase in strength. This was excellent news for him. The blood steel wire was a type of goo insect relatively easy to obtain, which meant its potential was somewhat limited. It could cocoon only twice. Each cocooning was akin to rebirth, earning it the nickname Twice Reborn Goo. Capable of learning 2 inherent spells. Naturally, the potential of a goo insect wasn't fixed, given fortuitous encounters with certain rare natural treasures and consuming them could prompt further transformations. Chu Zhuan's frustration stemmed from not yet having started cultivating such rare natural treasures. Go capture a couple of lively zombies, he commanded with a wave of his hand. The corpse soldier roared enthusiastically and leapt away, vanishing from sight. In less than 10 minutes, it reappeared, each of its robust arms clutching a fiercely struggling, spirited zombie. Chu Zhuan nodded approvingly. Gag them, tie them up, and throw them in the corner. The corpse soldier clumsily followed the orders but soon had the zombies secured. Striding over, Chujuan pulled out a small knife and began to carve blood holes into the limbs and torsos of the captured zombies. He then retrieved a cultivation pouch from his storage bag and filled it with tiny red seeds, which upon contacting the flesh, quickly took root. Within the blink of an eye, they sprouted 1 centimeter long tender red shoots with sharp, triangular leaves. A sinister crimson gnat fluttered in the breeze like the fangs of a demonic beast, a chilling sight. These mystical plants were known as blood fiend fangs. They thrived on flesh and blood rather than spiritual chi. It would take a month for them to bloom and bear fruit, the blood fang fruit. Which was precisely what the blood steel wire needed for its cocooning. Consuming these fruits would significantly enhance its speed and strength, and potentially allow it to learn an exceptional natural spell. The more blood fang fruits consumed, the higher the likelihood of acquiring a superior natural spell. Armed with years of dedicated study of the Goose scriptures, Chujuan was intimately familiar with these details and prepared to leverage this knowledge to its fullest. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Thanks to the generous and unwitting contribution of the surrounding zombies, Chujuan's cultivation had smoothly advanced to the 6th level of chi refining. Gu, too, had progressed admirably, reaching the 5th level of corpse soldier. Finally matured. Chujuan remarked with a smile as he approached the 2 zombies, now barely more than husks. The branches of the blood fiend fangs bore heavy fruit. Over the month, Chujuan had fed the zombies chunks of zombie meat every other day to keep them alive, ensuring a continuous supply of nutrients for the blood fiend fangs. Still, the zombies were now withered and emaciated, their flesh thoroughly drained by the plants. Chujuan quickly harvested the blood fang fruit, leaving the desiccated corpse puppets for Hu to utilize as a scrappy lunch. Hu munched happily on the side. Chujuan examined the 10 thumb-sized blood fang fruits in his palm with amazement. Back when the Infinite Sect was still in existence, there had been specialists within the sect who cultivated these fruits. However, they were exorbitantly priced, costing 20 sect contribution points each, equivalent to at least 80 small spiritual stones. He hadn't had many spiritual stones back then and certainly couldn't afford to buy blood fang fruits. But now, these fruits, worth a total of 800 small spiritual stones, lay quietly in his palm, a fortune far exceeding anything he had owned in the past. A never-ending supply of resources, indeed a splendid place. Chujuan mused, feeling sentimental as he brought the blood fang fruits to Blood Steel Wire's mouth. With a few eager swallows, Blood Steel Wire consumed all 10 fruits and then settled into a deep slumber. No matter how Chujuan prodded, it remained motionless, its surface soon enveloped by a reddish-brown blood cocoon. Clearly, it had begun its true transformation. In no more than 10 days, Blood Steel Wire will emerge from its cocoon, transformed into a once reborn goo with its own innate spells. Chujuan pondered the future. By then, I should also consider returning to see about replenishing spiritual plant seeds and exchanging some spiritual stones for setting up formations. Looks like it's time to see if I can glean some resources from my senior brothers. Chujuan thought, eyeing the hundreds of blood pearls in his storage bag. These were the results of his daily practice of the blood refinement technique on zombie blood. Blood pearls were a significant tonic for cultivation, an irresistible temptation for any demonic cultivator. Chapter 6, Blood Binding. 10 days later, the blood steel wire successfully emerged from its cocoon. Chujuan inspected it closely and noticed that after its transformation, it had grown larger and its outer skin had become even tougher. He casually picked up an iron rod and with a flick of his hand, the blood steel wire shot out, slicing the rod into 2 with ease. Chujuan nodded in approval. "Let's see what innate spell you've acquired," he said, prompting the blood steel wire with a thought. Instantly, the wire shot forward, binding Hu, tightening so fiercely that even Hu's colossal strength couldn't break free. "Blood binding!" Chujuan exclaimed, recognizing the control-type spell. It was one of the best possible spells the blood steel wire could have learned after its transformation. Originally, the wire wasn't known for its strength or lethal capabilities but rather for its defensive talents. Chujuan hadn't expected it to become an offensive powerhouse. The acquisition of the blood binding was exactly what he had hoped for. His skill tree had evolved correctly. "Alright, that's enough, come back," Chujuan said with a smile, and the blood steel wire swiftly returned to rest in the palm of his hand. Hu, now wary of another binding, kept a respectful distance, fearful of being ensnared once again. Chujuan affectionately patted the small head of the blood steel wire, pleased with its performance. "It's been almost 2 months since I arrived on this planet," he mused. "I've used up all the corpse puppet refining materials I had, and I need to return to the Mystic Azure realm to gather more." He contemplated further strategies. It would be wise to refine a few more corpse soldiers. After I leave this place, I should have several to guard this area. Additionally, he considered the possibility of acquiring a set of array discs and flags for the blood refining array, a formation ideally suited for demonic cultivators to perform large-scale blood sacrifices. The simplest blood refining array could even be managed by a chi refining stage cultivator, while more advanced versions required deeper knowledge in array formations. Chu Juan recalled that the leader of the corpse puppet sect had once used a city's worth of 300,000 souls to perform a soul-stealing blood refining array, creating a powerful blood pearl. Consumed by the sect's young master, it dramatically accelerated his cultivation, chi refining in a day, foundation establishment within 100 days, reaching the 9th level in just 3 years, a prodigy who overshadowed even the most talented cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. However, such grievous acts did not go unnoticed and soon brought destruction upon the corpse puppet sect from the 5 major righteous sects. If I could deploy a blood refining array here on this planet, Chu Juan thought, my cultivation would skyrocket. While reaching the foundation establishment within 100 days was perhaps an exaggeration, doing so within a year seemed entirely feasible. After having tidy up the area, Chu Juan went to the rooftop of the Walmart Mall to activate the blood mirror. After months away, it's finally time to go back. Chu Juan's face was marked by a wistful expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The last time he had left, he was merely at the 4th level of chi refining, and his only possession had been a single blood steel wire. In less than 2 months, he had advanced to the 6th level, his blood steel wire had undergone its first transformation, and he now commanded a 5th level corpse soldier. With such combat prowess, he could easily crush cultivators at the 7th level of chi refining and even had a 70 to 80% chance of victory against those at the 8th level. Chu Juan took a deep breath and connected his thoughts to the blood mirror. In the blink of an eye, he was absorbed into the mirror. To any onlooker, it would appear as if he had vanished into thin air, evaporated from the mortal realm. In East Lake City, Hueco Hotel once ranked among the finest hotels in the city. Several years after the zombie outbreak, it had become the stronghold of the Spirit Hounds gang. Atop the highest floor of the Hueco Hotel, a lean, dark-skinned man lay on a sun lounger on the rooftop, soaking up the sunlight. This was Zhao Hong, the leader of the Spirit Hounds gang. Flanking him were 2 voluptuous women who were carefully massaging his legs and shoulders. In a nearby cage, a formidable black-backed wolfhound sat coiled. Even in a sitting position, it measured over 3 meters in length, its physique more robust than a bull. Menacing light flickered in its eyes, and drool flowed from its mouth, indicating its hunger. Beneath the lounger, a burly man knelt trembling, barely daring to breathe loudly. Zhao Hong rolled over and said calmly, Ling Tao, you assured me that you would find out how Tang Hu disappeared within half a month. It's nearly 2 months now. Ling Tao hurriedly spoke, Boss, brother who disappeared at the Walmart Mall, which has become very dangerous, possibly due to the emergence of high-level zombies. I've lost 2 men already who were sent to scout the area. Boss, you can't blame me. I never imagined that high-level zombies would be there. Ling Tao crawled closer to Zhao Hong, clutching at his legs and weeping bitterly, only you can handle a high-level zombie, boss. Zhao Hong sat up slightly and reached out to gently caress Ling Tao's face, smiling slightly. It's not your fault, nobody knew there would be high-level zombies there. Ling Tao was deeply moved. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Feed Dai for me, he's been hungry for a long time. Zhao Hong said casually. Yes, yes. Ling Tao hurriedly walked to the side, fetched a large bag of dog food, and was about to pour it into that wolf dog's food bowl. The black-backed wolf dog remained utterly still, drool streaming freely from its mouth. Zhao Hong snapped his fingers crisply. Dai, eat. With a howl, the wolf dog burst forth from the iron cage, clamping its jaws around Ling Tao's arms. A sharp crack resounded as Ling Tao's arms broke cleanly at the elbows, blood spurting wildly. Ah! Ah! Boss! Ling Tao screamed in agony, the severe pain of losing his arms clouding his ability to think. Zhao Hong frowned. How many times must I say it? Kill by crushing the windpipe directly, don't make such a bloody mess. The wolf dog, silent, sprang forward in a swift motion and severed Ling Tao's throat with its teeth, finally indulging in its feast. Zhao Hong's expression turned to one of satisfaction. The 2 women by his side had already lost control, nearly collapsing to the ground. No need to worry. With your slender arms and legs, Dai couldn't possibly be satisfied. Zhao Hong sneered casually. Upon hearing this, the 2 women fainted in fright. Zhao Hong nonchalantly pressed a nearby bell. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, a burly man hurried up from downstairs. He bowed respectfully, careful not to stare at the wolf dog reveling in its meal. Boss, what do you need? Zhao Hong offhandedly said, bring Daho and Ro, get the car, and head to the Walmart. Right away, sir. The burly man nodded respectfully. Moments later, outside the Hueco Hotel, 2 strong men struggled to push open the grand doors. A van sped away, its entirety reinforced with sturdy iron mesh. Spikes of steel adorned the front and roof, As it moved, ordinary zombies were simply flung aside. Unless it met tens of thousands of zombies, it was the most dazzling presence on the streets. Chapter 7, A Policy of Look But Don't Touch. The Houtai Hotel was a mere 3 kilometers from the Walmart. Yet, this journey was no longer through a society with flowing traffic, but rather through a city at the end of the day, overrun with zombies. The streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles and toppled billboards, and the path was anything but clear, fraught with myriad obstacles. It took a van a full 2 hours to finally reach the supermarket. The car door swung open with a whoosh. Zhao Hong lighted swiftly, followed by 3 dogs, Dai, Daho, and Ro, the most loyal, cunning, and ferocious of his spirit hounds. Zhao Hong cast a skeptical glance around. His vision and hearing, far superior to that of ordinary men, easily discerned something unsettling near the supermarket, an eerie quietude, devoid of even the faintest growl of zombies, with only the occasional scurrying of rats. He was no stranger to territories ruled by high-level zombies, but such desolation and silence were unprecedented. "Let's go in and have a look," he suggested, pointing towards the Walmart supermarket. At his command, the spirit hounds growled softly and advanced into the supermarket via 3 different paths. Shortly after, their howls echoed through the building. Zhao Hong furrowed his brow. Experienced in the nuances of canine sounds from his days in the dog business, he knew these barks signaled no danger. "Leave someone with the car, and come up with me," he said casually. "Yes," replied a sturdy man, stepping out of the car with bolstered courage to lead the way. Soon, Zhao Hong and his companion reached the 5th floor of the supermarket unimpeded. The scene before him made his heart skip a beat. 5 years had passed since the outbreak of the zombies, and he had grown accustomed to sights of gore. However, this bizarre spectacle was new to him. Throughout the supermarket, from the 1st to the 5th floor, were scattered bits and pieces of zombie flesh. It was the height of summer when flies should swarm, yet none dared approach this place. The sight on the 5th floor was particularly dreadful. Several large bathtubs lay there, each containing only a layer of dried, black-red blood filled with impurities. In a nearby corner, 2 desiccated, emaciated zombies lay, their bodies riddled with holes from which red plants sprouted, though now these plants were all dead, having seemingly sucked dry all the nutrients from the zombies. A tightness gripped Zhao Hong's chest at this chilling discovery. "Boss. What should we do now?" The stalwart man beside him trembled visibly. "Are you cold?" Zhao Hong suddenly asked. The man shivered. "Cold, very cold. The temperature here is very low." A sense of dread inexplicably rose in Zhao Hong's heart. The outside temperature was at least 30 degrees. Yet, inside the Walmart, he felt chilled to the bone. This was utterly abnormal. Zhao Hong knew well that one must not linger in places that defy normalcy. "Let's go." He dared not stay any longer and turned to leave. Once back in the car, he slowly regained his composure. "Did you bring gasoline?" Zhao Hong, lighting a cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke, suddenly asked. "Yes, boss." "Your orders?" Both men nodded. "Burn this shit place down," Zhao Hong said calmly. "Yes." Moments later, thick, black smoke billowed above the Walmart. The piercing chill seemed to dissipate with the flames. Zhao Hong's anxiety finally eased. "Let's go back." He casually flicked his unfinished cigarette out of the car window, propped up his legs, and said. The van started again and soon vanished into the streets. In the lush forests outside Green River City of Yu Country, the empty space suddenly twisted. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared out of nowhere, startling the birds atop the trees and scaring away the squirrels on the branches. "I'm back." Chu Zhuan surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and smiled. The air here was filled with spiritual qi, far fresher than that of the apocalyptic planet. "First, I need to do is ascertain whether the flow of time is consistent between the 2 realms," he mused. "The second task is to acquire materials for corpse refinement and seeds for numerous spiritual plants. The third matter is to locate the covert trading hubs of demonic cultivators from the Infinite Sect and the Corpse Puppet Sect, to purchase the blood refining array." Having formulated his plan, Chu Zhuan immediately donned a human skin mask and transformed his appearance from a stern-looking young man to a formidable, bald-headed fellow. Although facial transformation was considered an unconventional art, Chu Zhuan had escaped many perils using it. Now, disguising himself had become second nature. "I recall that 300 miles south of Green River City, there is a canyon rich in spiritual qi, where a marketplace is situated." Chu Zhuan mused. He drew forth a flying sword and set off toward the south of Green River City. This flying sword, a lower-grade flying magical tool, traveled at a speed of 300 miles per hour, consuming 1 small spiritual stone for every 1,000 miles traveled. It was a second-hand magical tool he had once purchased from the Infinite Sect. Both its speed and consumption were mediocre. Should he acquire surplus spirit stones in the future, he certainly intended to invest in a superior flying magical tool. An hour later, Chujuan arrived at the marketplace. Peace Market, he announced as he strode into the market. 1,000 miles further south of Peace Market lay the Mountain Gate of the Divine Star sect, one of the 5 major orthodox sects of Yu country. Naturally, the small marketplace was not directly controlled by the Divine Star sect but was managed by cultivating families under the sect, mostly established by Foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star sect who had little hope of advancing. Offspring born into these families, once identified as having spiritual roots, were immediately sent to the Divine Star sect for cultivation, thereby strengthening their families. Peace Market was controlled by the Wu family, whose patriarch was a nearly 200-year-old Foundation establishment stage cultivator. The cultivators who came here to sell and trade were mostly at the initial or middle stages of qi refining, even those at the later stages were rare. Chujuan was well aware of all this intelligence before he arrived. As a demon cultivator often targeted by others, venturing blindly into unknown territories without such information could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at Peace Market, Chujuan did not rush to purchase the items he needed. Cultivators, with their extended lifespans, knew well how to overcharge newcomers. His unfamiliar face appearing for the first time would surely prompt the sellers to inflate their prices. Thus, he decided to stay for a few days. For the initial days, he adopted a strategy of looking much and buying nothing. Chujuan found a tea house catering to cultivators, ordered a pot of spiritual tea, and sat quietly sipping, listening to the conversations around him. Cultivator discussions were not like those of ordinary people, who speak without restraint. Some were quite cautious, even using spiritual qi to mask their speech. As a qi refining stage cultivator, eavesdropping on others' conversations was challenging, but Chujuan had a unique advantage. Each of his ears harbored a listening insect. These tiny creatures amplified his hearing, allowing him to catch much of what was said around him. Chapter 8, Are These Fruits Guaranteed Ripe? Chujuan's ears twitched, and he glanced towards a nearby table where 2 qi refining stage cultivators were sitting opposite each other. The lean cultivator inquired, "Fellow Taoist, are there any bounty tasks in Peace Market? I'm a bit short on spiritual stones." The burly cultivator replied, "Yes, there's one helping the Divine Star sect find remnants of the Infinite sect. Finding one yields 300 small spiritual stones. By the way, Elder Son from the Divine Star sect mentioned that if anyone finds Chujuan from the Infinite sect, who is at the qi refining stage, they'll give 400 small spiritual stones. Still not found? It's been 6 days already. That guy is as slippery as an eel, not so easy to catch. Elder Son once led a group of qi refining disciples in a surround, and he still managed to escape. I heard he's only at the 4th level of qi refining. I could easily crush him in a one-on-one fight. Don't underestimate him. I've heard that although Chujuan has mediocre talent, he is a master of poisons and goo insects. 2 cultivators at the 5th level of qi refining from the Divine Star sect have already fallen to him. Maybe I should change my target then, he's too slippery to catch." "Huh, just say you're scared." The lean cultivator's face reddened, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, "Nonsense. Those who wish to tread the way of cultivation must be alive. How can a cultivator be called fearful?" What followed was a series of profound utterances about the way of caution and seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, prompting laughter from the burly cultivator. The atmosphere around was filled with mirth. Chujuan, overhearing this, wore a bizarre expression. 6 days. It had been only 6 days since he killed Heliang and escaped the encirclement of the Divine Star sect cultivators. By such estimates, the time-flow ratio between the mystic Azure realm and the apocalyptic planet was about 1 to 10. That meant, in the eyes of the cultivators here, he had advanced from the 4th to the 6th level of qi refining in just 6 days, a miraculous feat of cultivation. Even daily immersion in medicinal baths couldn't achieve such rapid progress. Blood mirror, truly a precious treasure. Chujuan sipped his tea broadly smiling. 2 more days passed. Chujuan had thoroughly explored Peace Market, becoming familiar with every stall owner. Only then did he approach a large shop. 100 Herbs Pavilion, specializing in spiritual plants. After comparing several shops, Chujuan found this one to offer the best value for money. Before long, he walked out of 100 Herbs Pavilion, satisfied with the variety of spiritual plant seeds he had purchased. He also mixed in some materials for corpse refining. The shopkeeper, seeing his substantial purchases, even threw in some extras. Chujuan wondered if the shopkeeper would have recoiled in horror and retracted the gifts had he known he was dealing with a demon cultivator. After acquiring various items, Chujuan made his way to a nondescript stall in the marketplace with practiced ease. Setting up a stall here was straightforward, just spread a cloth on the ground and lay out the wares. Those who were more particular might use a wooden sign to mark prices next to their items. The goods on this stall were nothing special, hardly worth a second glance, except for a withered white herb that caught Chujuan's eye. Bone grass. This spiritual plant demanded extremely harsh growing conditions. It thrived only in the burial bone cave of the Infinite Sect, withering immediately if transplanted elsewhere. After the fall of the Infinite Sect, its disciples scattered, and Chujuan agreed on secret signs and tokens with a few close peers for future contact. Bone grass was one of these tokens. Chujuan squatted down in front of the stall owner, picking up one item, then another. The stall owner, an experienced cultivator, quickly grew impatient. Buy if you're going to buy, otherwise get lost and stop touching everything. Chujuan picked up a fruit and smiled. Fellow Taoist, how much for this pool dragon fruit? The stall owner replied nonchalantly, 2 small spiritual stones each. Chujuan smiled slightly. Is the skin made of gold, or is it the flesh? The stall owner paused, then shook his head. There are no pool dragon fruits around anymore. These I picked up from the ruins after the Infinite Sect was gone. If you think it's expensive, so do I. Chujuan's smile widened. Are these fruits guaranteed ripe? The stall owner's eyes brightened. These are of average quality, but if you're willing to pay a higher price, I have better ones. Chujuan nodded. Good, lead the way. The stall owner quickly packed up his worn cloth and items into his storage bag and led Chujuan away. Although Chujuan followed, he remained alert, watching and listening to everything around them. The two left Peace Market and soon reached a secluded spot under some trees. The experienced cultivator lowered his voice. Which senior brother are you? Chujuan replied calmly, He Liang. The cultivator was startled. He Liang? That traitor has been dead for a while. Chujuan then relaxed and nodded. Chujuan. The older cultivator became excited. Senior brother Chu. Is it really you? Chujuan nodded slightly. And you are? The cultivator took a deep breath and quickly said, Chenj, I entered the Infinite Sect in the same batch as you. This token and password were taught to me by senior brother Wei Hua. Chujuan nodded. Wei Hua, ranked 12th among the inner disciples, had always been on good terms with him. How is Wei Hua doing? Chujuan asked casually. Chenj spoke softly. Senior brother Wei is still recovering from his injuries, and Uncle Master Liu and the others are all at the Wu family. Chujuan chuckled silently. Among the Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Infinite Sect, only one bore the surname Liu Zhengqing. Uncle Master Liu referred to Liu Zhengqing himself. Unexpectedly, these Infinite Sect cultivators were residing directly within the Wu family's territory. No wonder the Divine Star Sect had been unable to find them. They would never have imagined that right under their noses was the perfect hiding spot for demon cultivators. Chenj earnestly said, Senior brother Chu, why don't you join us? We, the cultivators of the Infinite Sect, must stick together to survive. Chujuan shook his head. Having many people makes us a big target. I just came to buy some items. Chenj appeared somewhat disappointed, but he nodded. What are you looking to buy, senior brother? The blood refining array. Chenj was surprised. The blood refining array? What do you need that for? The 5 righteous sects are currently cracking down on any killings of mortals. You might barely activate the blood refining array before the righteous cultivators come knocking. Chujuan just smiled. Do you have it? Chenj nodded. I remember senior brother Wei has one, and it can be bought for a medium spiritual stone. Here's what we'll do. You wait outside the Wu family, and I'll get the item for you. Chujuan gave a slight nod. The two approached the Wu family's location quickly. Established in a valley rich in spiritual qi, with buildings every few steps, a veritable small kingdom, the Wu family's estate was formidable. Chujuan stopped at a distance and tossed over a low-grade storage bag. This contains 1 medium spiritual stone for the blood refining array. Additionally, there are 30 blood pearls. Exchange them for spiritual stones at the old rate. Chenj, delighted by the offer, quickly accepted. Great, we are currently in need of blood pearls. He promptly stored the items. Please wait here, senior brother, I will be back shortly. With that, he hurried towards the Wu family estate. Chapter 9, Thunderous Decisiveness. 3 men downed in an instant. Chujuan didn't linger at the original spot but immediately left, climbing up a nearby hill and hiding behind rocks. In such times, betrayal could come from anyone. The only person he could truly trust was himself. Soon after, Chenj briskly walked out of the Wu family residence and returned to the original spot under the trees. However, there was no sign of Chujuan, and he couldn't help but look puzzled. Chujuan did not reveal himself immediately but carefully observed his surroundings and listened for any slight sound. Growing anxious, Chenj called out in a low voice, Senior brother Chu, where are you? After waiting a while longer, Chujuan finally showed himself, causing Chenj to sigh in relief. He quickly understood why Chu Juan had chosen to leave the original spot. Few demon cultivators who had survived the pursuit of the 5 orthodox sects were foolish enough to easily trust others. Without much ado, Chenj pulled a formation plate and flags from his storage bag and handed them over. Chu Juan examined them briefly and nodded slightly. This was indeed the blood refining array. The basic version of the array was just a mid-grade magical tool, manageable even by chi refining stage cultivators. However, stacking additional layers to create complex formations like the soul-stealing blood refining array or the evil condensation blood refining array would catapult it into the realm of treasures, controllable only by golden core stage cultivators. The difficulty of setup and the materials required would increase 100-fold. Senior brother Chu, are you sure you won't join us? Chenj couldn't help but ask again. Uncle Master Liu has been very good to us. When we last retreated to the Wu family estate, he covered our retreat. Chu Juan shook his head, no. He then turned and left, showing no interest in lingering. The remnants of the Infinite Sect were thorns in the sides of the Orthodox sects, and being associated with Liu Zheng, though seemingly an advantage, actually painted a bigger target on their backs. If danger came, Liu Zheng might escape, but chi refining stage cultivators like himself would not have it so easy. He couldn't entrust his life to others. With the blood refining array in hand, Chu Juan felt a surge of relief. His next task was to find a safe place to fully charge the blood mirror. Once he returned to the apocalyptic planet, he would set up the blood refining array and rapidly advance his cultivation. However, just over 20 miles away from the Wu family, Chu Juan sensed something amiss. Indeed, several streaks of light appeared, swiftly blocking his path on both sides. 3 figures emerged, clad in snow-white robes with gold sword-shaped embroidery at the collar and sleeves, a uniform that Chu Juan recognized all too well. They were chi refining stage disciples of the Divine Star sect. What brings the 3 of you here? Chu Juan asked, his face clouded with confusion. The trio scrutinized him briefly. The middle-aged cultivator at the forefront spoke calmly, by the command of Uncle Master's son, it has been decreed that no one may enter or exit within 50 miles of the Wu family estate, lest remnants of the Infinite Sect are harbored therein. Chu Juan feigned astonishment, exclaiming, remnants of the Infinite Sect? But I am merely an honest loose cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator replied impatiently, I care not whether you're a loose or a demon cultivator, today, no one shall pass this junction. If you value your life, stay put. Once Uncle Master's son has ascertained that the Wu family harbors no affiliations with the Infinite Sect, you, being uninvolved, shall remain unharmed. With a placating smile, Chu Juan nodded vigorously, very well, I am willing to cooperate. Seeing his submissive demeanor, the middle-aged cultivator smirked arrogantly, that's right, loose cultivators like you ought to obey. Chu Juan gave an awkward smile. Just then, 2 streaks of light shot across the sky at a breathtaking speed. Lifting an eyebrow, Chu Juan ventured, could that be the esteemed Sunshi of your sect? With a sly chuckle, the middle-aged cultivator confirmed, indeed. With 2 Foundation Establishment stage Uncle Masters stepping forward, they will surely turn the Wu estate inside out. Chu Juan nodded. Sunshi was the very person who had led the encirclement against him in Green River City. He remembered it vividly. Had he not been cautious and disguised himself with He Liang's face, he might well have been a corpse by now. Suddenly, Chu Juan spoke up, just the 3 of you? If there truly are remnants of the Infinite Sect within the Wu estate, can you 3 manage to hold this position? The cultivator scoffed, the remnants of the Infinite Sect are but defeated soldiers. The 3 of us possess at least the strength of the 5th level of chi refining, ample to guard this pass and stop any chi refining stage demonic cultivators. As for any Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators, they shall be dealt with by Uncle Master's son and the others. Chu Juan nodded again. The next moment, he suddenly pointed behind the middle-aged cultivator and cried out in alarm, watch out. Startled, the cultivator thought an attack from the Infinite Sect was coming from behind. He swiftly turned around, readying his magical tool for defense. The other 2 cultivators did likewise, spinning around in alarm. However, there was nothing behind them, no sign of any Infinite Sect demonic cultivators. A ghastly roar then tore through the air. One of the Divine Star sect disciples grimaced in agony as he looked down to discover his chest grotesquely torn open by a dark, formidable claw, his heart gruesomely excavated. The other disciple reacted swiftly, creating distance before immediately directing his heavenly star sword at Chu Juan. Every disciple of the chi refining stage at the Divine Star sect was issued such a sword as standard armament. However, this disciple's swordsmanship was evidently lackluster. The heavenly star sword zigzagged clumsily towards Chu Juan, slow as an elderly man. Chu Juan did not even need to make a move himself, who charged forward in a flash and sent the sword flying with a sharp clang. The corpse's claw, swift as lightning, slashed across the neck of the cultivator in an instant. Blood spurted dramatically as a head was severed cleanly, its eyes still wide with confusion. The middle-aged cultivator reacted more quickly, immediately summoning a small shield for protection. However, a streak of blood had already traced across Chu Zhuan's palm. Sensing danger, the cultivator attempted to dodge, but his speed was no match for the blood-steel wire. With a crisp snap, his right arm was severed cleanly at the root. The shield clattered to the ground as blood gushed forth like a fountain. The middle-aged cultivator screamed in agony and staggered back in terror, but Chu Zhuan gave him no chance for recovery. Once again, he manipulated the blood-steel wire, while Hu pounced fiercely from behind. Caught between attacks from front and back, he stood no chance. His heart was pierced by Hu, and his throat was slit by the blood-steel wire, culminating in his immediate death. This scene, though described slowly, occurred in the blink of an eye. Within mere moments, 3 chi refining stage cultivators were slain by Chu Zhuan. Exhaling a heavy breath, Chu Zhuan felt invigorated. Even he had not anticipated such an enhancement in his strength. His opponents were 3 chi refining stage cultivators, all at least at the 5th level of chi refining, with a middle-aged leader at the 7th level higher than himself. Yet now, they had been effortlessly dispatched by him. There's no time to linger. Quickly, Chu Zhuan collected the storage bags and magic tools from the 3, then vanished into the vast wilderness. He chose not to use a flying magical tool, which would make him too conspicuous, opting instead to travel on foot. Chapter 10, Did Senior Brother Chu encounter the Divine Stars Act? Elsewhere, within the Wu family estate, a courtyard held a figure of formidable stature seated in meditation on a daybed. This cultivator, who bore a wound on his left arm wrapped in lingering sword energy that refused to dissipate, occasionally grimaced in pain. He was Liu Zhengqi, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator of the Infinite Sect and the direct disciple of the Third Elder. At a certain moment, his eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing through them. Have the Divine Star Sect's people arrived? Pulling out a token and channeling spiritual chi into it, he called out in a low voice, "Disciples of the Infinite Sect, gather to me." The token not only identified one's affiliation but also carried the capability to transmit messages, though this function was limited to a range of no more than 1,000 li. Upon hearing his summons, Chenj, Weihua, and other disciples promptly converged at the small courtyard, quickly swelling the numbers to over a dozen chi refining stage cultivators. Liu Zhengqi spoke in an undertone, 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star Sect have appeared, likely targeting me. The disciples gasped in alarm. Liu Zhengqi continued gravely, Zuming and Beifeng, you 2 are the strongest among the chi refining stage disciples present. Take half of the disciples each and leave separately. I will stay behind momentarily to cover your retreat. Touched by his dedication, the disciples immediately accepted the command, yes. Chenj and Weihua were among those assigned to Zuming's group. As they gathered their belongings, Chenj suddenly tensed, recalling something. Senior Brother Chu just purchased the blood refining array and left not long ago. He wouldn't have run into the Divine Star Sect's cultivators, would he? Weihua sighed softly, hard to say. Let's hope he's lucky enough to avoid them. Zuming scoffed, wasn't he the one worried about being a large target and reluctant to follow Uncle Master Liu? Why worry about him? If he's dead, what does it matter to us? Frowning, Weihua rebuked, Zuming, we're all in the same boat now, we should be pulling together. Why hold such a grudge against Chu Zhuan, especially at a time like this? Zuming snorted dismissively, my issues with him are none of your business. Didn't you hear what Uncle Master Liu just said? I'm leading this group. Weihua clenched his teeth but remained silent. Back when the Infinite Sect was still intact, Zuming often competed with Chu Zhuan for the 10th rank within the inner disciples, a position that could attract the attention of the elders for potential direct discipleship. Although Zuming was slightly higher in cultivation level, he consistently lacked the strength to best Chu Zhuan and remained perpetually 1 rank below him at 11th, fueling his resentment. This backstory was well known to Chenj, Weihua, and others. Beifeng and his group will head towards Windflowing Mountain through the east side gate. Zuming spoke calmly. We will take the west side gate, circle past Red Lake, and hide in White Ray Mountain. As a demonic cultivator who had survived to this point, Zuming was no fool. Upon arriving at the Wu family estate, he had anticipated that righteous cultivators might someday come knocking, and he had prepared escape plans accordingly. Windflowing Mountain and White Ray Mountain were among the most remote and densely wooded areas in Green River Prefecture. Even if the Divine Star Sect cultivators mobilized extensive manpower, it would take them months to find any trace of them in these mountains. Of course, if a Golden Core stage cultivator from the Divine Star Sect were to intervene, using their spiritual sense could instantly reveal every detail within the entire mountain range, leaving no place to hide. In such cases, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. However, it was highly unlikely for a golden core stage cultivator to personally deal with a few chi refining stage juniors for two main reasons. Firstly, it would be seen as beneath them. Engaging directly with such low-level cultivators could be perceived as undignified. Secondly, the benefits did not align. If a golden core stage demonic cultivator were to hide in the mountains, then indeed, righteous golden core stage cultivators would promptly pursue them. Let's go. Zuming gestured broadly, and Chenj, Weihua, and two others quickly followed. They had all disguised themselves and deliberately donned the attire of loose cultivators to blend in. Not long after leaving the Wu family estate, the sounds of combat reached their ears from behind clangs and clashes of magical tools in the sky. Clearly, Liu Zhenke had engaged the two Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Star sect. The battle sounded fierce. Move quickly, the sooner we leave, the sooner Uncle Master Liu can extricate himself. Weihua urged in a low shout. Zuming nodded, and the group hastened their pace. However, they had only gotten 7 or 8 miles away from the Wu estate when Zuming abruptly stopped and signaled for the others to do the same with a fist in the air. What's wrong? Chen asked, his voice tinged with nervous suspicion. They were like startled rabbits, already on edge. Zuming whispered, my poison locusts saw that there are Divine Star sect disciples guarding the path ahead. We must take a detour. He had cultivated a type of goo insect called the poison locust, which looked indistinguishable from ordinary locusts at first glance. But in swarms of thousands, they could inflict severe damage on an enemy. Poison locusts could also be used as scouts. Before departing, Zuming had released a swarm of his cultivated locusts to keep an eye on their surroundings, alerting them to any movements. Which way should we go? Weihua asked. Zuming gritted his teeth. To the west, towards White Ray Mountain, there are 3 Divine Star sect disciples on guard. We have no choice but to head south. South? Chenj and the others were shocked. That's the main gate of the Wu family estate. It's the main road. There might be even more Divine Star sect disciples stationed there. Zuming clenched his jaw. Right now, we can only take it one step at a time. If we have to, we'll just have to weave through them. Let's hope we don't get spotted. Follow me. Zuming gestured broadly and took the lead. Chenj, Weihua, and the others exchanged glances, resigned to follow. Lacking in strength and without any powerful backing, they felt as vulnerable as rats crossing the street. The group cautiously advanced for a while, gradually approaching the flat main road. Chenj whispered, Senior Brother Chu must have taken the main road. I wonder how he's doing. Weihua pondered for a moment. Chu Zhuan is a master of disguise. Perhaps he's been detained by the Divine Star sect disciples under the guise of being a loose cultivator. Chenj's heart tightened. If that's true, what should we do? Zuming scoffed. Are you thinking of exposing ourselves to save him? You're overthinking it. We can barely protect ourselves, let alone someone else. To save others, save yourself first. Surely you understand that. Chenj, Weihua, and the others remained silent. We're here. Just then, Chenj noticed that the landscape ahead opened up and quietly alerted the group. Keep quiet. Zuming hissed. Wait. Why is there a smell of blood? Weihua paused, surprised. Everyone stopped, equally startled. They then saw, up ahead on the ground, 3 bodies lying still. From their attire, it was clear these were Divine Star sect disciples. 2 of them were decapitated, their eyes bulging out as if they couldn't believe their own deaths. Chapter 11, Myriad Souls Banner. Chenj, with a sudden gesture, pointed at a middle-aged cultivator's head and cried out in alarm. That head. I know it. It belongs to Wei Ping, ranked 9th among the inner sect disciples of the Divine Star sect. This fellow is a master of the 7th chi refining level. 2 of our inner sect senior brothers fell by his hand. Zuming, Weihua, and the others turned their gaze in that direction, only to recoil in shock. Wei Ping, at the 7th chi refining level, possessed a strength far surpassing theirs. Was he now dead? Moreover, the surrounding area showed scant evidence of combat. Clearly, these 3 had scarcely managed to resist before they were easily dispatched. Who could be responsible for this? Chenj swallowed hard. Could it be? I mean, is it possible that these 3 were killed by Senior Brother Chu? Zuming promptly refuted. Impossible. Chu Zhuan is merely at the 4th chi refining level. He could at best defeat a 5th level cultivator. Moreover, facing 3 adversaries, how could he effortlessly eliminate them all? It would require at least the prowess of the 8th chi refining level to instantly annihilate these 3. Chenj, Weihua, and the others pondered this and also deemed it unlikely. Zuming exclaimed with vigor, let us depart, for whoever slew them has done us a great service. Once we reach safety, it will not be too late to extend our thanks to this adept. Chenj, Weihua, and the others concurred, nodding. Indeed, let us hasten. The 5 quickened their stride and soon disappeared into the woodland. Elsewhere. Chu Xuan had long since left the Wu family estate. He did not venture into any mortal hamlets or towns, but once assured of his distance, he found a small mountain and usurped a bear's den. The den's rightful owner was courteously escorted into the stomach. Chu Xuan stirred the spiritual qi, purging the cave of its impurities and foul air. He then concealed the entrance and settled down cross-legged, eagerly inspecting the fruits of his venture. Foremost was, of course, his own storage bag. Currently, it housed a blood-refining array and over 100 small spiritual stones. These stones were acquired in exchange with chenj, weihua, and others for 30 blood beads. Previously, a blood bead was priced at 2 small spiritual stones each, now they've risen to 3. TSK, looks like they have scant opportunities to hunt demonic beasts and mortals for refining blood beads. Chu Xuan's gaze then drifted to the side. The lesser storage bags of these 3 Divine Star sect disciples piqued his anticipation even more, for they were akin to blind boxes that might contain treasures. He methodically opened each bag. A sparkle flashed in his eyes. The belongings in the bags of the 2 5th-level Qi refining disciples were mundane, merely containing 300 to 400 small spiritual stones and a standardized magic tool granted by the Divine Star sect. However, the bag of the 7th-level Qi refining disciple was far more promising, holding 2 medium spiritual stones and over 800 small spiritual stones, along with a set of the Qi gathering array and a mystifying array, both optimal for establishing a cave dwelling. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Beyond these, Chu Xuan unexpectedly discovered something extraordinary. He hastily retrieved the item from the bag. It was a sinister, pitch-black banner, within which resided the mournful wails and cries of countless tormented souls, sending shivers down one's spine. Chu Xuan's eyebrows rose in intrigue. The Myriad Souls banner was a superior-grade magic tool. Typically, Qi refining stage cultivators possessed only lower or middle-grade magic tools. Those at the foundation establishment stage might acquire superior or even top-grade magic tools. It was unexpected that a disciple of the Divine Star sect would possess a Myriad Souls banner. Demonic cultivators often captured gloomy souls or hunted other cultivators to extract their living souls, placing them into the Myriad Souls banner for refinement. Over time, these gloomy and living souls would transform into fierce ghosts more ferocious, more terrifying. Once unleashed, the Myriad Souls banner would release thousands of these fierce ghosts, surging like a tidal wave. Chu Xuan, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the situation. The Divine Star sect disciple had likely stumbled upon and slain a cultivator from the Infinite sect, obtaining the Myriad Souls banner and, rather than surrendering it to his sect, had secreted it away. The reasons for keeping it hidden were obvious. The Myriad Souls banner, a notorious demonic path magic tool, was immensely powerful. Clearly, he intended to keep it for himself and secretly refine it. One of the righteous 5 sects, and yet not all within the Divine Star sect are as honorable as they claim. Chu Xuan scoffed. Demonic treasures were powerful and quick to manifest, who wouldn't covet them? Were it not for the heavenly retribution that indiscriminate slaughter would incur, perhaps the righteous 5 sects would have long since turned to the demonic path. Nonetheless, this superior-grade Myriad Souls banner was an unexpected boon. Whether Divine Star sect or Infinite sect cultivators, anyone wishing to accumulate souls within the Myriad Souls banner would need to operate in secrecy. But Chu Xuan was different. Once he returned to that apocalyptic planet, there would be plenty of zombies from which he could extract living souls. With this, I have gained yet another treasure to accompany me. Chu Xuan thought, content. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate quietly. The blood mirror in his embrace slowly absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, gradually charging up. 5 days later, at White Mountain, Zuming, Chenj, Weihua, and the others were hidden within a cave, anxiously waiting. Logically, Liu Zhenke should have shaken off Sun Shi and the other Divine Star sect cultivators 3 days ago and met up with them. Yet another 2 days had passed without a glimpse of Liu Zhenke. They dared not descend the mountain to investigate further, nor did they know the current state of the Wu family estate. Each day and night was spent in anxious anticipation. Perhaps, we should disguise ourselves and go down the mountain to look. Zuming suggested, glancing at Chenj. Your skills in disguise are the best among us, you go and check. Chenj's heart tightened. Why should I go? I always went to the peace market before. If we're going, you go. Zuming stood up abruptly, his voice low and stern. Uncle Master Liu personally assigned me to lead this team. Chenj, are you planning to defy orders? Muttering under his breath, Chenj begrudgingly began to apply makeup. However, he had only done half when Liu Zhenke's voice suddenly rang from outside. No need to go down the mountain, I'm back. Liu Zhenke appeared at the cave entrance with a disciple in tow. Zuming was overjoyed. Uncle Master, you're finally back. Liu Zhenke scanned the group and nodded slightly. The Wu family estate was surrounded tightly, yet you all managed to escape alive without a single loss. Truly fortunate. He pointed to the disciple behind him. Beifeng and his group originally planned to flee to Wind Mountain, but they were ambushed en route. Only Beifeng was lucky enough to escape and was rescued by me. Beifeng gave a wry smile. If not for Uncle Master arriving just in time, I would have perished too. Zooming, you and the others are really lucky. Did you not encounter any intercepting Divine Star Sect disciples? Zooming, Chenj and Wei Hua exchanged glances and recounted the events of that day. 3 Divine Star Sect disciples, including one at the 7th Chi refining level, are dead? Liu Zhenke and Beifeng were astonished. No signs of a struggle. I presume it was an instant kill, leaving no chance for retaliation. It's highly likely only a cultivator of the 8th Chi refining level could achieve this. Zooming murmured. Chenj timidly raised his hand. Uncle Master, could it be Senior Brother Chu? He has always been exceptionally strong. Chapter 12, Fetch Alive 1. Zooming frowned, still discussing Chu Xuan? After these past few months without sufficient cultivation resources, he's probably still at the 4th level of Chi refining. How could someone at that level instantly kill a 7th level cultivator? Chenj couldn't help but interject, but remember, Senior Brother Chu traded 30 blood beads with us, perhaps his strength has advanced? Zooming's face showed impatience. Liu Zhenke chuckled. Chu Xuan, who has been consistently ranked 10th among the inner sect. I recall him. Although his talent is ordinary, his strength is formidable, a promising seed indeed. However, even if he's reached the 5th level of Chi refining now, facing 3 opponents of similar realms would still pose a great challenge, let alone one at the 7th level. Chenj was momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Zhenke pondered for a moment, then added, the top 10 disciples of our Infinite Sect's inner sect were all captured. It couldn't have been one of the Infinite Sect's cultivators. Perhaps it was a passing rogue cultivator who lent you a hand. Liu Zhenke casually remarked, no need to dwell on this further, let's return to the Wu family. Zooming and the others were startled. Return? Liu Zhenke smiled slightly. They've turned the Wu family estate upside down, discovering that the Wu family's ancestor was under my influence, which is why we were hidden there. In reality, that Foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Wu family is one of our own. Now, the Wu family estate is truly a safe haven. 5 days later. In the cave, Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, showing a hint of joy. Over the past few days, he had been absorbing blood beads daily to operate the blood spirit technique. The blood beads he had purified using the blood transformation technique on that apocalyptic planet were now exhausted. His cultivation had made significant progress. He was already at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Chi refining, just a step away from the 7th level. The 7th level of Chi refining was considered the late stage of Chi refining. He checked the blood mirror, it was fully charged. The time is right, it's time to return. Chu Xuan immersed his thoughts into the blood mirror, connecting to the apocalyptic planet. Instantly, the world spun around him. When his vision cleared, he was astonished to find himself standing in a shopping mall. However, he could hardly believe how the Walmart shopping mall had changed. It was charred black everywhere, clearly unsuitable as a stronghold anymore. Chu Xuan furrowed his brows. During his absence, someone had come to the Walmart and set it on fire maliciously. Interesting. Chu Xuan scoffed coldly. As a demonic cultivator, he hadn't yet provoked anyone, yet he had already been targeted. Hu, fetch me a live one. Chu Xuan took out the corpse nurturing tower, released Hu, and commanded. Roar. With a roar, Hu, like a streak of black lightning, shot out. In a nearby district, inside a small supermarket, a woman lay on the ground, her head bloodied, dazed and barely conscious. A gaunt man knelt beside her, weeping bitterly. Before them stood a burly man, muscular and imposing, wielding a modified iron rod in his hand. The rod was studded with rusty nails. Striking anyone with it could cause tetanus if not outright death. Don't kill her, don't kill her. I'll do anything. The gaunt man stretched out his hands in a gesture of surrender. The burly man chuckled darkly. Oh? Anything? He smirked. Then help her onto that chair, and tie yourself up. With his life hanging by a thread, the gaunt man had no choice but to comply. Moments later, after securing himself tightly with ropes, he pleaded, "Can we go free now?" The burly man burst into laughter. "Kid, you're too naive. Had you struggled desperately, I might have hesitated. But now, you're just a sitting duck. Ever since I was young, I've had a particular fancy that I've never been able to indulge. Now, I think I'll give it a try." His face twisted into a malevolent grin as his gaze roved lasciviously over the woman's curves. Only then did the gaunt man realize the danger. He roared in anger, "Wang Bao, you want food and water, I have it at home, just don't touch her." Wang Bao laughed sinisterly, his thick hands tearing away the woman's jacket, revealing her pale skin beneath. Go to hell. The gaunt man roared, a lion-like strength erupting from him as he charged at Wang Bao with a heavy iron chair. However, Wang Bao was on guard. He whirled around and swung his rod. Thud. The gaunt man's body fell heavily, his skull cracking open, blood and brain matter scattering. Wang Bao sneered, "Idiot, trying to fight me." His words were cut short as he screamed in pain. The woman had awakened, grabbing his fingers and savagely biting into them. Her eyes were white, devoid of pupils, surrounded by bloodshot veins. She had clearly turned into a zombie. Damn it. This idiot brought a woman bitten by a zombie along. Wang Bao recoiled in horror, cursing furiously. Having witnessed the zombie outbreak for over 5 years, he had seen numerous comrades get bitten and turn into zombies. But having it happen to himself was both infuriating and terrifying. Damn it, die. Wang Bao bellowed in rage, wildly swinging his tetanus-ridden iron rod. The woman's skull was smashed open, her blood and brain matter spraying out in a gruesome fountain. Standing still, Wang Bao gasped for fresh air, his hands trembling as he fumbled in his pocket for a long while before finally pulling out a cigarette and a lighter. He had kept this cigarette in his pocket for over 3 months, never daring to smoke it. Now, facing the prospect of turning into a zombie, he figured there was no better time. Oh, shit. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Squinting, he saw a massive, pitch-black zombie striding towards him. This zombie was significantly larger than typical ones, resembling a moving mountain. High-level zombie. Wang Bao's heart skipped a beat. This creature was clearly a high-level zombie. He thought about running, but then remembered he had been bitten and would soon turn into a zombie himself. He stopped in his tracks. Hey, I'm about to be a zombie too, can I hang with you? Wang Bao, rather manically, gestured towards the mountainous zombie. The next moment, he saw the huge zombie charge towards him. With a swift motion, his right arm scooped Wang Bao up and tucked him under its armpit. Thump. Thump. The massive zombie powerfully leapt from the ground, soaring over 5 meters high with each bound, repeatedly vaulting through the air. Wang Bao, dizzied by the motion, struggled to keep his bearings. When his vision finally cleared, he was astonished to find himself standing inside a dark, wall-covered shopping mall. Chapter 13, The Second Corpse Soldier. Wang Bao was momentarily stunned. He recognized this place. Several months ago, he had driven Zhao Hong here to this Walmart. Zhao Hong's brother-in-law, Tang Hu, had disappeared right here. At that time, Zhao Hong had Ling Tao investigate. Ling Tao ultimately concluded that there might be a high-level zombie here. Later, Zhao Hong ordered them to douse the place in gasoline and set it aflame. The chilling atmosphere of that day contrasted sharply with the outside temperature, which had soared to 30 degrees. The memory was still vivid in his mind. At this moment, the hulking zombie beside him was unusually docile, completely still. Wang Bao couldn't help but take a closer look. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the zombie's face bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew, Tang Hu. Though the zombie's body had swollen significantly, its arms and legs massively thickened, it was still discernibly Tang Hu. Suddenly, he noticed a young man busily working ahead of him. Arrived? That was quick. The young man said casually, his back to Wang Bao as he tinkered with something. Hu growled a few times, seemingly a bit proud. Chu Zhuan laughed heartily, well done indeed, bringing a live one so quickly. I'll make you a companion shortly. Hu roared excitedly in response. Chu Zhuan casually took a seat on a chair and waved his hand. Hu then forced Wang Bao to kneel in front of the young man. Oh, you've been bitten? Good, killing you won't reduce my merit. Chu Zhuan noted Wang Bao's fingers with a nonchalant smile. Seeing his smile, Wang Bao instinctively felt fear. He somehow felt as though he was facing a ferocious beast, not a person. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Bao asked, Who are you? Why can you control Brother Hu? Chu Zhuan chuckled strangely, You know who? Looks like you must be from that spirit hounds, huh? Wang Bao nodded. Chu Zhuan's pupils flashed with a purple light. Good, you answer my questions now. At that moment, Wang Bao felt as if his soul had been seized, turning him into a puppet who could only comply. This spell, known as the soul-capturing gaze, was a low-tier chi refining stage technique, usable only against those whose realms were far below one's own, possessing no offensive power. Chu Zhuan deployed the soul-capturing gaze simply to avoid wasting words and to quickly gather the information he needed. Name, he commanded. Wang Bao. What position do you hold in the spirit hounds? Boss Zhao's confidant. Who ordered the burning of this place? If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Boss Zhao directed us to burn it. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed Zhao Hong from the spirit hounds. He continued his interrogation, and Wang Bao responded obligatorily. After a while, The effect of the soul-capturing gaze ended, and Wang Bao gradually recovered from his dazed state. His head throbbed painfully, unaware of what had just transpired. Worse yet, the virus had already infected his entire body, and bloodthirsty thoughts began to emerge. Arg! Wang Bao let out a harsh scream. Chu Zhuan snapped his fingers. Who immediately stepped forward, lifting Wang Bao and throwing him into a bathtub already filled with corpse-refining elixir. Wang Bao frantically gulped down the liquid, and soon, all noises ceased. Ah, the noodles are ready, time to show off. Chu Zhuan said, picking up the steaming bowl of instant noodles and beginning to eat. While eating, he contemplated his next moves. According to Wang Bao, Zhao Hong seems to have tamed 3 dogs, each over 3 meters long and ferociously formidable. Zhao Hong himself appears skinny but possesses muscle strength far beyond ordinary men. Furthermore, there's the existence of high-level zombies, far stronger than regular zombies. Could they have been mutated by the virus? This apocalyptic planet is intriguing. There might be threats that could challenge me, necessitating an organization to gather intelligence for me. Moreover, the number of zombies I can exterminate alone is limited. Having a gang at my disposal would greatly enhance efficiency. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. This spirit hounds might be worth bringing under his command. Of course, turning them all into corpse puppets was also an option. It all depended on his whim. 2 days later, Chu Zhuan examined the rigid corpse puppet he had created, nodding in satisfaction. He placed it in the corpse nurturing tower and infused it with spiritual chi, performing an identification spell. 3rd level corpse soldier, medium talent. Its spells are Shadow Walk and Yin Fire Spike, not bad. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Both of the corpse puppets he had refined possessed medium talent. Shadow Walk allowed for concealing one's presence and moving almost invisibly at high speeds. Yin Fire Spike involved condensing yin fire in the palm and striking fiercely at an enemy. Very good, Shadow Walk combined with Yin Fire Spike makes for an excellent assassin. Chu Zhuan chuckled as he nodded. This combination of spells was perfect? From now on, you'll be called Bao. Chu Zhuan patted the corpse puppet's shoulder satisfactorily. Bao immediately let out a joyous roar, as if celebrating his rebirth. Roar roar. Who growled disapprovingly nearby. Bao's voice instantly quieted down, and he shrank his neck, showing great respect towards Who then roared a few more times contentedly. In just that short moment, the 2 corpse puppets had already established their hierarchy. Chu Zhuan stretched lazily and smiled slightly. It's time now, let's head to Houtai Hotel. Roar roar. Who and Bao both roared excitedly, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. At the entrance of Houtai Hotel, there was originally just a security booth. However, under Zhao Hong's command, a watchtower rising 3 meters above the ground had been constructed. 2 men stationed in the tower were supposed to be on alert, but instead, they were engaged in a card game. Despite the spirit hound's massive strength, boasting over 300 members known for their bloodthirsty ferocity, in the entirety of East Lake City only Black Blade Security, no other major power could rival them. Lone survivors and smaller groups dared not provoke the spirit hounds. The 2 men in the watchtower weren't actually keeping watch, they were absorbed in their card game. Chu Zhuan could hear the men shouting from a distance and himself as he approached. Having fun, gentlemen? The 2 men instantly became alert, dropped their handmade cards, and hurriedly stood up. They were shocked to find 3 figures at the gate. The leader was a handsome young man in odd attire that seemed more suited to a fantasy drama than modern times. Behind him stood 2 towering, burly figures with grim expressions, looking as though they were ready to charge and devour at any moment. Who are you? The guards demanded. Chu Zhuan smiled, the new boss of the spirit hounds. The 2 guards looked at each other and burst into laughter. That's hilarious. You, a kid whose dick hasn't even grown in fully, want to be the new boss? After their laughter subsided, their expressions turned cold. You're interrupting our game, go eat shit. They picked up trash from beside them and hurled it towards Chu Zhuan. Chapter 14, Where is Zhao Hong? Chu Zhuan stood motionless as Hu swiftly positioned himself in front of him. With a loud clang, he swatted away the filth hurled their way. Kill them. They're just wasting food anyway. Chu Zhuan waved dismissively. Roar roar. Hu and Bao responded eagerly. The 2 corpse puppets propelled themselves off the ground like springs, instantly leaping onto the watchtower. The 2 guards widened their eyes in shock, unprepared for what was happening, and were swiftly disemboweled. Hu and Bao relished their feast, devouring with gusto. Stop eating, open the gate. Chu Zhuan commanded casually. Hu let out a few embarrassed roars and hurried to the gate, smashing it open with a single powerful swipe of his claw. Chu Zhuan then leisurely walked into the Houtai Hotel. The loud noise from the gate drew the attention of many inside. They peered out of windows or stepped out of doors, only to be met with the sight of Chu Zhuan and the 2 guards being devoured. Panic ensued. My god. Zombies have breached our headquarters. Quickly, more than 20 men armed with long guns and clubs confronted Chujuan. They eyed the oddly dressed youth, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. I am here for Zhao Hong. Chujuan stated indifferently. Ridiculous. You think you can just ask to see the boss? One of the men scoffed, growling at him. Chujuan simply waved his hand, and Bao charged out, dragging the man from the crowd and slashing his throat open. Blood spurted out like a fountain, causing the others to shiver. Their gaze towards Chujuan shifted dramatically. The zombies were obeying him. This man can control zombies. No wonder he dared to storm into the Spirit Hounds' stronghold. Some looked more closely at Hu and Bao, recognition dawning on them. After a moment, someone screamed, "They are Brother Hu and Brother Bao." The others caught on, filled with horror. Tang Hu was Zhao Hong's brother-in-law, and Wang Bao was one of his trusted subordinates. Both had once held significant status within the Spirit Hounds, far beyond ordinary members. Now, they had both turned into imposing zombies, following orders from this young man. The situation was utterly unbelievable. Chujuan frowned, his impatience growing with these slow-witted gang members who still hadn't fetched Zhao Hong. He seriously doubted the utility of the Spirit Hounds. Even if he took control, these people seemed more like freeloaders than useful subordinates. Perhaps letting the corpse puppets consume them was the better option. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. You looking for me? A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, which parted to create a path. A gaunt figure strode forward confidently, followed by 3 muscular, enormous dogs. Each beast exuded a menacing, bloodthirsty aura. This man was Zhao Hong, the leader of the Spirit Hounds. Chujuan eyed the man with a trace of surprise. He could sense a fluctuation of energy emanating from Zhao Hong, an energy different from spiritual qi and inherently weaker in essence. However, it was clear that Zhao Hong's superior physical condition and his ability to tame such massive dogs were due to this peculiar energy. If he were refined into a corpse puppet, his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Chujuan thought, his eyes lighting up as he examined Zhao Hong as if he were a perfect piece of art. This scrutiny made Zhao Hong quite uncomfortable. Yet, recognizing that Chujuan was no ordinary individual, especially given his unheard-of ability to control zombies, Zhao Hong suppressed his discomfort and asked calmly, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? And what exactly do you want?" Chujuan responded evenly, "The Walmart you burned down was under my control." Zhao Hong paused, taken aback. That incident had occurred months ago, almost forgotten until now. Only at Chujuan's mention did he vividly recall the ice-cold ambience of the mall. Zhao Hong nodded, "Yes, I burned it. I was unaware of your ownership at the time. If you wish, I can arrange for another mall to be prepared for you. Most of East Lake City is under the control of the Spirit Hounds." A gang member, outraged, interjected, "Boss, he killed our men." Zhao Hong swiftly backhanded the man, sending him flying. "Not enough." Chujuan shook his head. Zhao Hong, meeting Chujuan's gaze coldly, replied, "I've offered compensation. Whether you accept it is your choice, but the Spirit Hounds will not keep making concessions. Don't forget, you also killed my men." He stood firm, the gang leader in front of his subordinates, unwilling to let Chujuan push him too far. Chujuan chuckled and snapped his fingers, "Simple. I want the entire Spirit Hounds." Zhao Hong was taken aback, then laughed out of sheer anger, "Interesting. This is the first time I've encountered someone as brazenly foolish as you. Dai, Daho, Ro, attack. Devour him alive." As his command echoed, the 3 ferocious dogs lunged forward, their slobbery jaws aiming for Chujuan's throat, left arm, and right leg. Yet, Chujuan remained composed, hands behind his back. Hu swiftly moved in front of him while Bao vanished from sight. A golden aura enveloped Hu, making him appear as a celestial warrior descended to earth. Clang! The 3 giant dogs slammed into Hu, their powerful bites snapping shut. But in the next moment, they began to whimper in pain. Their teeth, capable of crushing human skulls, shattered like glass. Zhao Hong's heart trembled with shock. These must be high-level zombies. And such formidable zombies were being controlled by a human? But wait, weren't there 2 zombies? Where was the other one? As this thought crossed his mind, a piercing pain suddenly erupted in his back. Twisting his body in a reflexive attempt to evade, Zhao Hong still felt the acute, tearing pain. A blade, formed from condensed yin fire, sliced through his back, spewing blood and leaving a long, deep wound. The yin fire continued to burn, sending agonizing pain piercing through his mind like countless needles. In just a few breaths, Zhao Hong felt his strength draining from his wound. His complexion turned pale, and his body swayed, needing support to remain upright. Whimpering sounds filled the air. By then, who had already dealt a brutal beating to the three spiritual dogs. Dai, who had attacked Chujuan most fiercely, was now bleeding from every orifice and convulsing on the ground, evidently on the brink of death. Daho and Ro, more sensible, immediately rolled over to expose their bellies in submission. Seeing this, Zhao Hong's heart turned ice cold. His long-trained spiritual dogs were effortlessly defeated and had even switched allegiances. His own vaunted physical strength seemed as fragile as tofu. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Hong suddenly pulled out a pitch-black metallic object from his bosom and, without hesitation, opened fire on Chujuan. Die! He snarled with a malevolent grin. Chapter 15, The dead are more obedient than the living. The incident unfolded suddenly, and the incredible speed of the firearm caught even Hu off guard. Despite its instinct to protect its master, it was still a step too slow. Chujuan saw the dark firearm and the flash of gunfire, yet he showed no fear. With a swish, a line of blood surged from his palm, appearing like a streak of crimson lightning. Clang! The bullet struck the bloodline and, as if hitting a steel plate, veered off course dramatically, firing into the crowd. A man screamed as he fell backward, landing in a pool of blood. The bullet had precisely pierced his eye socket and penetrated his brain. Zhao Hong's eyes widened in shock. What was that bloodline that could stop a bullet? He roared in anger and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. He discharged 3 shots in rapid succession. Each bullet was effortlessly blocked by the streak of blood, diverting their paths. None hit Chujuan, but 3 more members of the Spirit Hounds fell instead. Zhao Hong was utterly astounded. He had only 4 bullets, and all had been deflected. He could now see clearly that the bloodline was actually a large blood-colored worm. This young man could not only control zombies but also worms. It was terrifying. Chujuan extended his hand and gently caressed the blood-steel wire. He calmly asked, "Is this gun your last resort?" Thump. Zhao Hong collapsed, his body going limp as he fell to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. "The Spirit Hounds is yours now. Spare my life." Zhao Hong swallowed hard, his voice earnest. He then knelt down, abandoning any pride he had as the leader of the Spirit Hounds. He had realized that the young man before him was a monster beyond his capacity to contend with. His life and everything he owned were now firmly in the hands of this formidable stranger. Now, his only chance to survive was to show sincere submission. Chujuan shook his head in response to Zhao Hong's offer of surrender and an alternative shopping mall. "I'm satisfied with your body, I'll take the Spirit Hounds, and I want you too." Zhao Hong froze for a moment, then, as if suddenly realizing something, his eyes flashed with shock. I'm not gay." He stammered awkwardly, "but if you insist, I guess I can't refuse." The surrounding gang members looked bewildered. This was their leader, Zhao Hong, always high and mighty. Yet now, to save his own life, he seemed ready to agree to anything. Chujuan couldn't help but laugh silently. "Gay? That's not what I meant." Calmly, Chujuan commanded, "Do, tie him up and take him to the rooftop. Bao, you stay here with the 2 dogs and make sure no one leaves." Hu and Bao roared in acknowledgement of their orders. The Spirit Hounds members looked at each other, bewildered. With Zhao Hong kneeling and capitulating, they certainly didn't dare to flee. To them, this was merely a change of leadership. Regardless of who was in charge, they were still just underlings. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The young man couldn't possibly manage everything alone, could he? Thinking this, the gang members gradually calmed down and returned to their rooms to continue whatever they had been doing. On the rooftop of the Hueco Hotel, Hu arranged a clean reclining chair, and Chujuan lay down comfortably. Zhao Hong kneeled before him, smiling nervously. "Big brother, what position do you want?" "I can do anything." Chujuan's pupils flashed purple as he again deployed the soul-capturing gaze. "I ask, you answer." Initially, Zhao Hong struggled, but within half a minute, he became as docile as a marionette, responding mechanically to Chujuan's questions. After a while, the influence of the soul-capturing gaze faded. Chujuan had extracted all the information he needed from Zhao Hong's mind. Genetic energy. A level 1 superhuman. Superhuman talent? He mused, intrigued. This planet, called Blue Star, was part of a centralized imperial nation known as the Han Dynasty, and this city, East Lake, was under the jurisdiction of Linjian Province. East Lake City had 2 major forces, the Spirit Hound Gang and the Black Blade Security. The information about the outbreak not being caused by a virus but by genetic energy was sourced from Black Blade Security. Normally, ordinary people couldn't withstand this energy, their genes would collapse, their bodies would mutate, and they would turn into bloodthirsty monsters, also known as zombies. Some people could endure the energy without awakening any talent, resulting in slightly stronger physiques, but still essentially normal humans. Others not only withstood the energy but also awakened superhuman talents, resulting in exceptionally strong physiques. These were the superhumans. Before the outbreak, Zhao Hong was a dog meat seller, often loitering around the outskirts of East Lake City, stealthily stealing domestic dogs to slaughter for meat. Perhaps it was this that awakened his superhuman talent, dog mastery. A natural ability to suppress and control dogs. Superhumans were categorized from levels 1 to 9. Having one genetic core made one a level 1 superhuman, and so on. Zhao Hong was a level 1 superhuman. Zhao Hong felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him. He had no inkling of the events that had just unfolded. Without further discourse, Chu Zhuan turned and began to prepare the elixir for corpse refinement. Being a level 1 superhuman, Zhao Hong boasted an exceptionally strong constitution. Therefore, only the finest elixir would suffice for the corpse refining process, anything less would simply waste his gifted physique. This time, Chu Zhuan devoted even longer to the preparations. It took a full 2 hours before everything was in order. Proceed, place him inside. Chu Zhuan commanded, gesturing dismissively. Who faithfully executed the order. Zhao Hong looked into the bathtub, filled with a dark, ominous elixir, and his expression turned to one of fear. Brother, didn't you promise to spare my life? What exactly is this for? Chu Zhuan cracked a sly smile. Just so, Quell, and you will emerge stronger. Hang in there. Zhao Hong swallowed nervously. He had the unsettling feeling that Chu Zhuan was merely toying him. With a plunge, Hu forced Zhao Hong's head down into the bathtub. Despite his desperate struggles to lift his head, Hu's overpowering strength kept him submerged. After being forced to swallow several mouthfuls, Zhao Hong finally quieted down, evidently rendered unconscious. Chu Zhuan took a sip of his instant milk tea, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Considering Zhao Hong's robust health, he had specifically added a soul-soothing herb to the elixir, a component known for its sedative effects. It was particularly well suited for Zhao Hong. Holding his milk tea, Chu Zhuan walked to the edge of the rooftop, from which he could survey the entire hotel. He observed the members of the spirit hounds, who were listlessly congregating below. Some were playing cards, others were chatting, and a few, with nothing better to do, were engaged in a brawl. Humans need to eat and drink every day. Chu Zhuan mused aloud. Humans' hearts are hidden behind their stomachs, and there will always be those who bear ill will towards me. This spirit hounds engages in actions that defy moral and heavenly principles, with few good souls among them. Killing them would not diminish my virtue. If that is the case, it would be better to transform them all into corpse puppets. After all, the dead are far more compliant than the living. Chu Zhuan sipped his steaming milk tea, contemplating. Hu, make your choice. Keep the strong for corpse refinement, and use the rest as nourishment. Upon hearing this, Hu roared excitedly. Chu Zhuan frowned. Remember to save some for Bao, and some for blood steel wire, don't consume them all yourself. Hu nodded reluctantly, then rushed off, buoyed by excitement. Chapter 16, Level 3 Genetic Core. Within the Hotai Hotel, a bloody banquet unfolded. Hu, Bao, and 2 spirit dogs, all possessed strength to completely overpower ordinary humans. Where they passed, a storm of blood and carnage ensued. Screams were incessant. Chu Zhuan pondered thoughtfully. Zhao Hong had once mentioned the term high-level zombies. According to him, zombies were categorized into ranks. High-level zombie was merely a general term. Above ordinary zombies were level 1 zombies, within whom a solid genetic core had condensed. Their strength was comparable to that of a level 1 superhuman. Further above, were the level 2 zombies, equivalent to level 2 superhumans. However, Zhao Hong had only encountered a few level 1 zombies, and had never seen a level 2 zombie. Genetic core? If a comparison must be made, would that refer to a golden core or a corpse core? The golden core is only formed by cultivators during the golden core phase. A corpse core also requires a corpse general equivalent in strength to a golden core cultivator. My 2 corpse puppets are still far from forming a corpse core. According to the superhuman system here, what level of zombie would they be considered? Chu Zhuan chuckled softly, reluctant to dwell on the matter. After all, they were not part of the same system and could not be directly compared. Moments later, Hu arrived at the rooftop with 6 robust men in tow. These men trembled uncontrollably. One of them had even wet himself in fear. Hu, with a human finger still hanging from the corner of his mouth, swallowed it before roaring a few times to indicate that he had completed his task. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. During this time, he had prepared 6 patches of the corpse refining elixir. With a grand gesture, he directed Hu to throw them into the bathtubs to begin the corpse refining process. Meanwhile, he took to the skies on his flying magic tool, circling the Hotai Hotel, in search of areas densely populated with zombies. He had not forgotten his primary objective. That was to set up the blood refining array and sacrifice a massive number of zombies. Whoosh! Chu Xuan soared through the sky on his flying sword. With human industrial activities absent, the skies of Blue Star were exceptionally clear. Chu Xuan looked down at the desolate landscape below. High-rises were overrun with lush vines. It was unclear how these vines had managed to climb hundreds of meters up the buildings. Perhaps, like animals, plants had also been affected by genetic energy, resulting in slight mutations. Chu Xuan flew around, occasionally examining the situation below and shaking his head. He was dissatisfied. In many areas, the zombies were too sparsely scattered. Using the blood refining array in such conditions was not cost-effective. After all, activating the blood refining array required spirit stones. The spirit stones he had could at best sustain the blood refining array for about half an hour. That place looks promising. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly discovered a horde of over 1,000 zombies gathered in an unfinished building. Moreover, these zombies were relentlessly surging upward as if something was drawing them. Chu Xuan immediately steered his flying sword closer. At this moment, in the upper floors of the unfinished building, 2 robust men in black casual wear were escorting an elderly man, rushing towards the top floor. The elder was drenched in sweat, nearly being carried as they sprinted. Yet, despite this, he clutched tightly to a large box, never loosening his grip. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Moments later, they reached the rooftop. The 2 men in black produced a walkie-talkie and sent out a distress signal. They dragged all available furniture to barricade the rooftop door, hoping to delay the zombies from breaking through. The elder collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. After a while, he spoke. "Gentlemen, I'm just a burden. With me, your chances of survival are slim. Take this level 3 genetic core, and leave me here. This was obtained at the cost of many lives, it must not be lost." Saying this, he solemnly passed the large box to them. Both men in black immediately shook their heads. One of them, named Yuang Kaiyang, said earnestly, "Professor Zhang, you are the chief of the Life Science Research Institute of Linjian Province. Your life is more precious than ours. Even if we perish, you must not." The other, named Sun Meng, reassured him, "Don't worry, before coming here, we contacted Black Blade Security in this area. They will send a helicopter to pick us up. The distress signal has been sent, they should act swiftly. As long as we can hold on, we can survive." Professor Zhang sighed softly, "The world is unpredictable, I fear we cannot depend on them." Minutes later, thuds and roars of the zombies clawing and shrieking suddenly filled the air. Clearly, the pursuing zombies had caught the scent of living beings and were desperately pushing aside the furniture. Zhuang Haiyang and Sun Meng's faces paled as they rushed to reinforce the barricade with their own strength. But how could 2 men withstand the force of thousands of zombies? With a loud bang, the furniture was violently shoved aside. Scores of zombies surged out, causing the pupils of Zhuang Haiyang, Sun Meng, and Professor Zhang to constrict. Surrounded by so many zombies, their survival seemed impossible. Just then, the sound of a sword's hum filled the sky. The next moment, a youthful figure descended from the heavens. With a sweep of his long sleeves, a fierce wind erupted. Then, to the amazement of the 3 men, the zombies suddenly became like headless flies. Even with several living beings right before them, the zombies could neither see nor smell them. The youth flicked his finger lightly, sending a wisp of chi hurtling down the corridor. Like starving wolves catching the scent of meat, the zombies charged after it. In an instant, all the zombies had rushed into the corridor. With a casual wave of his hand, the rooftop door slammed shut. He stepped forward, took out a yellow talisman, and affixed it to the door. After these preparations, the youth then casually approached the 3 men. The 2 men gaped, feeling as though they were in the presence of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Professor Zhang scrutinized the youth. The young man's attire was reminiscent of the cultivators described in novels of immortal cultivation, making it hard for him to believe that such a person could exist in reality. "May I ask, what did you just do? Why aren't the zombies attacking us anymore?" Zhuang Haiyang couldn't help but inquire. Chu Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Just a minor spell to conceal our chi." Concealment spell, a minor technique from the chi refining stage, could completely hide one's chi. Zombies, with their poor eyesight, rely solely on their sense of smell to attack the living. By using the concealment spell, he had completely hidden their chi, rendering the zombies effectively headless flies. Then, by releasing a strand of human chi, he lured the zombies away. Zhuang Haiyang was about to ask another question when the rooftop door was struck again. The ensuing roar of numerous zombies made the trio instinctively step back. However, they were astonished to find that the door had become extraordinarily sturdy. Despite the relentless pounding by countless zombies, it remained undamaged. "No need to worry, I've applied a solid rock talisman to the door. They won't be able to break through it," Chu Xuan said casually. The solid rock talisman, a minor talisman from the chi refining stage, when applied to any object, could reinforce its durability. It not only strengthened the hardness but also extended its endurance. The strength of these ordinary zombies, even 1,000 of them attacking together, might just manage to break it. However, in such a confined space, at most only a dozen could attack at once. A single solid rock talisman was more than sufficient to handle them. The three men felt completely bewildered. Solid rock talisman? What was that? Chujuan looked over the trio, finally focusing on the box in the elder's arms. What is in here that the zombies are chasing it? He pointed to the box and asked. Chapter 17, Immortal? Professor Zheng's heart tightened. Logically, he should not reveal what was inside the box. However, the youth before them had saved their lives and clearly possessed immense strength. Under such circumstances, there was no need for secrecy. It was better to be forthright. He stopped Zhuang Haiyang and Sun Meng from stepping in front of him and spoke earnestly. Inside here is a level 3 genetic core, sourced from a level 3 zombie bear. I implore you not to take it away. It is very useful for our Life Science Research Institute. With it, we might be able to develop a weapon to combat the zombies, a great boon for the whole world. Chujuan was puzzled. When did I say I wanted to take it away? Professor Zheng paused. You don't want it? This is a level 3 genetic core. Chujuan chuckled lightly. To me, it's no different from a glass bead on the ground. Let me see. He said, reaching out his hand. Professor Zheng hesitated for a moment but then passed the box over. He had lived a long life and met many people. The youth's demeanor carried a pride that seemed genuinely indifferent to the genetic core. Chujuan opened the box and saw a red bead lying quietly at the bottom. At first glance, it didn't seem much different from a glass bead. But upon closer inspection, he immediately detected a trace of energy within the bead. The nature of this energy was vastly inferior to spiritual chi. Though substantial in quantity, if compared, it would just barely match the spiritual chi found in a small spiritual stone. After only a few looks, Chujuan put the item back in the box and shook his head slightly. The so-called level 3 genetic core only had as much energy as a small spiritual stone. He was beginning to get an idea of Blue Star's supernatural system. You too, are you level 1 superhumans? Military background? Chujuan's gaze fell on the two men in black. He could tell from their coordinated actions that such synergy was unlikely to be honed outside of a military environment. The two men exchanged a glance and nodded. Zhuang Haiyang spoke earnestly. We are from the Linjiang Army of Linjiang Province, tasked with retrieving the zombie bear's genetic core and ensuring Professor Zheng's safe evacuation. Chujuan nodded slightly. Even with the zombie crisis and the advent of the apocalypse, as long as humanity had not been extinguished, there would at least be nations and powers still existing. Clearly, the official power of the Han dynasty still held sway. Who is supposed to evacuate you? Chujuan asked casually. Sun Meng replied, Black Blade Security Company. They will use a helicopter to get us out. Chujuan nodded. Why haven't they come? Zhuang Haiyang replied with a helpless expression. Their helicopter hadn't been used in a long time and needed repairs, so our originally scheduled meeting time was at noon. But we were besieged by a large number of zombies and had to send a distress signal early to ask them to come sooner. It might be because of that delay. The two men exchanged a look and sighed lightly. Black Blade Security was, after all, just a local force and couldn't compare to the strictly disciplined and orderly Linjiang army. Their own deaths mattered little, but not being able to return the level 3 genetic core would be a tremendous loss for the entire Linjiang province. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Chujuan smiled slightly. You've attracted so many zombies, which is very useful to me. Help me with one thing, and I will ensure your safe departure. Professor Zheng and the two soldiers were taken aback. Professor Zheng widened his eyes. Please tell us. We will definitely help. After speaking, he felt he might have promised too much and quickly added, but we can't do anything against the rules. That's our bottom line. Chujuan chuckled. You don't need to do much, just continue standing on this rooftop and keep attracting the zombies. That's enough. With the solid rock talisman, that door won't be broken. Professor Zheng and the two soldiers exchanged doubtful glances. Continue to attract zombies. What did this young man want to do? They racked their brains but couldn't fathom Chujuan's intentions, so they decided not to overthink it. Professor Zheng nodded. This task is not difficult, we can do it. Chujuan gave a nod of approval. The next moment, he rose on his sword. A fierce wind whipped up on the rooftop, making it impossible for the three men to keep their eyes open. When they managed to see clearly again, Chujuan was already soaring in the sky. Professor Zheng and the others were utterly astonished. When Chujuan first appeared, they hadn't seen clearly. But now, they had watched with their own eyes as Chujuan flew into the sky. What was this? Sword flight. Wasn't that something only found in cultivation novels? It was now happening right before their eyes. Zhuang Haiyang swallowed hard. Flight through the void. That's not something humans can do. Sun Meng said in awe. Could he be a cultivator? Professor Zheng's heart was in turmoil. He felt as if his worldview, already reshaped once by the zombie crisis, was collapsing again. This must be reported immediately when we return. A cultivator. Our Linjian province actually has a cultivator. Professor Zheng's aged fingers trembled uncontrollably. Elsewhere, Chu Zhuan soared through the skies, searching for the ideal location to set up his formation. The blood refining array required 18 array flags. He needed to position these flags at 18 specific points and embed spirit stones within them. Finally, the array would be activated through an array disk. Although Chu Zhuan's proficiency in formation arts was only average, he was willing to invest the effort, enabling him to adeptly set up the blood refining array. Within half an hour, he had all 18 array flags properly positioned. From above, the flags around the unfinished building formed an 18-sided polygon, encapsulating the vast majority of zombies in the vicinity. Chu Zhuan had asked Professor Zheng and the others to remain on the rooftop precisely to keep attracting zombies, preventing them from wandering aimlessly. After completing these tasks, Chu Zhuan returned to the rooftop. At that moment, Professor Zheng and the others were nibbling on protein energy bars. Seeing Chu Zhuan return, they quickly stood up. Follow me, one at a time. Chu Zhuan instructed, reaching for Professor Zheng first. His flying magic tool could only carry one extra person. The two soldiers instinctively stepped forward, intending to shield Professor Zheng. Their orders were to ensure his absolute safety. However, Professor Zheng, anticipating their reaction, held back their hands and gave them a knowing look, halting them. They realized something important. With Chu Zhuan's strength, eliminating them would be effortless. Yet, he had still chosen to honor his promise to lead them to safety. Distrusting him at this juncture could provoke his ire. Let's go, young friend. Professor Zheng said cheerfully. Chu Zhuan gave a half-smile. With his keen perception, he immediately understood the implications behind Professor Zheng's actions. Yet, he chose not to address it. The trio had assisted him in attracting a large number of zombies, which put him in a good mood. Keeping his promise to escort them away was the right thing to do. Soon, Chu Zhuan had transported each of them from the unfinished building and set them down in a nearby open square. Contact your rescue team, I have other matters to attend to. Chu Zhuan said, gesturing for them to leave. Thank you. Professor Zheng bowed deeply, unable to resist asking, may I have your name? Chu Zhuan. Thank you, young friend Chu Zhuan. I, Zheng Beiyashan, will always remember the life-saving grace you've shown us today. With another bow, Professor Zheng then left under the escort of Zhuang Haiyang and Sun Meng. Chapter 18, Great Virtue? Golden Flowers Cascading? Chu Zhuan cast a fleeting glance at the receding figures, then turned his attention to more pressing matters: the activation of the blood refining array. He ascended on his flying sword to midair and gazed down upon the zombies clustered within the unfinished building like headless flies, and activated the array disk. A peculiar blood light burst forth from 18 points, swiftly engulfing the entire area. Within the blood refining array, everything was shrouded in a murky, crimson haze, obscuring all clarity. Every living creature within was visibly drained of its blood essence at a visible rate. The zombies, initially howling with vigor, quickly wilted as their lifeblood was extracted. In less than 3 minutes, one after another turned into mummified corpses and collapsed to the ground. The process continued second, third, fourth. All the blood essence converged towards the array disk, coalescing naturally into fist-sized blood pearls. Chu Zhuan, poised on his flying sword in midair, felt a surge of exhilaration. The efficiency was astounding. Soon, the blood essence of all the zombies within the area had been completely drained by the blood refining array, and the spirit stones within the 18 array flags were also exhausted. Upon inspection, Chu Zhuan noticed 13 large blood pearls had formed on the array disk. Each was ruby red and glossy, resembling red jade agates, and emitted a faint scent of blood. Chu Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at them. Each of these 13 large blood pearls was the size of a fist and of superior quality, each worth at least 20 smaller pearls. These 13 large blood pearls should suffice for my cultivation up to the 9th level of chi refining. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. A plethora of golden light spontaneously appeared, forming myriad golden flowers that cascaded from the sky and swirled around him. This spectacle lasted for about 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chu Zhuan was astonished. Golden flowers cascading. Wasn't such a phenomenon supposed to herald those endowed with great virtue? Why had it descended upon him? After a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly recalled. He had just slaughtered thousands of zombies, not sure exactly how many, but certainly over 3,000. Killing each zombie garnered a small amount of merit. The accumulation of such merit had triggered the spectacle of golden flowers cascading. Chujuan's expression turned peculiar. Demonic cultivators, great virtue, golden flowers cascading. These terms should never be associated together. Every demonic cultivator carried a myriad of karmic debts. Not summoning celestial thunder was already fortunate. And yet, great virtue? Golden flowers cascading? Such contradictions made him reflect on the unexpected and peculiar path his actions had forged. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Among all demonic cultivators throughout the ages, perhaps I am the only one to have ever drawn forth such a manifestation of merit. Chujuan mused with a wry smile. At that moment, all the golden flowers were absorbed into his body. Chujuan blinked, suddenly feeling his thoughts become extraordinarily clear. The difficulties he had encountered while cultivating the blood spirit technique now seemed to unravel effortlessly, as if divine clarity had been bestowed upon him. Problems that were once insurmountable now easily found their solutions. Moreover, he discovered something indescribable and profound within himself: increased longevity and fortune, the true benefits of accruing merit. His comprehension soared, his fortune wrapped tightly around him, and his lifespan expanded. The accumulation of merit from his previous slaying of zombies had now catalyzed a profound transformation. No wonder those righteous cultivators clamored daily about eradicating evil and acting as the agents of heaven. They covet such abundant merit. Chujuan had an epiphany. If I were to deploy a blood refining array in the future, sacrificing tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions of zombies, wouldn't the merit flood towards me, unstoppable, enhancing my wisdom, fortune, and lifespan immensely? The thought of such future possibilities brought a gleeful expression to his face. This planet, Blue Star, was truly a paradise for demonic cultivators. Chujuan quickly collected the array flags and departed on his flying sword. With so many blood pearls acquired, it was time for him to cultivate earnestly. After Chujuan left, a helicopter roared overhead, carrying Zhang Shan, Zhuang Kaiyang, Sun Meng, and the pilot, who was also a team leader at Haifeng Security Company, Wang Yong. Professor Zhang, as soon as we received your distress signal, we hurried over here. Unfortunately, the helicopter hadn't been flown in a long time, and we were lacking spare parts, which delayed the repairs. Wang Yong explained apologetically. Zhuang Kaiyang scoffed, if it weren't for someone else saving us, we would have already perished in East Lake City. Delaying the Institute's research and throwing you out to feed the zombies wouldn't even begin to compensate. Wang Yong offered an awkward smile. Yes, you're right. He attempted to ingratiate himself with Professor Zhang, but the elder man turned his face away, giving Wang Yong not a single glance for the entire journey. Wang Yong was visibly uncomfortable. As he was about to say something more, he suddenly pointed toward the unfinished building ahead and exclaimed, "My heavens, what happened here?" Zhang Baishan and the others followed his gaze and recognized the building where they had previously stayed. However, the structure, which had been teeming with thousands of zombies just a short while ago, now lay eerily silent. A closer inspection revealed countless desiccated corpses strewn about haphazardly. These zombies, which had been lively and energetic not long ago, were now dead. And their deaths were peculiarly unsettling. "Stop, I need to go down and look," Zhang Baishan said sternly. Wang Yong hesitated, but there might still be zombies hiding below. "I said I want to go down." Zhang Baishan fixed his gaze on Wang Yong, his voice icy and deliberate. Wang Yong dared not offend further and quickly lowered the helicopter. Moments later, under the protection of Zhuang Kaiyang and Sun Meng, Zhang Baishan approached the outside of the unfinished building. Now, standing closer, they could see the skeletal remains scattered everywhere. Zhuang Kaiyang pulled out a military knife and sliced open a corpse, finding not a trace of blood. With a slight squeeze, the remains crumbled into debris as fine as gravel, as if all the blood and moisture had been extracted. How could this have been done? Zhang Baishan was speechless. Only about half an hour had passed since they had left, and now thousands of zombies here had been drained of blood. Such a feat was beyond human capability. Could it have been that cultivator? Sun Meng whispered. Recalling Chujuan's actions and demeanor from earlier, Zhang Baishan nodded gravely. It's very likely him. This is too important. We need to hurry back and report this to General Yi. Yes. Zhuang Kaiyang and Sun Meng nodded emphatically. Chapter 19, the 7th level of Qi Refining, Spell of Nether Fire Orb. In the Houtai Hotel, Chujuan returned as dusk had already settled. He fetched a bucket of instant noodles and 2 cans of beef, preparing his evening meal. As cultivators advance in their cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment stage allows them to subsist on ethereal nourishment, consuming the mist and dew, severing earthly ties to mundane sustenance. However, Chu Zhuan had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Besides, having not indulged in instant noodles for over 20 years, what harm was there in enjoying them now? Zhao Hong's little storehouse was piled high with instant noodles, alongside a variety of chocolates and biscuits, all long-lasting food supplies. Enough for Chu Zhuan to feast heartily. The bathtubs were now silent. Chu Zhuan sent Hu and Bao, along with 2 spirit hounds, out to hunt independently, instructing them to bring back a few lively zombies to serve as spiritual plant furnaces. He commanded Hu and Bao not to prey on living humans at random, prioritizing zombies instead. Should they slaughter innocent mortals, the sin would inevitably fall upon him. He was not prepared to see the merits he had just gained vanish in the blink of an eye. After issuing his orders, Hu and Bao howled in unison, signifying their understanding. Beside them, Daho and Ro remained silent until Hu kicked them, sending them flying with a yelp. The 2 spirit hounds whined but quickly nodded in agreement. Watching them leave, Chu Zhuan sat down cross-legged to absorb the great blood orb. The fist-sized orb hovered before him, strands of bloody chi entering his nostrils, circulating within his body according to the pathways of the blood spirit technique. With each complete circulation, Chu Zhuan's spiritual chi grew stronger. 2 days later, his aura suddenly broke through a bottleneck. It was as if a fish had entered the sea, freely swimming. His eyes snapped open, a look of joy spreading across his face. The 7th level of chi refining. At this level, he was considered to be in the late stages of chi refining. The 7th level of the blood spirit technique, and a new spell to try. His repertoire of spells, minus those lacking defensive capabilities, included only the spirit blood shield from the 4th level of the blood spirit technique, a mid-tier defensive spell of the chi refining stage. Most of the time, he relied on undead soldiers and goo insects for defense. Now, having mastered the 7th level of the blood spirit technique, he possessed a powerful superior spell. Chu Zhuan stood abruptly, his palms gathering spiritual chi. Gradually, a chilling green flame coalesced in his palm. At a certain moment, when the green flame had swelled to its limit, Chu Zhuan fiercely thrust it forward. With a loud bang, the wall was suddenly blasted open, sending debris scattering everywhere. Around the edges of the hole, the eerie green flames continued to burn for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. True to its reputation as a superior spell of the chi refining stage, its power was formidable. This spell was named Nether Fire Orb. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. The Infinite Sect boasted 4 chi refining stage techniques, each with corresponding superior attack spells, 9 in total. Among them, Nether Fire Orb was undoubtedly the most powerful. However, it had a critical flaw: the charging time was too long, and it consumed a great deal of spiritual chi. With his current reserves, Chu Zhuan could only cast it 3 times. During the charging period, he was vulnerable to attack. If the spell failed to hit the target, the consequences would be dire, likely leaving him in a defensive position. Nevertheless, Chu Zhuan was not overly concerned about missing his target. With many undead soldiers under his command, he could effectively restrict the enemy's movements. The blood steel wire also possessed the innate spell of blood binding, making it easier to control foes. Excellent, I should practice more and master the Nether Fire Orb, he mused. As Chu Zhuan prepared to continue practicing the Nether Fire Orb, a noise came from the direction of the bathtub. Growling, a corpse puppet climbed out and respectfully approached Chu Zhuan. Soon, the other corpse puppets also awakened and gathered around him. Chu Zhuan had earlier mixed his blood into their corpse refining elixir. Although it was not his essence blood, it had preemptively bound them to him, and that explained their respectful behavior. Chu Zhuan took them back into the corpse nurturing tower and performed an identification technique. The results were somewhat disappointing. All 6 Yin corpses possessed inferior qualities, and their spells were lackluster. The leap technique, allowing them to pounce forward over distances, and the jump technique, enhancing their jumping abilities, were the more useful ones. Other corpse puppets possessed such spells as the rapid eating technique, which accelerated their eating speed, the water storage technique, which allowed them to store water in their stomachs, and the purification technique, which could purify wastewater. Chu Zhuan even discovered a self-destruct technique in one, which would rush into battle and self-detonate. He resignedly issued an order, forbidding this particular corpse from ever using its spell. I've painstakingly used refining elixirs and devoted effort to raise you, and you would explode at the slightest provocation in battle? How is that reasonable? Has this one not awakened yet? Chu Zhuan approached the bathtub at the front. Inside it lay the body of Zhao Hong, yet only a thin layer of the corpse refining elixir remained. While the other corpse puppets had already emerged, Zhao Hong had not. Chu Zhuan was actually pleased by this delay. It was a good sign, indicating that Zhao Hong's corpse was vigorously absorbing all the essences of the elixir without cessation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Zhuan prepared another bucket of the corpse refining elixir and poured it into Zhao Hong's bathtub. At this rate, it might take another 3 to 5 days. Chu Zhuan then found an empty room and began to practice the nether fire orb. Meanwhile, at the Black Blade security, which contrasted sharply with the spirit dog-occupied Houtai Hotel, the surroundings were much cleaner and tidier. The company was enclosed by iron fencing topped with barbed wire, which was stained with blood and flecked with remnants of flesh, a clear testament to its effectiveness against zombies. At that moment, a man stood at the gate. "Open up, it's Wang Yong." The gate slowly swung open, and Wang Yong strode in. 2 gaunt men approached him, giggling. "Brother Yong, did you send those 3 away?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Yong replied, "Sent them off, the Linjiang army will pick them up. I need to see my cousin, I have something important to tell him." One of the gaunt men pointed to a 3-story building and whispered, "The manager is busy there. It's best not to go now, Brother Yong, you wouldn't want to disturb his mood." Wang Yong frowned deeply. "I must go, it's important." He quickened his pace towards the building. A tall, burly man guarded the entrance of the small building. Wang Yong attempted to go upstairs but was stopped. "I need to see my cousin," he growled. The burly man remained expressionless. "The manager ordered not to be disturbed by anyone, including you." Grinding his teeth, Wang Yong shouted, "Brother. It's me. I have something important to tell you." After a moment of silence inside the building, the sound of a desk being slammed echoed. A buzz-cut head emerged from the window, cursing, "Damn it, don't you know I'm busy?" After a pause, he grumbled, "Come up then." Chapter 20, Temptation. Inside the dimly lit 3-story building, Wang Yong reached the 3rd floor. A slender woman sat in a chair, while beside her, a man with a buzz cut and dark skin focused intently on playing a video game. The screen displayed a grim and dark style, showing an armored warrior with a large shield and a straight sword battling a giant flaming titan. Meanwhile, another screen played scenes of passionate lovemaking, the source of the seductive noises Wang Yong had heard. However, Wang Yong was not surprised by this scene, he had seen it before. Others might think he was practicing or something important, but actually, he is just playing a game. That was why he didn't let people casually approach his office, because a boss who loved playing games seemed to undermine his dignity. Suddenly, a scream sounded from the screen, and Wang Gangjian put down the controller with a sigh. "This giant is really tough. Tell me, what is it?" he said, turning to his cousin Wang Yong. Wang Yong promptly recounted the scene he had witnessed at the unfinished building, in great detail and without omission. Wang Gangjian's expression was initially casual but quickly turned serious. "High-level zombies, it must be high-level zombies," Wang Gangjian said gravely. "What did that old Zhang from the research institute say?" Wang Yong shook his head. "They said nothing, and when I pressed who had rescued them, they evaded the question." Wang Gangjian sighed lightly. "East Lake City is really not a good place to be, with advanced zombies appearing one after another. Just a while ago, didn't Zhao Hong notify us that an advanced zombie appeared at the Walmart, and then it vanished? What should we do?" Wang Yong asked. Wang Gangjian glared at him. "What else can we do? Increase our vigilance, and stay away from that area. And, ask for some support from the Linjiang army. We are a force established under the guidance of the Linjiang army. With advanced zombies appearing frequently in East Lake City, we have to ask them for support." Wang Yong grinned. "You're always the smart one, big brother." Just as Wang Gangjian was about to pick up the controller again, he suddenly remembered something else. "You came back just in time. Zhao Hong bought a batch of canned food and medicines from us. Take some men and deliver it to them." "Eh? Didn't he always complain about the prices? Why is he buying now?" Wang Yong was puzzled. Wang Gangjian spoke offhandedly. "The spirit hounds has always been short on medicines. Initially, they staunchly refused to buy, claiming they still had supplies. Now that they've run out, they've no choice but to grit their teeth and pay the premium. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience." Wang Yong chuckled. "Fine. I'll take some men and deliver the goods then." "Go on, then." Wang Gangjian, without turning his head, waved dismissively and resumed his frustrating game. Meanwhile, Wang Yong and 2 men climbed into a Wuling van and headed towards the Spirit Hounds' headquarters at the Houtai Hotel. The gang maintained several strongholds, with the hotel serving merely as their main base. Additionally, there were food supplies from a large greenhouse to the north and a small fishery to the south. Due to East Lake City's modest size and relative abundance of resources, the Spirit Hounds and Black Peak security had coexisted without fatal conflicts. An hour later, the van pulled up outside the Houtai Hotel. As one of the men started to disembark, Wang Yong hastily pulled him back. "Something's off, it's too quiet. The Spirit Hounds is never like this." Wang Yong's face was grave as he sharply sensed the anomaly. It was broad daylight, a time when the gang members typically gathered in noisy clusters, playing cards or brawling. Each delivery was usually met with loud commotion from inside, but this silence was unnervingly odd, as if everyone had vanished. "Look carefully," Wang Yang whispered. The two men nodded and peered around cautiously. Suddenly, one exclaimed, "Brother Yang, there's a body over there, a mutilated body." Wang Yang followed their gaze and indeed spotted a body. To call it a body was somewhat inaccurate. It was merely a fragment, consisting of part of an arm and a leg. "Let's get out of here, fast." Wang Yang swallowed hard and growled. The presence of body parts indicated that the Houtai Hotel had definitely been attacked. Whether by zombies or some other formidable foe, the adversary was undoubtedly powerful. After all, Zhao Hong was considered a first-level superhuman. For an enemy to have silenced Zhao Hong, their strength had to be immense. Their only option now was to flee as quickly as possible. Buzzing with urgency, the van sped away with remarkable speed. However, they had not driven far when several figures appeared on the rooftops ahead. Through the car window, Wang Yang caught sight of two towering figures, resembling moving mountains. Each of their movements seemed to shake the ground. Their faces were fierce, their appearances bloodthirsty, bearing some resemblance to zombies yet with slight differences. Accompanying them were two giant hounds, which Wang Yang recognized as Zhao Hong's dogs, Daho and Ro. High-level zombies. And two of them. Even Zhao Hong's dogs had abandoned him and now followed these formidable creatures. Wang Yang's heart nearly burst from his chest. He bellowed, "Speed up, get us through. Don't stop." The driver, equally terrified, floored the accelerator, wishing he could merge with the engine to spin the wheels faster. Bao noticed the moving vehicle. The scent of living humans immediately ignited its bloodlust. Baring its teeth, it prepared to charge. Daho and Ro displayed equal aggression. Roar. But who growled low, a sound so threatening it immediately subdued the others. Bao, Daho, and Ro's voices quieted, tinged with resentment. Under the watchful eyes of the two zombies and two dogs, the van sped away. Wang Yang's heart raced. Are they following? Should I drive faster? The driver shouted. Ugh. No. Ugh. Wang Yang vomited several times before managing to sit upright. You really need. Ugh. To improve your driving skills. The driver gave an embarrassed smile. Wang Yang glanced behind them. The four figures accelerated toward the Houtai Hotel. In the blink of an eye, they entered the hotel and disappeared. Wang Yang suddenly pieced everything together. He realized that the spirit hounds had likely been annihilated by the two high-level zombies. Zhao Hong was probably dead. The Houtai Hotel and its surroundings had become the territory of these advanced zombies. Let's get back. We need to inform the boss immediately. Ugh. Wang Yang growled. All right, I get it. Just don't throw up on me. The driver nodded. Chapter 21, High-Quality Talent. Level 7 Corpse Soldier. At the Black Blade Security Company, beneath a modest 3-story building, Wang Yang arrived yet again. The burly guard stopped him as usual. Wang Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother. I have something critical to tell you, a matter of great importance. From the upper floor, curses and complaints rained down. Damn it. Wang Yang, just because you're my cousin doesn't mean I have to give you face. You've already interrupted my work twice. Wang Gangjian poked his head out from the window, his face flushed with anger as if his arduous efforts had been abruptly disrupted. Wang Yang bellowed, It's about the high-level zombies. Then come up. Wang Gangjian snapped. Moments later, Wang Yang was sitting across from Wang Gangjian. Bro, why are you still battling the Giant King? You're so unskilled, just quit it and stop wasting time. Wang Yang said, half-heartedly. Wang Gangjian snorted, One more try, I can definitely defeat him. With that, he plunged back into his intense focus, enduring his virtual struggles. Wang Yang sighed lightly, Let me play for you while you listen to me, okay? Wang Gangjian scoffed, If you can beat him in one go, I'll stop. Taking the controller, Wang Yang navigated his character through the halls, charging to the Giant King's throne. He snatched the great sword leaning against it and struck fiercely. After several blows, the Giant King fell to the ground, defeated with a few more strikes. Setting down the controller, he looked into Wang Gangjian's eyes. Now, will you listen to me? Wang Gangjian stared in disbelief. How did you do that? Why was that sword so powerful? Will you listen to me now? Wang Yang roared. Wang Gangjian grimaced. Fine, go ahead. Wang Yang recounted his experience at the Houtai Hotel without missing a detail, his expression grave. Really? You saw two high-level zombies? Wang Gangjian's expression grew serious. Absolutely. That stature, those eyes, no ordinary zombie could possess them. Wang Yang replied with equal seriousness. At that moment, Having caught the gaze of the high-level zombie, he had felt his blood nearly freeze in his veins. If not for the vents speeding away in time, he might have already become food for the high-level zombie. This is indeed critical. We should avoid that area from now on. Wang Gangjian said solemnly. What if those high-level zombies break out? We can't just sit around and wait to die. Wang Yang stated gravely. Of course not. We'll have to ask for assistance from the Linjiang army and have them send some superhumans over. Wang Gangjian nodded. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Good, you have a plan, bro. You'll need to make the contact since you were discharged from the Linjiang army. Our words won't carry much weight. Wang Gangjian nodded. Leave it to me, you don't need to worry. 5 days later, at the Houtai Hotel, Chu Zhuan exhaled and finished his cultivation session. Now, only 9 of the large blood beads remained in his possession, the rest having been absorbed. He sensed his Danshan, the repository of a cultivator's spiritual chi located in the lower abdomen, swelling slightly and decided to cease his practice. Is there a disturbance? Chu Zhuan suddenly heard a noise emanating from the bathtub. He swiftly walked over and immediately saw a colossal corpse puppet clambering out of the tub. Having absorbed the contents of 2 full bathtubs of corpse refining elixir, its stature had significantly increased, reaching a height of nearly 8 feet. Its body was covered in bulging muscles and protruding veins, pulsing with immense strength, resembling a statue of a muscle-bound warrior. Fine white bone armor had grown over its chest, back, and joints. More astonishingly, in its left hand it wielded a bone shield, and in its right, a bone spear, both wrapped in a ghastly pale glow, clearly not ordinary artifacts. Chu Zhuan was somewhat taken aback. This corpse puppet was naturally equipped with magical tools. With a roar, the corpse puppet bellowed to the heavens, as if celebrating its rebirth. The other newly emerged corpse puppets around trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Daho and Ro were so frightened they urinated themselves, while only Hu and Bao managed to withstand the formidable aura. Chu Zhuan stood before the corpse puppet, his gaze cold and steady. The corpse returned his gaze. After a moment, it respectfully knelt down, growling softly in a show of homage to its master. With a casual gesture, Chu Zhuan summoned the corpse into his corpse-nurturing tower. A streak of black light enveloped the corpse. High-quality talent. Level 7 corpse soldier. Chu Zhuan's eyes brightened. The innate potential of this corpse far exceeded his expectations. Born with high qualities and already at the level of a level 7 corpse soldier, it was comparable to a 7th level chi refining cultivator. Let's see what spells you possess. Chu Zhuan cast an identification spell again. Golden light, divine strength, corpse howl. He raised his eyebrows in approval. The golden light, which Hu also possesses, serves to enhance defenses. The divine strength, on the other hand, bolsters one's physical power. However, the corpse howl genuinely surprised him, as it is considered one of the best innate skills a corpse soldier could acquire. Upon being activated, it deals a severe blow to the spirits of all nearby enemies while simultaneously bolstering the corpse puppet itself, greatly enhancing its aggressive impulses. A corpse puppet with the corpse howl is undeniably a leader among its kind. As long as they are alive, the surrounding corpse puppets will continue to fight fervently until death. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chu Zhuan praised thrice, his eyes brimming with satisfaction as he gazed upon the corpse puppet. It's time to give you a name. What shall it be? You were once called Zhao Hong. Zhao, a prominent surname. Hong, symbolizing vastness and strength. Ah, blending the deeper meanings of both, let's call you Long. Chu Zhuan nodded in approval. With a resonant roar, Long accepted its new name. Long, Hu, go out and hunt on your own. Hu, teach Long the rules what to do and what not to do. Chu Zhuan instructed. Both Long and Hu roared in acknowledgement, then leaped away, disappearing between the skyscrapers. Afterward, Chu Zhuan stored Bao and the other 6 corpse puppets back into the corpse-nurturing tower. The dense yin chi inside the tower is highly beneficial to corpse puppets, which require not only flesh and blood but also a significant amount of yin chi to thrive. Having completed these tasks, Chu Zhuan resumed his cultivation. He planned to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of chi refining before returning to the mystic azure realm. With so many corpse puppets under his command and the newly transformed blood steel wire, his power would undoubtedly be the strongest below the foundation establishment stage, unthreatened by ordinary chi refining cultivators. Upon returning to the mystic azure realm, he would only need to gather some spiritual herbs and medicines to begin his assault on the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 22, Foundation Establishment Blood Pill, Live Soul Flower. To advance to the foundation establishment stage, orthodox cultivators nearly always require a foundation establishment pill, with only a rare few gifted enough to liquefy spiritual chi independently and ascend without one. However, these pills are exceedingly difficult to procure. The primary ingredient for the pill is a foundation establishment stage spiritual medicine known as the Dalcultrop flower, which alone costs 10 medium spiritual stones. Depending on the specific pill recipe of each sect, an additional 7 to 12 chi refining stage spiritual medicines are also required. Even with these ingredients, a successful pill concoction is not guaranteed. Generally, a skilled alchemist achieving success in 4 out of 10 attempts is considered quite adept. Demonic cultivators, however, have forged a different path by substituting the Dalcultrop flower with the Life Soul flower, a peculiar bloom that emerges from the vital soul of powerful beings. They also replace the rare chi refining stage spiritual medicines with more readily available alternatives, significantly reducing the cost of crafting foundation pills. These altered pills are known by demon cultivators as foundation establishment blood pills. Lacking the resources to gather the traditional ingredients, Chujuan had long been prepared to concoct the foundation establishment blood pill. Continue cultivating. Chujuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and resumed refining the large blood beads. Time flew swiftly. A month had passed in a blink. Sitting on the rooftop of the Houtai Hotel, Chujuan could not yet avoid food, so he had to pause after absorbing each large blood bead to eat. He had nearly depleted the food reserves stored in the Spirit Hounds' warehouse. With a constant supply of large blood beads fueling his cultivation over the month, Chujuan's realm had improved dramatically, now peaking at the 8th level of chi refining. He was just a thin barrier away from the 9th level, but despite having only one large blood bead left, there had been no signs of breaking through this final barrier. Break for me. Chujuan began absorbing the last large blood bead. Vital energy surged into his body. He roared, veins bulging on his forehead. A cultivator's personal will can significantly propel their practice. Perhaps it was Chujuan's intense determination, or perhaps the potent destiny surrounding him, but the bottleneck between the 8th and 9th levels of chi refining shattered at that moment. Boom. His aura exploded, dust swirling. In an instant, the rooftop of the hotel was swept clean, and spotless. Bao, along with the 6 corpse puppets, was guarding the rooftop. Usually silent, they stood still. The surging aura around Chujuan so startled Bao that it couldn't help but roar in terror, while the other 6 corpse puppets prostrated themselves, too frightened to lift their heads. It was only after Chujuan's aura had receded considerably that they tentatively stood up, casting curious glances his way, like inquisitive children. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Chujuan exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. The 9th level of chi refining, he declared. Now, all I need is to fill my danshan completely to prepare for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. A smile spread across his face. From afar, the roar of a corpse echoed, followed by sounds that grew louder as they approached. Within moments, Long and Hu appeared on the rooftop, each carrying a spiritual hound. Upon seeing Chujuan, Hu immediately bowed his head in respect. Daho and Ro did the same. Although they had not formally acknowledged Chujuan as their master, they recognized him as such from the depths of their being. Long hesitated, not bowing immediately. Chujuan's gaze turned icy as he looked at it. After a moment, he scoffed, "No wonder you hesitate, having reached the 8th level. Think you've grown strong enough to defy me?" With a snort, Chujuan's spiritual chi surged, pressing down on Long like a mountain. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Long immediately knelt, the sound of its kneecaps cracking filling the air. Long screamed in agony but dared not rise, still kneeling. It had realized that its master's strength far surpassed its own and that resistance would be foolish. "Humphrey, rebellious one," Chujuan said coldly. Corpse puppets were not emotionless killing machines, they typically retained some of the personality traits of their former lives. Clearly, Long was naturally defiant. "Who is now a level 7 corpse soldier, well done. This is your reward," Chujuan said. He flicked his finger, sending a blood bead flying toward who caught it eagerly in his mouth. Direct consumption of flesh was inefficient for corpse puppets, they preferred blood beads refined by Chujuan's technique. Who then reached out and tugged at the hem of Chujuan's robe, seemingly eager to communicate something. Chujuan felt a stirring in his heart and immediately connected with Hu through his thoughts. After a brief exchange, he understood what Hu wanted to convey. "You've discovered a den of giant wolves, and they are gathering to ambush you?" Chujuan was immediately intrigued. Humans had withstood the baptism of genetic energy, transforming into superhumans. Animals and plants might also endure the suction of genetic energy, evolving into extraordinary creatures and flora. The intelligence of those giant wolves, evident from their understanding of ambush tactics, was clearly not low. It was likely that the genetic energy had accelerated their development. This was not good news for the human survivors of East Lake City. However, for Chu Zhuan, it was an extraordinary opportunity. The wolves were intelligent and strong. Perhaps they could serve as a nurturing ground for the life soul flowers. Before returning to the Mystic Azure realm, prepare the nurturing ground for the life soul flowers. By the time I return from the realm, the life soul flowers should be mature. Chu Zhuan thought. Where is the territory of those giant wolves? He asked. Who roared a few times, pointing towards a small hill to the north. Chu Zhuan nodded. Long, Hu, and the other 6, follow me. Bao stays to guard the home. The 3 zombie beasts roared. Only Bao seemed a bit aggrieved. Let Daho and Ro stay as well, to keep Bao company. Chu Zhuan gestured dismissively. Bao immediately cheered up, much like a child finding a playmate of the same age. Chu Zhuan collected Long, Hu, and the other corpse puppets into the corpse nurturing tower and then sped towards the north on his flying sword. At the Black Blade Security Company, Wang Gangjian was not playing games today but sat in the manager's office, frowning in distress. Wang Yang was also sitting on the sofa in front of him, similarly troubled. I called you here to think of solutions, not to frown along with me. Wang Gangjian scolded. Wang Yang gave an awkward smile. It's difficult. A monster that a 6-person squad from the Linjiang army couldn't handle, and our Black Blade only has 4 superhumans, all at level 1. Wang Gangjian became even angrier upon hearing this. I told you to crush the genetic core and eat it, but you wouldn't. With your talent, if you were a level 2 superhuman, would Black Blade be so devoid of solutions? Wang Yang's smile grew more strained. Eating a genetic core directly success, failure, or no effect each had about a 1/3 chance of occurring, depending largely on one's physical constitution. If one's body was strong enough, consuming a genetic core directly was feasible. But he truly dared not. Chapter 23, The Highway. Encircled by wolves. After a prolonged reflection, Wang Yang at last declared, those creatures precisely block the highway stretching from Linjiang military base to us. Even a small team from Linjiang forces was overwhelmed by their assault. Only a single soul managed to flee to safety. I propose that we should not act with haste. The priority now is to gather intelligence, to ascertain their numbers, and locate their lair. When Linjiang dispatches more troops, we shall encircle and utterly annihilate these monsters. Hearing this, Wang Gangjian nodded his approval. A sound plan. Let us proceed accordingly. Let us take Song and probe their actual strength. Wang Yang nodded and promptly set about making the arrangements. A short while later, the trio climbed into a van. They were Wang Gangjian, Wang Yang, and Song Dai, joined by Tang Jinchuan. Together, they constituted all the superhumans of the Black Blade Security Company. However, the company always required someone to hold the fort. This duty was assigned to Tang Jinchuan. Yet, before the van could depart, a figure staggered towards them, pursued by a gasping, portly man. Brother Jian, he insisted on coming. Tang Jinchuan expressed helplessly. Wang Gangjian turned to the pallid man before him and sighed gently. Zhuang Kaiyang, with such severe injuries, you should not be here. The man was Zhuang Kaiyang. After he and Sun Meng had escorted Zheng Baishan back to the Linjiang Province Institute of Life Sciences, he had received orders to lead a Linjiang military squad southward once more to aid Black Blade security in clearing advanced zombies from East Lake City. Yet, they had scarcely traversed the highway when a pack of gargantuan wolves ambushed them. Apart from him, the rest of the squad perished. Zhuang Kaiyang, a first-level superhuman with formidable physical prowess, had managed to escape and hide, narrowly evading the wolves' pursuit and finally reaching Black Blade's security. He bellowed, I must go. The brethren of the Linjiang army cannot perish in vain. Wang Gangjian firmly shook his head. No, your wounds are too grievous. It is best you remain here to heal. Once you are mended, you shall have your chance for vengeance. Zhuang Kaiyang gritted his teeth. My gift is the wood spirit, I can scout through the plants. Are you not seeking to ascertain the reality of those giant wolves? I am most appointed for this task. Wang Gangjian and the others exchanged looks, one eyebrow arched. Supernatural talents are indeed diverse and peculiar, each individual being unique. Zhuang Kaiyang's capability to employ plants as his scouts was indeed most suitable for the mission. Wang Gangjian nodded solemnly. Very well, then accompany us, and we will safeguard you throughout. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. At that, Zhuang Kaiyang finally allowed a small smile to surface and boarded the vehicle. The van dusted the road behind and sped directly towards the northernmost highway leading to East Lake City. East Lake City was but a modest town, its only conduit to the Linjiang forces being the highway that spanned its length. Every instance of support from the Linjiang military had traversed this very route. Should an alternative path be adopted, both efficiency and safety would markedly decline. Thus, All impediments along this highway needed to be eradicated, including the extraordinary animals that had evolved under the influence of genetic forces. As Wang Gangjian and his companions departed from Black Blade security, a sword's hum resonated above the highway amidst the mists. A figure emerged. Chujuan. Chujuan chose a flat segment of the road to align upon. The highway appeared frequently traveled, with abandoned vehicles dragged to the sides. With a casual gesture, Long, Gu, and 6 corpse puppets materialized beside him. "Where were you ambushed?" Chujuan inquired. Hu roared and gestured ahead. Chujuan nodded and strode forward rapidly. Covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, he reached a pickup truck that had broken down, its tracks suggesting it had been no more than 3 days. Linjiang army was emblazoned across the truck's surface, which bore numerous claw marks. Surrounding it were signs of a skirmish and scattered blood. Additionally, he observed several patches of wolf fur. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the woods on the right side of the highway. It seemed to be a cry for help. Chujuan's eyebrows raised, and he walked briskly toward the source. Approaching closer, the sound clarified it was the cry of an infant. His gaze swept through the woods, quickly locking onto a blood-stained pile of clothes. The pile was subtly quivering, the crying emanating from within. Chujuan hastened his steps. Long, Gu, and the other corpse puppets followed. Anyone who heard an infant's cry would feel a stir of compassion. Even the most heinous murderer might hesitate for a moment. But Chujuan did not. 50 meters from the pile, his right hand was already conjuring another fire orb. When only 10 meters away, he abruptly raised his hand and hurled the orb. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Both the clothes and trees were blasted into the air, along with splatters of fresh flesh. Thud! A piece of flesh, covered in hair, landed at Chujuan's feet. The hair was long and vigorous, clearly not human. It was, unmistakably, wolf fur. Genetics are indeed peculiar, teaching you to mimic an infant's cries to lure the unwitting. Chujuan remarked calmly. Unfortunately, your intellect remains lacking. He continued. There are no living humans near the highway, how could an abandoned infant's cry be so resonant? As his words fell, over a dozen figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Each one was over 3 meters tall with extraordinarily agile forms. With a light leap, they could cover 5 or 6 meters in distance. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Chujuan and his subordinate corpse puppets from all directions. On a nearby boulder, a colossal wolf more than 5 meters in length and towering over 2 men stood silently, overlooking Chujuan. The cold, bloodthirsty gleam in its remaining eye revealed it as the Wolf King. Chujuan, intrigued, admired the Wolf King's robust musculature, his face breaking into a satisfied grin. This Wolf King must be a second-level supernatural animal. Among its pack, there were also several first-level supernatural animals. The rest of the giant wolves, although not supernatural creatures, far surpassed ordinary wild wolves in both size and ferocity. No wonder such a den of giant wolves stationed near the highway could ambush the soldiers of the Linjiang army passing through. As Chujuan observed the Wolf King, the beast assessed him in return. This human was different from many others it had encountered. Able to wield powerful fireballs and accompanied by several zombies, it gave the wolf a profound sense of danger. But after a brief contemplation, the instinct born of nature overwhelmed reason. The wolf and its pack had fled from Two Dragon City on the northwest side of East Lake City, having been starved for a long while. The soldiers they had killed 2 days prior had barely sufficed to sate their hunger. Now, with living humans before them, there was no logic in avoiding battle. Chapter 24, You have a brain, but not much of it. Roar. The Wolf King bellowed, and the surrounding dozen giant wolves surged forward aggressively. Chujuan stood motionless, casually ordering, keep the stronger wolves alive, kill the rest. Long, Gu, and the 6 corpse puppets received their commands in an instant. A fierce gleam flashed in their eyes as they fiercely lunged forward. In just a moment, the pack was routed. After all, most of them were not supernatural beings. But the corpse puppets crafted by Chujuan possessed innate magical abilities and were not of low standing. The weakest among them, whose innate magic was self-detonation, also possessed the prowess of a third-level corpse soldier. Together with Long and Hu, these ferocious corpses made light work of the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, the mournful whines of the giant wolves were heard. Chujuan glanced over casually. He noted that the weaker wolves had all been slain. The 4 that were first-level supernatural beings had their limbs broken and were thrown to the ground. Long and Hu swiftly moved behind the Wolf King, trapping it in a pincer movement. The Wolf King was taken aback. The shift in the situation was too swift, it had thought the advantage lay with it. Yet, in an instant, it had gone from being the encircler to the encircled. Roar. The Wolf King roared furiously, stomping the ground and charging directly at Chujuan. It had encountered superhumans in Two Dragon City who excelled in controlling supernatural creatures, but each one was physically weak. So, it ignored Long, Hu, and the other corpse puppets, focusing its attack on Chujuan. In its view, killing this human quickly was the key to breaking free. With its speed, the corpses would surely be unable to keep up after all. How could 2 legs compare with its 4? You have a brain, but not much of it. Chujuan said with a light smile. This Wolf King had obviously realized that he controlled the corpse puppets. Eliminate him, and the corpses would fall apart. Regrettably, he was no frail summoner like those often depicted in novels, mighty summoned beasts paired with a weak summoner. If he did not possess substantial strength, how could he possibly control the likes of Long and Hu? Chujuan remained where he was, utterly still. He could already see the Wolf King's sharp fangs, the drool flowing, and the foul stench of its breath as it bore down upon him. Swoosh! A line of blood flashed by. In that moment, it seemed as though a giant club had fiercely struck the Wolf King's head. They say wolves have a skull of copper and a backbone of tofu. Their most vulnerable part is the waist, and the hardest, the head. But with sufficient force, even a blow to the head could stun the wolf. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Thump. In an instant, the Wolf King was knocked unconscious, collapsing senseless to the ground. The battle had ended before it even began. Long observed everything, promptly shelving any mischievous thoughts and daring not to entertain any disrespect. Carry them up, take them all back. Chujuan said casually. Roar. The corpse puppets bellowed in unison. They hoisted the wolf corpses and the unconscious giant wolves onto their shoulders, following behind Chujuan. Occasionally, they sneakily licked the wolf corpses, much like children stealthily tasting sweets behind their parents' necks. On the way back to Hotai Hotel, Chujuan didn't ride his flying sword. After all, with so many corpse puppets to manage, it indeed wasn't feasible to use the flying sword to transport them. This time returning to Mystic-Azure Realm, if there's a chance, I must exchange for a new flying magic tool. He mused. Preferably a high-quality one. Chujuan noted this task in his mind as he strode back. With his party's strength, they could freely stroll through the city without fear of zombie attacks. Indeed, perhaps it was the zombies that should be worried. After all, in Chujuan's eyes, each zombie was a potential source of blood pearls. Should any enthusiastic zombies come their way, Chujuan would surely thank them tearfully for their gifts. At 3 in the afternoon that day, at the border between East Lake City and Two Dragon City, a van approached from afar and stopped where the pickup had broken down. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Xuang Kaiyang lighted from the vehicle. Xuang Kaiyang, injured, was protectively encircled by the others. All 4 were extremely vigilant. Xuang Kaiyang gazed at the pickup truck with a sorrowful expression. My 5 comrades died right here. I watched helplessly as they were dragged away by the wolves. I must personally skin those beasts. Wang Gangjian sighed softly. Before the zombie crisis erupted, he had served several years as a soldier in the Linjiang army, achieving the rank of sergeant, and commanding 10 soldiers under him. He could empathize with Xuang Kaiyang's seething rage. The pain of watching his cheerful, playful comrades fall in battle was more than most could bear. Take me to the edge of the forest, I can detect if any of those creatures are around. Xuang Kaiyang said, taking a deep breath, his voice serious. The 3 men nodded and escorted him to the forest's edge. Xuang Kaiyang placed his hand on the surface of a tree and closed his eyes. He could communicate with only one tree at a time. Branches, leaves, and roots became his eyes and ears. He could sense the memories of this tree. In places where the soil was fertile and the climate moist, the relationship between a tree's roots and its crown was almost 1-to-1. That is to say, the roots spread as wide as the crown above. Thus, he could perceive everything within the reach of the roots clearly through the tree. I hear heavy breathing, lots of it. It's those wolves. But not now, it was a few hours ago, around noon. I also heard zombie roars, and intense fighting sounds. The battle ended quickly. I heard the death whimpers of giant wolves. And human voices. Xuang Kaiyang's use of his talent lasted only 3 minutes, yet he was drenched in sweat, his front and back soaked. Wang Gangjian and the others were astounded. You mean, there was a battle here a few hours ago? Wang Yong added, a battle between humans and the wolf pack? Xuang Kaiyang nodded, I'm certain it was a fight between humans and wolves, with zombies involved as well. The wolves likely suffered heavy losses. The 3 men exchanged surprised glances. Someone had actually taken on this wolf pack head on and won. The leading Wolf King, it's a second-level supernatural being, right? There's a second-level superhuman in East Lake City who could match the Wolf King? Wang Gangjian scratched his buzzcut, his face a picture of confusion. I've been in East Lake City for so many years, how did I not know this? The wolves, having suffered heavy losses, probably won't come out to hunt. We should search around here, we'll definitely find the site of the battle. Wang Yang said earnestly. Alright, let's split up to search, but don't go too far from each other. If you encounter danger, shout loudly. Wang Gangjian nodded. The four split into 3 groups. Wang Gangjian and Wang Yang each went solo, while Song Dai stayed with Zhuang Kaiyang. They began their search and before long, they found the site of the battle. My god! The scene before them left them all stunned. Chapter 25, Foundation Establishment Path. They saw towering trees shattered into fragments, their surfaces charred by flames. The ground was littered with flesh and fur from the giant wolves. The 4 men all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The pack of giant wolves was formidable, such that even well-trained Linjiang army squads were no match for them. However, the carnage strewn about clearly demonstrated the ferocity of the battle. No fewer than 5 or 6 giant wolves could have caused such a splatter of flesh and blood. It's impossible. Who could have killed them? Zhuang Haiyang muttered incredulously. Wang Gangjian thought for a moment. Let's continue searching around this center. If any wolves escaped, there should be traces. Wang Yang and the others nodded and resumed their search. However, despite a long search, they found no signs of any wolves escaping. There were no toppled trees, no mottled bloodstains, nothing. What this implied was clear. Wang Yang swallowed hard. All those giant wolves are dead, and their bodies have been taken away. Although Wang Gangjian and Song Dai found it hard to believe, they nodded in agreement with his conclusion. It looks like we've made a wasted trip. Song Dai said, somewhat relieved. No fight meant no casualties. That was preferable to any alternative. Even as a first-level superhuman, any injury could lead to infection. Now, without any doctors around, they could only rely on medicine for self-treatment. Who knew if they would survive? Wang Gangjian was still scratching his head. Brother, what are you worried about? Wang Yang asked. Wang Gangjian gave a wry smile. Zhuang Haiyang mentioned that the wolf pack's leader is a second-level supernatural being. Besides, there are several first-level supernatural beings in the pack. That someone has the strength to take down such a group of giant wolves, what kind of power does he possess? A third-level superhuman? Zhuang Haiyang immediately shook his head. Impossible. Third-level superhumans are extremely rare. Without exception, they are all leaders and protectors of various organizations. They aim to break through to the 4th level and need a lot of manpower to collect genetic cores. Why would a third-level superhuman be wandering alone outside? Wang Gangjian, Wang Yang, and Song Dai thought it over. It made sense. No third-level superhuman would frivolously run about. Almost all of them stayed in their territories, employing every means to elevate themselves. Zhuang Haiyang pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps it's just a second-level superhuman but with an exceptionally powerful talent. After all, talents vary widely. Those with exceptionally strong talents can even help superhumans fight above their level. Wang Gangjian sighed softly. Regardless, we must be cautious. The Houtai Hotel is occupied by 2 high-level zombies, and now a mysterious second-level superhuman has appeared. Our days at Black Blade are becoming even tougher. The 4 men reboarded the van, speeding off as dusk had not yet fallen. Houtai Hotel. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Chu Zhuan leisurely made his way back here. Along the route, he had eliminated a number of zombies and refined quite a few blood pearls. Moreover, he browsed through numerous supermarkets and shops, scouting for any edible food. Eating instant noodles every day was becoming tedious, and a change in diet would certainly be welcome. However, Chu Zhuan only managed to find some chocolate. He had learned that the zombie crisis on Blue Star had been raging for over 5 years. Few foods could withstand a 5-year shelf life. It seems if I want to enjoy delicious meals there, I might have to start growing my own vegetables. Chu Zhuan mused. This was not a difficult task for him. All that was needed was to set up a spirit-gathering array to draw in the sparse spiritual chi from the surroundings. Even the most barren soil could be transformed into fertile land under such conditions. This land could then be termed a spirit field. Crops grown in a spirit field would develop unusually quickly, and the fruits they bore were exceptionally tasty. As for the laborious tasks of plowing, weeding, pest control, and harvesting, these could be entirely delegated to the corpse puppets. Although dim-witted, corpse puppets, once properly instructed, were far more suitable for such monotonous and repetitive labor than humans. No sooner said than done. There was a garden at the back of Houtai Hotel, and Chu Zhuan ordered that all the flowers and plants be uprooted and the soil loosened. Only then did he set about arranging the spirit-gathering array. The spiritual chi on Blue Star was extremely weak, nowhere near comparable to that on Mystic Azure Realm. But even the slightest presence of spiritual chi could be harnessed by the spirit-gathering array. If necessary, Spirit stones could be placed within the array to extract their spiritual chi and nourish the soil. By sunset, Chujuan had the spirit field ready. The field, spanning 40 meters wide and 30 meters long, was divided into several sections, each planted with different spiritual plants. Golden pattern rice, similar to regular rice but with a far superior taste. Dawn wheat, akin to wheat but its long-term consumption can make the body lighter and more agile. Chujuan, having selected various spiritual plants from his cultivation bag, handed them to the corpse puppets for sowing. Initially clumsy, the corpses soon grew proficient under his patient guidance. Not bad at all. Chujuan nodded in approval. Then, he ascended on his sword to the rooftop. The Wolf King and the 4 giant wolves were securely bound. While the 4 wolves were still unconscious, the Wolf King was awake, its eye flickering with a brutal light, as if it wished it could tear Chujuan apart 1,000, 10,000 times. Chujuan completely disregarded such glares. As before, he took out a small knife and began to make incisions on the Wolf King. He started with the limb joints, then the abdomen, and finally the crown of the head. The flesh from these 3 areas varied, making them suitable for the growth of different spiritual plants. In the limb joints and the abdomen, Chujuan inserted seeds of the soul-nourishing leaf and crimson blood fruit. Closest to the brain, the crown of the head was ideal for the life soulflower seeds. The life soulflower was a primary ingredient for foundation establishment blood pills, while soul-nourishing leaves and crimson blood fruits were rare supplementary materials. With these 3 types of spiritual medicine secured, nearly all other necessary herbs could be purchased from reputable markets using spirit stones. His foundation establishment blood pill was nearly within reach. My path to foundation establishment relies on you. Chujuan patted the Wolf King's head and chuckled. The Wolf King could feel its vitality being sapped by the strange plants, but it was powerless, forced to watch its own life force ebb away. As for the 4 giant wolves, Chujuan applied the same procedure, implanting spiritual plants within them. However, since they were only first-level supernatural beings, he did not use particularly rare plants. After completing these tasks, Chujuan returned to the ground floor of the Houtai Hotel to set up more formations. First, he installed a mist array. This was a mid-tier chi refining stage formation. Its function was simple, to generate a mist that enveloped both the inside and outside of the array, covering a circular area with a diameter of about 100 zhang, approximately 330 meters. This range was sufficient to encompass not only the Houtai Hotel but also some nearby residences and shops. Anyone who wandered into the mist array would find themselves disoriented, wandering aimlessly before being sent back to the entrance, perpetually unable to penetrate deeper into the formation. Next, he began to set up a gathering evil array. Chapter 26, Return to Peace Market. Trouble arrives. The so-called evil chi is the malevolent and vile or released upon the death of living beings. Righteous cultivators usually avoid it at all costs, while demonic cultivators often seek it out. For a demonic cultivator like Chujuan, evil chi has a wide array of uses. It can be infused into magical tools, employed in offense and defense, and even utilized in cultivation. Setting up the gathering evil array at the Houtai Hotel served 2 purposes: to gather evil chi for his own use and to automatically repel intruders who tried to penetrate deeper into the mist array. It was midnight by the time Chujuan had both arrays properly arranged. With the gathering evil array in place, along with the corpse puppets he had left behind, it would be difficult for anyone to infiltrate the Houtai Hotel. This secured his base of operations. Could this place be considered my cave dwelling? Chujuan suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought that my cave dwelling wouldn't be on Mystic Azure Realm but on a post-apocalyptic planet? Moments later, he returned to the rooftop. He stored Long and Bao back in the tower. You will command the 6 corpse puppets and the 2 dogs. After I leave, guard the Houtai Hotel well. If you're hungry, go out and hunt zombies, but don't stir up trouble. Nod if you understand. Chujuan instructed. Roar, roar. Who responded in a deep voice, nodding repeatedly. Its intelligence had grown significantly over time, now comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. It understood everything Chujuan said. Chujuan felt reassured about leaving Hu in charge. Hu was his first corpse puppet and the most stable and obedient. After one last look around, Chujuan retrieved the blood mirror from his storage bag. The mirror's energy was fully charged and ready for use at any moment. He had only delayed his departure to ensure everything was properly set up. Chujuan gently touched the blood mirror, and it abruptly engulfed him. In an instant, his figure vanished from the rooftop. Hu growled softly, suddenly feeling a sense of loss. Its master had left, gone far away. Now, it was up to Hu to protect the master's cave dwelling. It resolved that no evildoers would come near. In Mystic Azure Realm, within a cavern, Chujuan's figure appeared without warning. He surveyed his surroundings. The last time he departed, It was from this very cave, then occupied by a bear. Today, it remained unchanged. Sensing the area, Chujuan detected no presence of cultivators nearby. He retrieved the array flags set up previously and pushed aside the boulder blocking the cave entrance. Instantly, sunlight streamed in, the air clear and the breeze gentle. He took a deep breath, and the rich spiritual chi filled his lungs, refreshing his spirit. I have 3 objectives this time, he mused. First, to purchase a cauldron suitable for concocting Foundation Establishment blood pills. Second, to acquire the various spiritual herbs needed for the pills. Third, to purchase a high-quality flying magical tool. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Using a technique to alter his appearance, Chujuan headed towards the Peace Market nearby. Indeed, he was returning to Peace Market. Since the Divine Star sect had already scoured the area once and raided the Wu family estate, they were unlikely to take further action against the Peace Market. Thus, it was safe. Once again, he arrived at the market square. The market was as usual, unaffected by the grand schemes of the major righteous sects. At most, it provided some extra gossip during meals. This time, Chujuan adopted the guise of a noble young man with a striking appearance. However, his slanted eyebrows and hawk-like nose gave him a sharp, intimidating aura. Clearly, he was not someone to be trifled with. As before, Chujuan didn't rush to make his purchases but instead made his way to a tea house within Peace Market. He chose his seat carefully. Not only was it by the window, but it also offered a clear view of the square's north and south entrances. This allowed him to notice any disturbances quickly. While sipping tea, Chujuan listened attentively to the conversations of other cultivators using a technique that enhanced his hearing. Soon, he had gathered information about the recent events. 10 days. Chujuan smiled lightly. He had spent 3 months on Blue Star, but only 10 days had passed on Mystic Azure Realm. To the cultivators here, it seemed he had advanced from the 6th to the 9th level of chi refining in a mere flick of the fingers. This rate of progression, even among peerless geniuses, would be envied and unmatched. Chujuan's brows suddenly raised, his eyes flicking to a corner where an old man and a young boy sat. Their faces were unfamiliar to him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of disguise techniques. More importantly, he overheard their conversation. Senior Brother Wei, do you think Zhang Cheng will come? Is there a chance he has turned to the Divine Star sect and become a traitor? That's why we're using disguises and waiting here instead of meeting him directly. We need to observe the surroundings first, don't you get it? Oh, I understand. It's noon now, our appointed time is at 1:15, he should be arriving soon. Stay close and follow my lead when the time comes. Alright. In almost an instant, Chujuan guessed the identity of the 2 men. They were chi refining stage disciples from the Infinite Sect, Cheng and Wei Hua. As for Zhang Qing, Chujuan remembered him too. Among the chi refining stage disciples, Zhang was a notorious broker, best known for selling second-hand magical tools passed down from senior disciples. Chujuan's own flying sword was acquired through Zhang Qing. Since it was second-hand, it was cheaper by 10 to 20%. The last time Divine Star Sect traded the Wu family estate, it seems they survived and are still alive. And now they appear in Peace Market. I get it, they are still hiding with the Wu family, which suggests that the Wu family isn't wholly aligned with the Divine Star Sect. Chujuan tapped the tabletop lightly, sorting through his thoughts quietly and quickly organizing his reasoning. Going to Zhongqing to buy items? That's quite bold. Chujuan shook his head slightly. In times like these, anyone could turn traitor. Reconnecting with disciples separated from the Infinite Sect could lead not to the items needed but to an ambush by righteous cultivators. I can't stay in Peace Market any longer, I must leave immediately. Even if Zhongqing isn't a traitor, he might still attract unwanted attention. If they get tangled up with me, it would be troublesome. Chujuan stood up immediately. His relationship with Cheng and Wei Hua was that of senior brothers, merely casual acquaintances rather than close friends. In unclear and potentially dangerous situations, the first priority was naturally to ensure his own safety. However, as Chujuan's gaze swept past the window, he noticed a figure striding towards the entrance of Peace Market. The man carried a blood-stained package and emanated a fierce killing intent. Yet, his handsome face wore a warm smile, seemingly approachable. 2 starkly contrasting temperaments manifested in one person. Chujuan sighed softly. Here it comes. Trouble had arrived, faster than he had anticipated. Chapter 27, Lend a Hand. The young cultivator, carrying dual swords on his back and a perpetual smile on his face, was known for this demeanor only among the chi refining stage disciples of the Divine Star Sect. This was Zhuang Hao, ranked 4th among the inner disciples of the sect. In just 5 years since joining the sect, he had rapidly advanced to the 8th level of chi refining. What made him most notorious was his merciless stance against demonic cultivators. He killed them on sight without hesitation. After the 5-sects campaign against demons, 3 of the top 10 inner disciples of the Infinite Sect had fallen to Hueco. Such was his reputation that the remaining disciples of the Infinite Sect would rather face a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator than encounter Hueco. With righteous cultivators, there might be a chance of survival, but Hueco was known for his lethal resolve. The Grand Elder of the Divine Star Sect had praised Hueco profusely, declaring that once Hueco achieved Foundation Establishment, he would take him as his direct disciple. Hueco was indeed a rising star within the Divine Star Sect, with even those ranked above him in the chi refining stage not entirely confident they could best him. His arrival at Peace Market was surely not for mundane shopping. Chu Zhuan was not particularly worried about Hueco himself. With his current strength, defeating Hueco would not pose much difficulty. His concern was whether Hueco was accompanied by others, perhaps even a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator from the Divine Star Sect lurking in the background. That would complicate matters significantly. After considering his options, Chu Zhuan decided to hold his ground and adapt to the situation as it evolved. Click, clack. Hueco made his way directly toward the tea house. As a cultivator exited the tea house and recognized him, he exclaimed in shock, "Hueco?" Hueco raised an eyebrow at the man and smiled, "Do you realize you've just ruined everything?" Before the cultivator could respond, Hueco swiftly drew his sword. With a flash of his blade, the man's legs were severed at the knees. "I don't know if you're associated with demonic cultivators, but I'll spare your life for now. We'll interrogate you later," Hueco declared, ignoring the man's screams as he hastened into the tea house. Inside, Cheng and Wei Hua, who had been anxiously awaiting Zhang Cheng's arrival and were vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, caught the commotion at the entrance. "Hueco." The two exchanged a look of alarm and promptly stood up, leaping out of a nearby window to escape the impending danger. Chu Zhuan remained seated, motionless, continuing his tea in quiet repose. Within mere moments, Hueco ascended to the second floor of the tea house. His gaze swept searchingly over each cultivator present. "What are you staring at?" An irate cultivator, unable to bear the scrutiny, barked sharply. Hueco, silent, drew his sword in response. A flash of the blade, the cultivator's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. Amidst the disbelieving screams of the injured man, Hueco spoke coolly, "Hueco of the Divine Star Sect, pursuing the remnants of the Infinite Sect. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Did anyone leave just now?" His sword now pointed ominously at the other shoulder of the man, as if indicating that a similar fate awaited the other limb should he remain uncooperative. "Yes." 2 people jumped out the window and ran south. The unfortunate cultivator cried out in terror. Frowning, Hueco dashed to the window. True enough, he saw 2 figures mounting their flying magical tools, making their escape. Without hesitation, Hueco hurled a flying sword into the air and mounted it, pursuing them swiftly. The cultivators inside the tea house were shaken, their discussions buzzing with questions about who Hueco was to act so audaciously. Upon learning his identity, they collectively gasped, falling silent. This was the Divine Star Sect's chi refining stage prodigy, almost assured of becoming a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. With such stature, who would dare provoke him? The cultivator whose arm had been cut off, grimacing in pain, quickly tried to stop his bleeding. It was a bitter pill to swallow, one he had no choice but to endure internally. Chu Zhuan, observing all, remained seated, pondering the situation. It appears Hueco is alone. What a ripe target. After a brief contemplation, Chu Zhuan mounted his own flying sword and stealthily followed. In the sky, 3 streaks of light chased each other. Cheng and Wei Hua, equipped with only mid-grade flying magical tools, were soon at a disadvantage. Hueco, as a favored genius of the Divine Star Sect, possessed superior magical equipment. His flying tool was of the highest quality, accentuating the disparity. Naturally, it didn't take long for Hueco to catch up to the duo. "Scum of the Infinite Sect, meet your demise." Hueco's face maintained a warm smile, yet his tone was vicious. He brought his fingers together and thrust forward repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several spear-like spirit fingers shot forth. This was the renowned Spirit Sword Finger. A mid-tier spell of the chi refining stage from the Divine Star Sect. Its advantages were low spiritual chi consumption, long attack distance, and rapid execution. The downside was its moderate power. However, it was most suitable for pursuit attacks. In an instant, the Spirit Sword Fingers surged forward like a torrential curtain of rain. The 2 opponents' pupils constricted as they dodged with all their might, yet they could only evade some of the attacks. Their space to maneuver dwindled rapidly, soon leaving them no room to escape. They were forced to conjure a sinister, small shield behind them. This was the Mystic Nether Shield, a defensive spell essential for the chi-refining stage disciples of the Infinite Sect. However, being merely at the 4th level of chi refining, how could they compare to the 8th level Anghao? The mystic nether shield managed to block 2 spirit sword fingers before shattering abruptly. The remaining spirit sword fingers struck mercilessly, blasting their flying magic tool and splitting it in two, causing them to plummet towards the ground. Anghao pursued them without hesitation. Moments later, in a clearing within the forest, Anghao, looking at the pale-faced Cheng and Wei Hua, smiled. He casually threw a blood-stained bundle at them. A severed head rolled out from the bundle, the eyes of Zhang Cheng wide open in death. I encountered this young man while on a mission. He really was stubborn, refusing to speak to the very end. I severed his limbs and threw him into an anthill to suffer the agony of thousands of bites until he finally spoke. Anghao stated indifferently. Upon witnessing Zhang Cheng's ghastly death, Cheng and Wei Hua felt an overwhelming sense of despair. You two are truly weak, sneered Anghao. You couldn't even handle a single move of my spirit sword finger. Capturing you and taking you back to the sect wouldn't even earn me much merit. It would be easier just to kill you. Smiling, Anghao drew the twin swords from his back. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly drew his sword and slashed behind him. Clang! A stone was abruptly sent flying. Approaching him was a cultivator with a face as fine as white jade, though his features were not gentle but rather sharp and piercing. The appearance of this pale-faced man momentarily stunned Cheng and Wei Hua. Could someone actually be coming to their rescue? You seem somewhat capable. Which scum of the Infinite Sect are you? Anghao scrutinized the newcomer, Chu Zhuan, and inquired. He felt a hint of threat emanating from this pale-faced man, a clear sign of formidable strength. Chapter 28, You Got It Backwards. Chu Zhuan replied with equanimity, I go by the name Zhu Ming and do not shy from it. Anghao offered a faint smile, Zhu Ming? Good, you shall become the 25th soul to fall beneath my sword. Zhu Ming? Cheng and Wei Hua exchanged a look of confusion. Zhu Ming was still cultivating in the Wu family estate. How could he possibly be here? The person before them must be an Infinite Sect disciple, concealing his real name and assuming the alias of Zhu Ming. Are you still watching? Go. Chu Zhuan chided them with a glance. Cheng and Wei Hua exchanged a deep look, then quickly supported each other and left. Anghao licked his lips. You let my two prey escape. You'd better put up a good fight, or I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, he suddenly swung his sword at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan smiled lightly. You got it backward. He waved his hand, and Long and Bao suddenly appeared by his side, flanking Anghao from both sides. From the palm of his hand surged a fierce streak of crimson blood steel wire. Anghao's eyes flashed with disdain. Divine Star Sect sword cultivators specialized in sword chi. Chi refining disciples cultivated heavenly star sword chi, which could cut through anything. Nothing was invincible against it. To think you would use a mere goo insect to counter my sword chi, I have already slain 3 such fools. Anghao declared. His sword chi accelerated, seemingly about to sever the blood steel wire in an instant. He disregarded the 2 corpse puppets closing in from either side. Eliminating this foolhardy demonic cultivator with a single strike would spare him any further effort, and the puppets would perish as a consequence. However, the next moment, he felt his sword chi strike what seemed like steel. Clang! To his shock, his indomitable sword chi was effortlessly blocked by the blood steel wire. Chu Zhuan smiled faintly. After its transformation, the blood steel wire was harder than most metals. The blood steel wire could even withstand bullets faster and more formidable than Anghao's sword chi. Blocking Anghao's sword chi was no daunting task. The blood steel wire, far from being repelled, emitted a streak of bloody light and wrapped around Anghao's wrists and ankles, blood binding. Clang! Caught unawares, Anghao found his hands and feet momentarily bound. His anger was palpable. He had not anticipated that the goo insect would possess such innate magical prowess. At that moment, Long and Bao launched their attack from either side. Long opened its maw wide and unleashed a terrifying corpse howl. The sound struck Anghao like a sledgehammer to his soul, muddling his senses and scattering his thoughts. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Spurred by the corpse howl, Bao let out a ferocious roar and activated its bloodthirst technique. Its claws relentlessly tore at Anghao, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of gory gashes were rended across his body. Blood spurted wildly, and flesh flew in disarray. Long, with a firm grip on its bone spear, thrust it forward. The spear pierced straight through the heart. Anghao's eyes bulged in utter shock. He had not foreseen such an abrupt end to the battle. His underestimation of the goo's resilience had swiftly led to his entrapment and a swift, merciless death. He had no chance to retaliate, no opportunity to utter any last words. Life drained from him like water flowing from a broken vessel, and the cold embrace of death quickly consumed him. Chu Zhuan gestured, recalling Long and Bao back into the corpse-nurturing tower. He gazed down at Wang Hao's corpse, shaking his head. The man had been strong, yet his arrogance had been his downfall. Without any knowledge of his opponent's capabilities, he had left himself completely unguarded against the corpse puppets attacking from either side, foolishly believing his sword chi could achieve a swift kill. Is this what they call a genius? Chu Zhuan chuckled softly and casually scooped up Wang Hao's body into his storage bag. The body of a chi-refining 8th level cultivator was a valuable resource perfect for refining blood beads or feeding to his corpse puppets. With that, he swiftly departed from the scene. At the Wu family estate, Chen and Wei Hu returned to their usual residence through a side gate, finally letting out sighs of relief. Liu Zhengchen was in the courtyard, discussing cultivation challenges with Zhu Ming, Bei Feng, and others. Seeing the grim expressions on Chen and Wei Hu's faces, he guessed something was amiss and promptly inquired about their ordeal. Chen and Wei Hu did not conceal any details, recounting the events that had unfolded. Liu Zhengchen's brow furrowed deeply. Zhu Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, "That person claimed to be me? Could it be one of our infinite sect disciples?" Wei Hu nodded affirmatively. "It's very likely," and he seemed quite confident, showing no fear even against Wang Hao. Zhu Ming shook his head subconsciously. "Impossible. The top 10 inner disciples are either dead or have defected, none could match Wang Hao. How odd that someone would dare to rescue you," Liu Zhengchen remarked, his face showing a keen interest. "Regardless, this person is most likely a disciple of our infinite sect. It's surprising that such a disciple was overlooked. If he dared to confront Wang Hao, his strength must be considerable." Liu Zhengchen paced back and forth, clearly pleased. Zhu Ming, somewhat envious, commented, "Who knows? Maybe he just got carried away in the heat of the moment." Wei Hu scoffed, "If it were you, would you get carried away and save us?" "I doubt it, you'd probably have run away at the first chance." Zhu Ming's face turned red with embarrassment, but he found himself unable to refute. After pondering for a moment, Liu Zhengchen said, "Where did Wang Hao catch up to you? Take me there immediately. We cannot let anything happen to such a disciple." Chen and Wei Hu immediately nodded in agreement. Moments later, the trio arrived at the clearing in the woods. The area was deserted, indicating that the battle had clearly concluded long ago. Could the fight have moved to another location? Chen scratched his head. Liu Zhengchen shook his head, pointing at the bloodstains, fragments of flesh, and pieces of robes on the ground. "The battle has ended. These robe fragments belong to a divine star sect chi refining stage disciple. The blood and flesh were likely left by Wang Hao. There's a dense yin chi in the air, likely from summoning corpse puppets to fight." Liu Zhengchen thought for a long time. Wang Hao likely escaped with severe injuries. Chen and Wei Hu exchanged looks of surprise that the cultivator could have inflicted such damage on Wang Hao. What kind of power must he possess? Wang Hao's injuries will certainly prompt the Divine Star Sect to conduct another round of searches in this area. Stay indoors these next few days and remained within the estate. Liu Zhengchen instructed sternly. "Yes, we will heed Uncle Master's teachings." Chen and Wei Hu nodded. "And what about you, Uncle Master?" Wei Hu inquired. Liu Zhengchen replied earnestly, "That disciple must still be near Peace Market, and being alone, he is undoubtedly in grave danger. I must find him." Chen and Wei Hu felt a surge of admiration. They had chosen to follow Liu Zhengchen because of his humanity. They had not expected that even for a disciple whose name they did not know, Liu Zhengchen would be willing to risk so much. Chapter 29, Heavenly Star Flying Sword. Chu Zhuan returned to the cave that had been his previous abode. He moved a large rock back in place to seal the entrance and set up various arrays before opening Wang Hao's storage bag. A cursory glance nearly blinded him with its brilliance, indeed befitting a prodigy cherished by the Grand Elder of the Divine Star Sect. The contents of the bag were dazzling. The first thing that caught his eye was a small mountain of small spiritual stones. A rough count revealed there were at least 1,000. Beside these were numerous medium spiritual stones, adding up to over 20. Apart from these spiritual stones, there were several tomes kept in jade boxes, all scriptures and magical techniques of the Divine Star Sect, albeit solely for sword cultivation. Chu Zhuan flipped through them briefly without much interest. Also in the bag were 2 magical tools. The first was the flying sword that Wang Hao had wielded. Named the Heavenly Star Flying Sword. It was a high-grade flying magical tool capable of covering 1,000 li in an hour, consuming only 1 small spiritual stone for 3,000 li, and capable of increasing speed for short bursts by consuming more stones. In the cultivation world perspective, I would use ancient Chinese units. 1 li equals 0.5 kilometer. 1 zhong equals 3 meters. In contrast, Chu Zhuan's own flying tool could only cover 300 li in an hour, consuming a small spiritual stone for every 1,000 li without any acceleration feature. The comparison left his own tool utterly outclassed. The second item was a golden wooden shield. Despite being made of wood, it felt exceptionally hard to the touch. This tool, named the Golden Wood Shield, was crafted from Vajra wood and was also a superior-grade magical tool. Its defensive capabilities ranked among the top of all superior defensive magical tools. These two items perfectly filled the gaps in Chujuan's current arsenal. Is that a Foundation Establishment pill? Chujuan continued to search and was astonished to find a Foundation Establishment pill in a corner of the storage bag. He was surprised given Yuang Hao's financial capabilities, he should not have been able to afford such a pill. The origin of the pill was thus clear, it must have been bestowed by the Grand Elder of the Divine Star Sect for Yuang Hao's future breakthrough. It seems the Grand Elder indeed highly valued Yuang Hao. Chujuan mused with a smile. Nobody knew that he was the one who had slain Yuang Hao. Even if the Grand Elder was enraged and wished to tear the murderer apart, he would find no trail leading to Chujuan. However, a single Foundation Establishment pill is probably not enough to liquefy my spiritual chi and help me step into the Foundation Establishment stage. Chujuan reflected. A Foundation Establishment blood pill is still necessary. He did not consider himself to possess the exceptional aptitude required to step into the Foundation Establishment stage with just one pill. Let's refine these immediately, converting them into my own combat strength. He decided. He secured the Foundation Establishment pill and extracted the Heavenly Star Flying Sword and Golden Wood Shield from the bag. Both items bore Yuang Hao's essence blood imprint, a mark made by sacrificing one's essence blood to embed a personal trace into a magic tool, ensuring it could not be easily taken by others during battle. Better than an essence blood imprint was a soul blood imprint, which involved both the soul and essence blood, but that was a technique only accessible at the Foundation Establishment stage. At his current level, Chujuan could only use the essence blood imprint. He pressed his fingers against the surface of the Heavenly Star Flying Sword, injecting a wisp of spiritual chi to locate the essence blood imprint within. His spiritual chi eradicated it. Within about a quarter of an hour, he had completely erased Yuang Hao's remaining essence blood imprint. Now truly ownerless, the Heavenly Star Flying Sword was ready for his use. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. Chujuan tapped his chest, drawing out a drop of his own essence blood, and let it fall on the sword's surface, beginning the refinement process. The process took 3 hours in the utter darkness of the cave, Chujuan's eyes gleaming with sharp vitality. Success. He felt a tight connection to the Heavenly Star Flying Sword. He proceeded to similarly refine the Golden Wood Shield. After consecutively erasing essence blood imprints and forcing out his own essence blood to refine 2 superior-grade magical tools, Chujuan felt somewhat exhausted. He immediately began meditating to rest. After a whole night, he slowly awakened, and his spirits rejuvenated. News of Yuang Hao's death probably hasn't spread yet. While the Divine Star Sect hasn't noticed, I should quickly return to Peace Market and make the necessary purchases. Chujuan hastened towards the Peace Market. This time, he disguised himself again, taking on the appearance of a gaunt man with deeply sunken eyes, a look that suggested excessive consumption of medicinal pills and a body laden with residual poison. As he walked past various stalls set by itinerant cultivators, intending to buy spiritual herbs from the 100 Herbs Pavilion, he noticed a stall that seemed amiss. Astonishingly, it displayed several chi refining stage scriptures from the Infinite Sect, including the blood spirit technique he practiced. Additionally, most of the materials needed to concoct the Foundation Establishment blood pill were also somewhat available there. Chujuan immediately sensed something was off. With the Infinite Sect full in, who could possibly offer so many spiritual herbs at once? It must be a trap, perhaps set by orthodox cultivators fishing for prey. Should he bite, his life might well be forfeit. Without betraying his suspicions, Chujuan quietly walked away. However, the white-haired stall owner suddenly spoke up, "Fellow Taoist, these are all top-quality goods, won't you buy something?" Chujuan's internal alarm intensified. "No, thank you." The stall owner chuckled strangely. "What about the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture? Don't you want to buy that either?" Chujuan started, turning sharply to look at the stall owner. This voice didn't come through his ears, it had resonated directly in his mind. This was a telepathic message. Telepathy was a technique that only Foundation Establishment stage cultivators could employ, allowing private communication that only the parties involved could hear. Unless someone far surpassed their cultivation levels, no one could intercept their conversation. The mention of the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture was even more significant. It was a Foundation Establishment stage technique of the Infinite Sect. The Blood Spirit technique and 2 other Chi refining stage techniques were actually preliminary techniques to the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture. Uncle Master Liu? Chujuan instantly guessed the identity of the speaker. A Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, knowledgeable about the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill, and in possession of Infinite Sex Foundation Establishment stage techniques. It could only be Liu Zhengchen. The white-haired stall owner smiled. Follow me. He gestured with his hand, storing the items in a storage ring, and then walked unhurriedly towards the exit of Peace Market. Chu Zhuan hesitated but still followed. Moments later, the two of them, like any other cultivators, walked out of Peace Market. Only when they reached a secluded area did Liu Zhengchen stop. Are you Zhuang Zhangxing or Liu Jin? He asked quietly. Chu Zhuan could not help but smile wryly. These two were respectively the 12th and 13th ranked disciples within the inner gate of the Infinite Sect, formidable rivals during his struggle to secure the 10th position in the inner gate. However, by now, they had vanished without a trace, likely dead in some forgotten corner. Chu Zhuan bowed respectfully. Chu Zhuan, at your service, Uncle Master Liu. Liu Zhengchen, hearing this name, was quite astonished. Chu Zhuan? The 10th ranked Chu Zhuan of the inner gate? I would never have imagined that the person who saved Chinj and Wei Hua and defeated Duang Hao could be you. Chu Zhuan chuckled lightly without offering an explanation. During the destruction of the Infinite Sect, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. It was his extensive knowledge in Gu insects and poison techniques that had secured his place as the 10th inner gate disciple. It was no wonder Liu Zhengchen hadn't guessed it was him. Chapter 30, Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture. Liu Zhengchen praised Chu Zhuan as if seeing this Qi refining stage junior for the first time. What realm have you reached by now? At least the 8th level of Qi refining, right? I remember, back when the Infinite Sect was still standing, you were at the 4th level. I didn't expect such significant progress. He said, his smile genuine. Chu Zhuan nodded, though he did not admit that he had actually reached the 9th level of Qi refining. If Liu Zhengchen thought he was at the 8th level, then so be it. Keeping some of his strength hidden was never a bad idea. Very good. Among the Qi refining stage disciples, you have the highest realm. Liu Zhengchen's joy deepened. Come with me to the Wu family estate. I will support you fully in your effort to reach the foundation establishment stage. Chu Zhuan immediately shook his head. What a joke. He had to travel to the Blue Star periodically. How could he be around Infinite Sect disciples all the time? Constant contact with others would inevitably lead to the discovery of his secrets. His ability to freely travel between the Mystic Azure Realm and the Blue Star was his most crucial ace, which he could not afford to reveal to anyone. Liu Zhengchen was taken aback. He had offered such substantial support, yet Chu Zhuan had declined? His expression turned slightly sour. Chu Zhuan quickly explained, Uncle Master Liu, I am confident in my ability to concoct the Foundation Establishment blood pill and advance to the Foundation Establishment stage on my own. But if you were to expend resources to aid me in advancing, it might cause discontent among the other senior brothers and disciples. The Infinite Sect has fallen, and those of us who remain should work together in harmony. It would not be right to disrupt the unity of the sect's disciples for my sake alone. Liu Zhengchen's eyes widened, touched by the sentiment. What a fine prospect. Strong-willed, independent, powerful, and considerate of others. How had he not noticed such a disciple before? If it were the old days, when the Infinite Sect was still flourishing, he would have surely asked his own master to invest heavily in Chu Zhuan's cultivation. Resources would have been poured into helping him reach the Foundation Establishment stage swiftly. In doing so, the Infinite Sect's core Foundation Establishment stage strength would have been bolstered. But now, such support was difficult, all too difficult. As Chu Zhuan had mentioned, the demonic cultivators were now weak, and resources were limited. Distributing all to Chu Zhuan would naturally diminish the cultivation resources available to other disciples. People do not complain about scarcity as much as they complain about inequality. Favoring one person with resources over time would inevitably lead to discord and fragmentation among the disciples, which would be harmful in the long run. You. Liu Zhengchen struggled to find words. Chu Zhuan bowed again. I wish to rely on my own abilities. Please do not mention it further, Uncle Master. Liu Zhengchen sighed deeply. If the sect were still in its prime, I would never stand by and watch such a talent be neglected. Chu Zhuan felt relieved. Liu Zhengchen's words meant that he would no longer insist on him staying with the other Infinite Sect disciples. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Chu Zhuan then said, however, I indeed need the subsequent techniques. May I know what price Uncle Master desires for the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture? Liu Zhengchen chuckled. No need to talk about the price. I have already transcribed several copies of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture and can give one to you directly. However, I still need to consider the needs of the sect's disciples. Do you have any blood beads? 100 blood beads, and the transcribed Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture is yours. Chu Zhuan was greatly moved. The Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture was a Foundation Establishment stage technique, and even a transcribed copy would require 1,000 sect contribution points to exchange, equivalent to at least 2,500 small spiritual stones. 100 blood beads amounted to only 200 to 300 small spiritual stones. Liu Zhengshi had deeply discounted the price of the technique, almost giving it away. However, even with 100 blood beads, Chu Zhuan did not immediately produce them. He possessed them, but showing his hand too readily was unwise. After all, one must always guard against revealing too much, as human intentions can be hard to predict. Chu Zhuan looked troubled. Uncle Master, I only have just over 50 blood beads, can I make up the rest with spiritual stones? Liu Zhengshi waved his hand. 50 is also fine, I don't really need them. They're mainly for the cultivation use of chi refining stage disciples. Chu Zhuan nodded and handed over the items. Liu Zhengshi took out the transcribed Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture and handed it to Chu Zhuan. Go now. Liu Zhengshi said solemnly, with Wang Hao having escaped severely injured, the Divine Star Sect will surely start a new sweep near Peace Market. Take care, and if you really can't hold out, come find me at the Wu family estate. Chu Zhuan paused. Wang Hao had escaped injured? The man's body was lying quietly in his storage bag. Chu Zhuan didn't correct him but simply nodded. Then, the two parted ways. At the Wu family estate, Liu Zhengshi removed his disguise, his expression wistful. Such a promising young cultivator, yet he couldn't keep him close for guidance. As Liu Zhengshi returned, disciples like Shenj, Weihua, Zhu Ming, and Bei Feng gathered around him eagerly. Uncle Master, did you find that disciple? Zhu Ming asked hastily. Liu Zhengshi smiled, I did. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. Liu Zhengshi glanced oddly at Zhu Ming, you know him. Zhu Ming was taken aback, I do? Shenj, Weihua, Bei Feng, and the others were puzzled. Liu Zhengshi laughed heartily, I won't keep you in suspense any longer at Chu Zhuan. He has now reached the 8th level of chi refining. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time. He had been training harder than ever, still struggling just to reach the 6th level of chi refining. And Chu Zhuan, whom he had considered of mediocre talent, had reached the 8th level. Impossible. Shenj, Weihua, Bei Feng, and the others were also stunned. They couldn't fathom how Chu Zhuan's cultivation could have advanced so dramatically. The Infinite Sect had fallen less than a year ago, and yet Chu Zhuan had soared to the 8th level of chi refining? Suddenly, Chen recalled something and hesitantly said, last time we saw those 3 dead Divine Star Sect disciples, could it have been Senior Brother Chu who killed them? Liu Zhengshi raised an eyebrow, that's very possible. With the capabilities of the 8th level of chi refining, he could have swiftly eliminated those 3 if he caught them off guard. Chen exclaimed with joy, Zhu Ming, it's like Senior Brother Chu saved our lives. Zhu Ming's face darkened. He had always believed that with hard work, he could surpass Chu Zhuan. Hence, he hadn't regarded Chu Zhuan as very formidable. Now reality had slapped him hard. Chu Zhuan was not only formidable, but he had far surpassed him. Weihua, Bei Feng, and the others expressed their envy. Senior Brother Chu must have had some incredible fortune to advance so rapidly. We're really envious of him. Liu Zhengshi pulled out a storage ring. Here are 50 blood beads, you guys split them evenly. This is also a resource that Chu Zhuan brought. He added. Chen and the others excitedly accepted the blood beads. You don't want any? Weihua asked Zhu Ming curiously. Zhu Ming looked at the bright red blood beads, feeling a lump in his throat. If you don't want them, we'll just divide them up, and each of us will get one more. Chen chuckled mischievously. I'll take them. Zhu Ming said through gritted teeth, snatching the blood beads. Chapter 31, Selfless Chu Zhuan. Liu Zhengshi remained noncommittal towards Zhu Ming's demeanor. It was normal for there to be minor friction among disciples, and he had no desire to waste time on such trivial matters. Wang Hao was injured and repelled by Chu Zhuan. Once again, the Divine Star Sect will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation of the Peace Market and its vicinity. During this period, you all must hide well. Without my orders, stay in the secret chambers and do not come out. Liu Zhengshi commanded sternly. Yes. The disciples nodded in agreement. 10 days later. As expected, cultivators from the Divine Star Sect arrived at the Peace Market to investigate Wang Hao's whereabouts. The group was notably large, including 3 Foundation Establishment stage elders and more than 10 Chi refining stage disciples. These cultivators turned Peace Market and the surrounding area upside down. Even the local cultivators dared not venture onto the streets, fearing the wrath of the Divine Star Sect cultivators. The investigation continued for 3 days. Even Wu Tang, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator from the Wu family, was brought in for questioning. However, despite their efforts, they discovered little substance and left in a huff. Wu Tang returned to the Wu family estate and immediately sought out Liu Zhenke. Liu Zhenke was puzzled. Brother Wu, it was just Tuang Hao getting injured. Yet, the Divine Star sect spent 3 full days investigating here. Injured? He is missing. It's as if he's dead. Which disciple from your infinite sect was responsible for this? Wu Tang responded irritably. To think someone dared to kill a person favored by the great elder of the Divine Star sect? Missing? Liu Zhenke exclaimed in surprise. Wu Tang sighed. If it weren't for Wang Hao's disappearance, would they have dispatched 3 Foundation Establishment stage elders and over a dozen Qi refining stage disciples to investigate? If not for my extensive experience, the Wu family estate might have been turned inside out. Liu Zhenke scratched his head, perplexed. This was not as he had imagined. He had always thought that Chu Xuan had merely injured Wang Hao, who, knowing he was no match, had fled. But now, it seemed that was not the case. Chu Xuan had outright killed Wang Hao and even taken his body. This revelation made him realize he had underestimated Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's true realm might very well be the 9th level of Qi refining. Brother Liu, I can't handle this much longer. You must inform your disciples not to cause any more trouble. I have always served as a secret informant for the Infinite Sect, passing on information about the Divine Star Sect. I cannot withstand their repeated investigations. If it comes to it, you'll have to leave and find another place. Wu Tang said helplessly. Liu Zhenke nodded repeatedly. All right, Brother Wu, rest assured, I will certainly speak to them. He returned to the courtyard where he resided and overheard Cheng, Weihua, and others discussing in low voices. Wang Hao is dead. It's said that he disappeared, not died. What's the difference between missing and dead? Didn't the Divine Star sect dispatch 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to investigate? If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Who killed Wang Hao? Could it possibly be senior brother Chu Xuan? Seeing Liu Zhenke return, several disciples quickly rose to greet him. Liu Zhenke sighed lightly. You all know already? Cheng nodded. The news is buzzing everywhere. Even though we stayed within the estate, we learned of it from the servants of the Wu family. Liu Zhenke smiled helplessly. It seems Wang Hao is indeed dead. It appears I still underestimated Chu Xuan's strength. He must have been the one who killed Wang Hao and even took his body away. Weihua, Beifeng, and the others' eyes widened in shock. Chu Xuan's stature in their hearts instantly soared, nearly reaching the same level as Liu Zhenke. Wang Hao had slain so many Qi refining stage disciples of the Infinite Sect. They harbored both hatred and fear towards Wang Hao. Now that Chu Xuan had avenged those fallen disciples, their hearts swelled with joy, a most natural reaction. Zhu Ming's expression, however, was less than pleased. He felt the gap between himself and Chu Xuan widening further. Unable to contain himself, Chen asked, Uncle Master Liu, why not ask senior brother Chu to join us too? Having him with us would surely be reassuring. Liu Zhenke replied helplessly, I wish I could, but he refused. Now, I regret not insisting more firmly on him staying. Ah. Chen and the others were shocked. Chu Xuan was too audacious. Even a personal invitation from Liu Zhenke was declined. Liu Zhenke continued, Chu Xuan knows that resources are scarce. If I were to favor him with more cultivation resources, it would inevitably lead to discord among the disciples. So, he simply chose not to join, intending to rely on his own strength to attempt the Foundation Establishment stage. At these words, Chen, Weihua, Beifeng, and the others fell silent, even moved by his decision. Chu Xuan. Senior brother Chu. How selflessly he acts. Zhu Ming's face flushed with shame. He had once viewed Chu Xuan with such hostility, yet Chu Xuan had been considering their well-being all along. More words are of no use, you should focus on your cultivation. I still need to continue investigating the whereabouts of our 2 elder ancestors. Liu Zhenke sighed. The disciples nodded in agreement. The Golden Core period ancestors of the Infinite Sect had met various fates. Some had died in battle, some had surrendered, but 2 had escaped. Liu Zhenke had never ceased in his efforts to track them down. If they could find these Golden Core ancestors, their safety would be far more secure. If necessary, they would quietly leave Yu country and find a remote place to re-establish the Infinite Sect. As long as a Golden Core ancestor was with them, there was still hope. Within the cave, Chu Xuan exhaled a turbid breath and opened his eyes. The blood beads he had brought with him were nearly completely assimilated. He could feel his dantian was incredibly swollen, having reached its limit. Yet, despite this, there was still no sign of the spiritual qi liquefying, a clear indicator that he was not an exceptional genius. Without consuming a Foundation Establishment pill, it would be challenging to truly make that leap. Everything is in hand, it's time to leave. Chu Xuan murmured as he organized the spiritual medicines in his storage bag with a slight nod. He had not acquired these medicines from Peace Market. For caution's sake, he had used his flying sword to travel to a farther place, purchasing them in another market frequented by solitary cultivators. He even refrained from using the more powerful divine star flying sword, opting instead for the lower grade one he had before. Chu Juan took out the blood mirror. The mirror's surface rippled with spiritual light, reflecting the scenes of the blue star. He connected his mind to it, and his body was immediately absorbed. The world spun around him, the scenery shifting in bizarre and peculiar ways. When clarity returned, he found himself standing on the rooftop of the Hueco Hotel. Roar! Hardly had he steadied himself when an excited growl echoed from nearby. Swoosh! Who rushed over in a swift stride and knelt before him like an affectionate puppy. Chu Juan smiled and patted his head. How have things been during my absence? After a brief mental exchange with Hu, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. 4 months had passed on Blue Star. Throughout this time, no one dared approach the Hueco Hotel. Hu had remained diligently on guard, venturing out only at set times to forage, never straying from the hotel. During these 4 months of foraging, Hu had successfully advanced to a level 8 corpse soldier. The 6 ordinary corpse soldiers and 2 dogs he led had shown significant growth. The medicinal garden behind the hotel thrived, and the various spiritual plants flourished. Some of the plants could already be used in medicine, provided the age requirement was not too strict. Of course, Chu Juan's primary focus was still on the life soul flower. He approached the Wolf King, who was on the brink of death, its body emaciated. Yet, because Hu fed it a piece of zombie flesh daily, it clung to life. Not bad, it's about to bloom. Chu Juan expressed his delight. Chapter 32, A Proper Alchemist. A day later, Chu Juan was deep in spell cultivation when he suddenly smelled an intoxicating fragrance. This aroma could nearly bewitch all living beings on Earth, not through physical effect but by enchanting the soul itself. Chu Juan's face brightened with delight, and he quickly used his spiritual chi to block his nose and mouth, turning his gaze towards the Wolf King. As expected, the previously budding life soul flower had now burst into full bloom. The Wolf King, who had been barely clinging to life for over 4 months, died at that moment. Its soul and vitality were completely usurped by the plant growing from its body. The life soul flower was unremarkable in appearance. It lacked large petals and looked no different from many common wildflowers. Were it not for its soul-entrancing fragrance, it would likely be indistinguishable from any wildflower. 1, 2, 3. 6 petals. Chu Juan counted carefully 3 times, astonished. A life soul flower usually grew at least 2 petals, but it was rare to see more than 4. Even during the zenith of the Infinite Sect, when they cultivated these flowers in large numbers, they usually had around 4 petals. His luck was extraordinary to have cultivated a 6-petaled life soul flower. It's likely related to the virtue accumulated through my actions. Chu Juan mused. Indeed, having virtue was beneficial. Such fortuitous occurrences could be influenced by the intangible virtue one possessed. Chu Juan carefully took out a small jade scissors, meticulously snipping the life soul flower at the stem and storing it in a jade box. With this, a great weight was lifted from his heart. The life soul flower is a foundation establishment stage of spiritual medicine. This single flower, with its 6 petals, could be processed into the elixir for 3 foundation establishment blood pills. For many chi refining stage solitary cultivators of mediocre talent, this flower represented a stepping stone to the foundation establishment stage, an opportunity no one would want to miss. Even during the peak times of the Infinite Sect, when life soul flowers were cultivated in large quantities, their price remained exorbitantly high. If placed in the current market of Peace Market, this life soul flower could likely fetch tens of thousands of small spiritual stones. Having secured the most important ingredient, Chu Juan quickly began processing the auxiliary materials. Some spiritual medicines needed to be dried to remove all moisture. Others had to be crushed into powder to maximize their effect. For some, the stems and outer shells were unusable, and only the extracted juices could be utilized. Chu Juan had these steps memorized by heart. In less than an hour, he had all the auxiliary materials prepared. Finally, with solemnity, he took a pill furnace out from his storage bag. This furnace is called the 100 Herbs Furnace, which he had purchased from another market town. The 100 Herbs Furnace is merely a mid-grade magic tool. Typically, mid-grade magic tools are not very expensive, costing around 200 small spiritual stones. However, the crafting of a pill furnace differs entirely from that of ordinary magic tools, thus demanding a higher price. This 100 Herbs Furnace had cost him nearly 400 small spiritual stones. Begin pill concoction. Chu Juan rubbed his fingers together, ignited the spiritual wood with flames, and heated the furnace. For his first attempt at pill concoction, he did not start with the foundation establishment blood pill but chose a chi refining stage pill to practice with. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Rejuvenation Pill. Consuming this pill accelerates wound healing and is useful in many situations. At the foundation establishment stage, cultivators could take the Greater Rejuvenation Pill, which has an even better healing effect. However, many foundation establishment cultivators find the Greater Rejuvenation Pill too expensive and prefer to use the Rejuvenation Pill for healing. Practicing with the Rejuvenation Pill was most fitting for Chujuan. Once the 100 herbs furnace was sufficiently heated, he placed the 3 types of spiritual medicines required for the Rejuvenation Pill inside. Midway through the process, the flame suddenly diminished, causing the pill liquid to solidify prematurely. Although Chujuan tried his best to salvage it, the pill liquid ultimately solidified into an awkward lump. Such a semi-finished product had weak medicinal strength and was rich in pill toxins. Chujuan didn't mind, it was his first attempt at a pill concoction, and failure was inevitable. He cleaned the furnace and restarted the process. The second furnace still ended in failure. But then the third and fourth attempts. Chujuan's speed and skill in producing rejuvenation pills improved with each attempt. Another cultivator might have felt frustrated and given up after 1 or 2 failures, but Chujuan was well prepared mentally. He had prepared materials for 40 batches of rejuvenation pills. By the 6th furnace, Chujuan's eyes lit up. Success. Although the rejuvenation pills were somewhat uneven and not aesthetically pleasing, they were clearly successful. A flash of insight sparked in Chujuan's mind. He immediately grasped that fleeting insight and eagerly continued his pill concoction. The 7th, 8th, and 9th furnaces. All were successful. The rejuvenation pills produced were smooth, plump, and bright red, emitting a refreshing fragrance. They were nearly indistinguishable from the rejuvenation pills made within the Infinite Sect, perhaps even surpassing them. Chujuan was immensely pleased. The insight that had flashed through his mind was his profound understanding of the process of making rejuvenation pills. I never expected that after concocting just 6 furnaces of rejuvenation pills, I would attain such a profound understanding. Am I now truly a bona fide alchemist? Chujuan's face broke into a gratified smile. This was clearly another benefit brought about by the accrual of merit. He did not pause, instead beginning to experiment with a new type of pill. This time, he attempted the Featherlight Pill. After consuming this pill, one feels as light as a swallow, whether in pursuit or in flight. The effect is remarkably good. The speed of concocting the Featherlight Pill was faster than Chujuan had anticipated. Only 1 furnace failed, the second batch was a resounding success. Following this, Chujuan continuously tested several types of qi refining stage pills. 2 days later, Chujuan had achieved a 90% success rate in the pill concoction. This was a staggeringly high figure. Many foundation establishment stage cultivators might not achieve this. But Chujuan, through his relentless effort and that slight, almost negligible accrual of merit, had done it. Without a moment's rest, he rubbed his hands together, eager to leverage the momentum from concocting qi refining stage pills to succeed in producing the foundation establishment blood pill in one fell swoop. Foundation establishment blood pill. Begin concoction. Chujuan maintained his composure. Because the materials for the foundation establishment blood pill were limited to 3 portions. If he failed 3 times, he would have to resort to using the foundation establishment pill from Wuang Hao for his foundation establishment, which carried a much lower chance of success. The first furnace. During the mid-phase of the concoction, the flames began to die down, and Chujuan added more spiritual wood. However, the flames suddenly flared up. The liquid within the pill furnace was burned off in a very short time, leaving behind a sticky, black mess at the bottom of the furnace. Why can't this 100 herbs furnace have a non-stick feature? Chujuan muttered under his breath. But he wasn't disheartened. After cleaning the furnace, he began the second batch of the foundation establishment blood pill. This time, everything went smoothly, avoiding all issues, and he proceeded directly to the final step. The pill was formed. A rich, fragrant aroma permeated the air of the rooftop. Chujuan took a deep breath, and immediately felt refreshed and invigorated, as if the speed of his blood flow had accelerated in that instant. Did it really succeed on the second batch? Chujuan was astonished. Was he really that skilled in concocting foundation establishment stage pills? It truly was thanks to his unyielding efforts. Chapter 33, Liquefied Spiritual Qi, The Path to Foundation Establishment. An hour later, the third furnace was also declared a success. Thus, Chujuan refined 2 foundation establishment blood pills. Adding on the 1 foundation establishment pill he had obtained from Wuang Hao's storage bag, he now had 3 chances to challenge the foundation establishment stage. 1 foundation establishment pill can approximately increase the success rate of reaching the foundation establishment stage by about 30%. With 3 chances, I am certain to succeed. Chujuan was exceedingly solemn. The path to foundation establishment is the first threshold that all chi refining stage cultivators must overcome since embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet, of all chi refining stage cultivators, at least 80% are barred at this threshold. If foundation establishment pills were plentiful, Chujuan felt, the number of cultivators advancing to the foundation establishment stage could well be 70 to 80%. But the path of cultivation is so merciless. Resources are scarce, yet the number of cultivators pursuing immortality is ever increasing. If you advance, then I cannot. It is for this reason that demonic Dao cultivators have come into being. Chujuan shook his head, casting these miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind. He handed over Ruang Hao's corpse to the likes of Long, Gu, Bao, and other corpse puppets for consumption, and instructed them to diligently guard the Haotai Hotel. The flesh and blood of a chi refining 8th layer cultivator is a great nourishment for them. After consuming it, they should all be able to advance by about one level. Perhaps some wonder why not turn him into a corpse puppet. Because the condition for refining the puppet must be that he is alive. He then began to adjust his body and mind. Having continuously refined pills for several days, he felt mentally exhausted. In such a state, challenging the foundation establishment stage was clearly not an optimal choice. He would adjust everything to the best condition before attempting the breakthrough. 3 days later, Chujuan opened his eyes, his spirit tremendously revitalized. He took out a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Buzz. Under the guidance of his will, the power of the medicine surged like a great river, violently coursing through his limbs and bones. Round after round, the medicinal power swiftly transformed into spiritual chi. The medicinal power contained in foundation establishment stage pills was far more formidable than that of the chi refining stage. The moment he took the pill, Chujuan even felt as if his entire body was on the verge of bursting. After running more than a dozen great heavenly circuits, the newly born spiritual chi, under his guidance, rushed straight towards his sea of chi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the sea of chi, the spiritual chi had already expanded to its limit. Now, with a massive influx of spiritual chi, an intense sensation of swelling and pain emerged immediately. This was precisely the function of the foundation establishment pill. Pouring a substantial amount of spiritual chi into an already brimming sea of chi in one go, forcing the gaseous spiritual chi to liquefy. However, anyone familiar with physics knows that to liquefy a relatively inert gas requires immense pressure. If it doesn't succeed at once, it must be attempted again and again, until the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill is entirely depleted. If the spiritual chi still cannot be liquefied, then more external medicinal power is required, meaning a second foundation establishment pill. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Thus, the process is fraught with hardship. This is also the reason why many cultivators are unable to surpass this threshold. Chujuan sat in meditation, repeatedly driving spiritual chi into his sea of chi. Failure, failure, failure. Initially, he could still feel intense pain. But as time passed, the pain gradually numbed. He seemed to be mechanically compressing the spiritual chi. 5 days later, at one moment, he suddenly felt his body loosen. The external pressure had vanished. Chujuan examined his own body. It wasn't that the spiritual chi had been liquefied. Rather, the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill had been exhausted. Chujuan was not surprised. Instead, he picked up a foundation establishment blood pill between his fingers, slapped it into his mouth, and continued to compress the spiritual chi. Another 5 days passed. Just like before, the medicinal power was depleted again. Chujuan did not hesitate, he immediately consumed the second foundation establishment blood pill. He was neither disappointed nor discouraged. On the contrary, he was eager to try again. For some reason, perhaps it was the destiny ordained by the cosmos, or maybe it was merely a premonition. He always felt, this time, it would surely succeed. Sure enough, the moment he swallowed the foundation establishment blood pill, he felt an anomaly in his sea of chi. The formidable spiritual chi repeatedly collided and compressed. At the bottom of the sea of chi, those countless times compressed spiritual chi finally showed signs of liquefaction. At a certain moment, tiny droplets the size of rice grains appeared. Drip. The droplet fell to the bottom of the sea of chi. Its emergence seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Immediately, a large amount of spiritual chi began to liquefy. Drip, drip. In an instant, the bottom of the sea of chi accumulated into a small puddle. Within it, lay quietly a dozen droplets of liquefied spiritual chi. Chujuan felt complete relaxation throughout his body. Boom. At this moment, his aura surged explosively. A powerful aura swept across the rooftop, radiating vigorously in all directions. Dust was cleansed away. Within a kilometer radius of the Haotai Hotel, a fierce wind blew at his moment. The returning Long, Gu, and Bao were suddenly startled, looking towards the rooftop with reverence. At this moment, Chu Juan suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance in his eyes, filled with an awe-inspiring power. Foundation establishment stage. He clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. Foundation establishment stage cultivators can fly without the aid of external objects, utilizing light-escaping techniques. Of course, most foundation establishment stage cultivators still use external aids, as it doesn't consume their own spiritual chi. Additionally, there's an improvement in lifespan. Chi refining stage cultivators have a lifespan similar to ordinary humans, around 100 years. But for foundation establishment stage cultivators, their lifespan skyrockets to 200 years. Of course, the most important aspect is that foundation establishment stage cultivators can cultivate foundation establishment stage techniques and spells. They can also refine their life-bound magic tool. The so-called life-bound magic tool must be nurtured together with the soul and essence blood, making its manipulation as natural as moving one's own limbs. Its power far surpasses those ordinary magic tools that do not integrate the soul, providing a significant enhancement. Moreover, a life-bound magic tool shares the cultivator's fortunes and misfortunes. As the cultivator's realm advances, so too does the grade of the life-bound magic tool. It is akin to a piece of equipment that grows by itself. These factors are fundamentally why foundation establishment stage cultivators are far superior to chi refining stage cultivators. Life-bound magic tools are very important. I must carefully choose and refine one myself. Chu Juan decided not to use a ready-made magic tool, opting instead to craft his own. Although this approach is more cumbersome, it ensures a deeper understanding and mastery of his life-bound magic tool. Later on, this would make it much easier to wield. Chu Juan took out a copy of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture and carefully perused it. The first section of the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture discussed various methods for crafting magic tools. Soul-hunting spear, spirit-breaking knife, life-snatching sword, shadowless blade. Various magic tools flashed before his eyes. Some magic tools specialized in attacking the soul. Some excelled at breaking through spiritual chi. Some targeted the heart and vital organs. Some were traceless and ghost-like. Each had its unique uses. After much deliberation of his fighting style, Chu Juan finally chose a magic tool. Evil Soul Chain, it shall be you. The Evil Soul Chain required yin evil steel as the primary material, supplemented by white bone bamboo, intoxicating vine, and 5 other materials. It would ultimately be imbued with a powerful, fierce soul. After 36 days of continuous refinement, the Evil Soul Chain could be forged. Once activated, it could not only unleash a powerful, soul-lashing flying chain but also command the fierce soul to battle alongside. A single magic tool, yet it could deliver double the effect. This was the formidable aspect of the Evil Soul Chain. Furthermore, as strength increased, an even more powerful soul could replace the existing one in the Evil Soul Chain, doubling its strength. Yin Evil Steel. If this were on the Mystic Azure realm, under the threat of orthodox sects, it would indeed be difficult to find. But here, it couldn't be easier. Chu Juan suddenly smiled. Chapter 34, The Zombie Tide, the perfect opportunity to create a place rich in yin evil chi. The so-called yin evil steel is merely 100 refined steel that has absorbed a great deal of yin chi and evil chi. As for the 100 refined steel, it can be made from fine iron. Chu Juan's storage bag had long been prepared with plenty of fine iron for the routine maintenance of magic tools. He only needed to find a place rich in yin evil, bury the 100 refined steel there, and let it absorb the yin evil chi. If he set up an array to gather yin evil chi, the formation of yin evil steel would be even faster. Yu country had long been controlled by the righteous 5 sects, and these places rich in yin evil chi were likely under the watchful eyes of the righteous cultivators. Should he dare to approach, he would certainly be subject to repeated questioning by them, and possibly even face life-threatening risks. But on this planet, Chu Juan only needed to find a place with many zombies, kill them in batches, and let the yin evil chi condense. To gather yin evil chi, without tens of thousands of zombies, it would hardly be possible. I need to look around nearby. Chu Juan nodded slightly. He released Long, Gu, and Bao to search the southern part of East Lake City, while he himself rode the heavenly star-flying sword northward. However, although there were many zombies in East Lake City, they rarely gathered together, wandering aimlessly instead. Gathering these creatures would certainly be a great effort. After searching for several days without discovering a large gathering of zombies, Chu Juan furrowed his brows. That day, Chu Juan prepared a lavish lunch for himself. Just as he was about to start eating, Bao suddenly returned, barking several times in succession. Chu Juan listened carefully and quickly understood what Bao was saying. There are quite a few tough-to-chew zombies appearing in the south of East Lake City? And there's a human squad fighting them. Interesting. Chu Juan raised an eyebrow. Tough to chew zombies likely referred to higher-level zombies. After all, for Long, Gu, Bao, and the others, the zombies here were just food. The higher the level of the zombie, the tastier they found them. A large appearance of high-level zombies could be a sign of something. A light bulb went off in Chu Xuan's mind. In various zombie-themed works he had seen before, they often mentioned something called a zombie tide. The causes of zombie tides were bizarre and varied. It might be due to a single zombie hearing something, or chasing a living person, thereby leading a group of zombies to move together. Zombies along the way, hearing the noise, would also join the group. Thus, like a rolling snowball, this would lead to the group growing larger and larger, eventually forming a terrifying zombie tide. Everywhere it passed, all living things would be obliterated. This wave-like swarm of zombies was particularly terrifying for human survivors. It was almost no different from a natural disaster. Of course, a zombie tide might also be led by high-level zombies. Some unique high-level zombies naturally had the ability to command lower-level zombies. This could also cause the snowball effect, expanding the number of zombies in the group to an incredibly terrifying degree. A large appearance of high-level zombies was likely the precursor to a zombie tide. With this thought, Chu Xuan immediately became excited. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Zombie tide. What does this mean? Tens of thousands of zombies? No, perhaps even more. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to create a land rich in yin evil chi? Chu Xuan quickly finished his lunch like a whirlwind and immediately rode the heavenly star-flying sword towards the south of East Lake City. After flying out of East Lake City's territory, he indeed saw a vast horde of zombies heading toward the city on the ground. Even a cursory scan showed that the number of zombies exceeded 50,000. Good. Chu Xuan was invigorated. He didn't pause, he immediately returned to the Houtai Hotel to start preparing the formation. He needed to have the formation ready before the horde arrived. He couldn't miss this great opportunity. Black Blade Security Company. A van carrying several exhausted individuals returned to their base. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Tang Jinchuan jumped down. Song Dai came quickly and asked in a low voice, "How did it go?" Wang Yong held up a hand, lowering his voice. Exactly 5 first-level zombies." Song Dai gasped. "Brother, we should retreat. The appearance of 5 first-level zombies at once is definitely a sign of a zombie tide." Wang Yong looked at Wang Gangjian, unable to resist saying. Tang Jinchuan nodded repeatedly, "I agree." Wang Gangjian sighed deeply. "What use is my being a second-level superhuman, if in the end, I still have to abandon the place where I grew up and leave my home down?" Wang Yong sighed. "Brother, your promotion to second-level superhuman is great, but there's nothing we can do about a zombie tide. Under a zombie tide, how can there be any survivors? Even if you were a third-level superhuman, you wouldn't survive." Tang Jinchuan nodded. "I agree." Wang Gangjian waved his hand. "Give the orders, let everyone pack up and prepare to evacuate East Lake City. Tang and I will carve out a route. Zhao Yong, you go south to scout and see if there really is a zombie tide. Dai, pick a few brothers who can fix cars, look around nearby, and see if there are any more vehicles that can carry people. Our vehicles definitely won't be enough to take everyone." Wang Yong, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai all nodded seriously and immediately got to work. Under the management of Wang Gangjian and his team, the several hundred people of Black Blade Security Company were well disciplined. In 2 days, personnel and supplies were ready. However, the vehicles they found capable of running were still very limited. Even if each vehicle was packed to the brim, they could only fit about 100 people. At this moment, Wang Gangjian and his 3 companions gathered in the hall, with a map of East Lake City spread out in front of them. Wang Gangjian spoke solemnly, "Everyone, the zombie tide is indeed coming, and we probably have about 4 days. But we still lack vehicles, not enough to take everyone away. The only solution now is to look for trucks, buses, and other large vehicles." Wang Gangjian stretched out his finger and circled several spots on the map. These places, which include the bus company and large factories, may have undamaged trucks and vans. Our top priority is to secure these vehicles. He looked at the 3 men, pick a location each. None of the 3 complained and each went to a different site. They did not, because they were superhumans, hold themselves above others or regard the lives of ordinary people as mere dust. There was a time when they too were at the bottom of society. Having been rained on themselves, they now sought to provide shelter for others. East Lake City Bus Company. Tang Jinchuan, along with 3 strong men, drove to this location. The van stopped. Tang Jinchuan squeezed out of the van door with some difficulty before getting down. One of the men behind him chuckled, "Bro Tang, you're so fat, it might affect our escape. If there are high-level zombies here, you definitely won't run as fast as us." The other 2 men joined in the teasing. Tang Jinchuan scoffed, patted his belly, and immediately a wave rippled through. What do you know, this fat on my body is what's going to save my life. You'll see when we really face danger. Chapter 35, A Sword Immortal? The trio, led by Tang Jinchuan, entered the bus company. The bus company looked no different from any other place nowadays, with weeds growing everywhere. It was a mystery how these weeds had managed to break through the hard concrete. Perhaps even the weeds were affected by Shinigami. The bus company was eerily quiet. It felt like a spider's web, waiting for the unwitting to stumble into it. Tang Jinchuan instinctively felt uneasy. Not a single zombie was in sight, which was very odd. Holy shit. Suddenly, one of the men behind him exclaimed in shock. Tang Jinchuan turned around and saw that the man had just squashed a palm-sized spider. Damn, a spider just dropped down in front of me, scared the hell out of me. The man said, still shaken. A spider scares you like that, what are you going to do if a high-level zombie shows up? You'll probably die of fright. The other two men scoffed. The frightened man's face turned red with embarrassment. Tang Jinchuan sternly said, didn't I tell you to keep quiet when we came in? Have you forgotten? The three men immediately fell silent. There are 3 buses here. Each of you check one. I'll check the warehouse over there. Tang Jinchuan pointed to 3 relatively intact buses on the square. These buses, weathered by the elements, were unlikely to be operational, but they had to be checked anyway. What if they could still run? The 3 men got to work, each heading to inspect one of the buses. Tang Jinchuan headed straight for the warehouse, which was supposed to have a few spare buses. However, he had just reached the warehouse door when he heard a scream from behind. Tang Jinchuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. The other 2 men also rushed over. Help me! Help me! The screaming man staggered out of the bus. On his neck was a blood-red spider the size of a wash basin. Its 8 thumb-sized eyes rolled wildly. Its sharp fangs were already embedded in the man's jugular vein. The man's face was turning a ghastly shade of purple as if venom was being injected into his body from the fangs. The 2 men standing by Tang Jinchuan turned pale. A spider as big as a wash basin was enough to terrify anyone. They had never seen such a monster before. Tang Jinchuan's reaction was swift. He suddenly pulled a small knife from his waist, slicing through the layer of skin on his belly. Instead of yellow fat flowing out, it solidified under his control into a spear over a meter long. With a roar, Tang Jinchuan hurled the spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air at high speed. The giant spider, still busy injecting venom into its prey, hadn't anticipated such a tactic. In an instant, the spear pierced through its head. The corpulent body fell to the ground. The man who had been bitten went limp and collapsed to the ground as well. The other 2 men hurried forward to support him. However, the bitten man's eyes were vacant, and he could no longer speak. Tang Jinchuan sighed lightly. The way a spider preys injecting digestive enzymes into its victim means he's already mostly an empty shell. Let's end his suffering now, rather than let him endure more pain. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. The faces of the 2 men were somber, but they could only pull out their knives to grant their companion an early departure. Tang Jinchuan rummaged through the abdomen of the basin-sized spider but found no genetic core. This meant it wasn't even a level 1 superhuman creature. Tang Jinchuan's heart sank. If such a creature could easily kill a strong adult male and wasn't even level 1, what would happen if there were stronger spiders in this bus company? They might all perish here. Dang, that bus can be started, but it's missing some parts. We need to check the other buses for replacements, said a man, taking a deep breath. I've already brought the toolbox for repairs. Tang Jinchuan nodded. I'll help you find the parts, you 2 stay here. There might be more spiders hiding around, so stay in the open area and don't get close to the buses. Okay. Both men immediately nodded. Tang Jinchuan quickly inspected the other buses. Sure enough. As he was checking the second bus, a basin-sized shadow suddenly pounced from a dark corner, aiming straight for his neck. Tang Jinchuan was prepared. He immediately picked up a broken plastic seat nearby to block it. Clang! The fangs collided with the seat, making a loud noise. The spider, failing to bite him, emitted a sharp screech that seemed to carry an intense penetrating power. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, responding calls came from every dark corner of the square. PFFT. Tang Jinchuan, his face ashen, thrust the spear, skewering the spider. He immediately got off the bus. Run! Run! Tang Jinchuan yelled. Now was not the time to keep quiet. He hadn't anticipated that the bus company was a spider's nest. Had he known, he would never have come here. This place was too damn terrifying. Seeing this, the 2 men also sprinted with all their might. Now, the mission was the least of their concerns. Survival was what mattered most. The next moment, Palm-sized spiders surged out from every dark corner like a tidal wave, among them a multitude of basin-sized blood-red spiders. Tang Jinchuan glanced back and saw 2 spiders as big as desks, their multitude of compound eyes, sharp fangs, and bristling hairs chilling enough to raise goosebumps. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from the sky. With a loud crash, it blocked the exit of the bus company. Dust billowed everywhere. Tang Jinchuan strained his eyes through the dust and shockingly discovered that it was a mass of spider silk. He quickly turned around and saw strands of spider silk as thick as an adult's thigh stretching from the warehouse of the bus company. It wasn't hard to guess that this large bundle of spider silk had been violently flung from the warehouse, smashing into the door. Tang Jinchuan immediately used his fat to conjure a spear and hurled it towards the web of silk. Clang! The spear collided with a spider silk, emitting a sound like metal striking metal. The spear was flung far away, landing softly as it reverted to fat. Undeterred, Tang Jinchuan continuously converted his fat into weapons like a great sword and a battle axe, attempting to sever the silk. However, after expending 2/3 of his fat reserves and bleeding from his palms, the spider silk remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. These spider silks are incredibly tough. It must be the Spider Queen. Tang Jinchuan exclaimed in fear. The silk was harder than metal chains. It had to be the Spider Queen. He even felt a bit of relief. The warehouse was clearly the Spider Queen's lair. It was fortunate he hadn't approached it earlier, otherwise, he would have likely been killed instantly. Just then, another huge spider web shot out from the warehouse, enveloping the 3 men completely. The web covered a vast area, leaving Tang Jinchuan with no chance to escape. Thump! The web instantly stuck to the 3 men. The more they struggled, the more securely they were bound. Damn it, we're done. Tang Jinchuan felt a surge of despair. Suddenly, a sword's hum echoed through the sky. Tang Jinchuan focused his eyes and saw a figure standing on a flying sword, hovering in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? A sword immortal? Chapter 36, The Evil Soul Snatching Array. In Tang Jinchuan's view, the figure in the air was clothed flowing freely, riding the wind as if stepping on nothing. His gaze was like a flash of lightning, seemingly ready to unleash a sword shadow at any moment. The other 2 men also saw the figure in midair and were too shocked to speak. They couldn't fathom how, in a world overrun by zombies, such an out-of-place character could suddenly appear. But upon reflection, given that a zombie apocalypse had erupted, the emergence of a sword immortal didn't seem too outlandishly fantastical. Chu Zhuan stood on his heavenly star-flying sword, looking downward. With a single slash in midair, a streak of blood shot forth. With a whoosh, the web of spider silk was easily sliced through as if it were fragile paper. The streak of blood returned to his palm. It was the blood steel wire. Having easily cut through the spider silk, Chu Zhuan was somewhat surprised himself. The toughness of the silk was much greater than he had anticipated. Such resilient silk could perhaps be used as a material for crafting magical instruments. This scene caught Tang Jinchuan's eye, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Holy crap! I exerted all my strength, used up 2/3 of my body's fat, and couldn't even make a dent in the spider silk. And this person severed in an instant? Who exactly is this person? Chu Zhuan acted again. The blood steel wire, like a streak of scarlet lightning, flashed through the air. Thump, thump, thump. Wherever it passed, dozens of spider silk strands were instantaneously sliced in half. The Spider Queen inside the warehouse immediately let out an angry screech. Spiders of all sizes surged from all directions like a tide. Chu Zhuan smiled faintly. These little creatures, they think they can harm me? With a simple gesture, Long, Gu, Bao, and other undead covered with a layer of hard bone armor, suddenly appeared. At Chu Zhuan's command, they charged into the swarm of spiders like tigers into a flock of sheep. Each undead was like a tank plowing relentlessly forward. Everywhere they went, spiders were blasted apart, torn open, leaving behind only limbs and broken bodies. Chu Zhuan walked towards the warehouse as if strolling leisurely through a garden. All spiders in his path were obliterated by the undead, torn apart in an instant. It seemed as though nothing in this world could stop his advance. Good heavens, he can actually control zombies. The 2 men were dumbstruck, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Such power, such composure, it was truly the bearing of a king. Tang Jinchuan's face was a picture of shock, his mouth hung open for a long while, unable to close. Snap! Chu Zhuan moved unhurriedly, arriving at the front of the warehouse. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood quietly. Long and Hu, having just obliterated a nearby spider, stamped the ground and quickly positioned themselves in front of Chu Zhuan. They then launched powerful punches towards the sturdy warehouse door. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists fell like raindrops. The steel door, battered by the force, began to deform quickly. After 3 seconds, it could no longer withstand the pressure and burst open. Sunlight streamed in, revealing the interior of the warehouse to everyone. Inside was a world of white. The walls, ceiling, floor, and even the buses were covered with thick, tough spider silk. At the center of the warehouse was a massive cocoon, housing an enormous, plump spider the size of a small room. Its sharp fangs were longer than short knives. Even now, it continued to produce spider eggs non-stop. For some reason, these eggs were hatching at an alarmingly fast rate. One after another, palm-sized white spiders rapidly emerged from their shells and surged towards Chujuan. Clueless creatures. Chujuan uttered dismissively. The silk produced by this mutated spider queen was excellent, arguably the finest a chi refining stage cultivator could encounter. But that was all, it was merely excellent. Since it was so cluelessly determined to fight to the death, Chujuan was ready to fulfill its wish. He would send it to its end. Chujuan extended his right hand, letting it hang down calmly. In his palm, a cluster of green, mournful flames began to gather. These flames seemed capable of scorching the soul itself. Tang Jinchuan and his companions watched from a distance, feeling a chill in their hearts. He can also control fire? Tang Jinchuan was astounded. Initially, he had guessed that this person's talent was controlling zombies. But now, he discovered that this individual could also control fire. Could one person have two talents? Tang Jinchuan scratched his head. He had never seen such a thing. In the blink of an eye, the nether fire orb was ready. Chujuan had long perfected this spell. From the beginning of accumulation to full formation, the time had been compressed to a single breath, a matter of 3 to 4 seconds. Chujuan's expression remained indifferent as he hurled the nether fire orb forward. Long, Gu, Bao, and the other undead hastily cleared the path. As the nether fire orb made contact, it burned fiercely, never ceasing its flames. The creatures wisely did not wish to come into contact with this ghostly fire. The Spider Queen's 8 compound eyes suddenly shrank, sensing the terror of the green fireball. It screeched in alarm, causing a large number of spiders to abandon their attack and desperately throw themselves at the nether fire orb. However, the fire orb rolled forward like a boulder, crushing all living beings that dared to obstruct its path. The approaching spiders were instantly turned to ashes by the green flames, and the power of the nether fire orb showed no signs of diminishing. Closer and closer it came. In a final effort, the Spider Queen let out a piercing screech that resonated through the air. Despite being at least 30 meters away from the warehouse, Tang Jinchuan and the others felt as if their heads were being struck by a massive hammer. The 2 men with him passed out instantly, and Tang Jinchuan nearly lost consciousness himself, seeing stars before his eyes. Just before blacking out completely, he saw the Spider Queen's plump body engulfed by the green flames. Then he knew no more. Chujuan stood inside the warehouse, firmly planting a banner into the ground, completing the setup. The array he was assembling was called the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array, which included the Chi Gathering Array, the Evil Chi Array, and the Soul Snatching Array, among several smaller arrays. This array would cover an unprecedentedly large area, requiring a total of 360 banners for its formation. The East Lake City Bus Company was one of these 360 anchor points. He had not expected that his visit would also inadvertently reveal a level 3 mutated Spider Queen. These 3 genetic cores, you 3 divide them among yourselves. Chujuan casually tossed the cores to Long, Gu, and Bao, who swiftly swallowed a core and then scurried up to Chujuan with something in hand. Chujuan looked down to see a strand of spider silk, unusually resilient. Touching it, he felt a cool sensation. Hu gestured animatedly. Chujuan nodded. Did you dig this out of the fire? Interesting, to find spider silk that can withstand nether fire. Well done, this blood pearl is yours. He flicked a blood pearl to Hu as a reward, which Hu excitedly accepted and began to absorb on the side. Chujuan pocketed the spider silk. This cool, fire-resistant silk was perfect as one of the materials for crafting the Evil Soul Chain. While the main material, Yin Evil Steel, was fixed, the other 6 auxiliary materials could vary. Let's move on to the next anchor point, Chujuan said as he gathered Long, Gu, Bao, and the others, swiftly heading to the next location. Including this one, he had now planted 300 of the 360 banners. With the zombie tide nearing East Lake City, there was no time to waste. Chapter 37, Zombie Tide is coming. More than an hour later, Tang Jinchuan and his 2 companions slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, their heads throbbed with unbearable pain, as if a giant elephant had trampled over them repeatedly. The 2 men remained frightened, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Tang Jinchuan, mustering the last remnants of his strength, formed a shield from his dwindling fat reserves and cautiously approached the warehouse. However, inside the warehouse, there was nothing left. The bloated body of the mutated Spider Queen had vanished without a trace. The spider webs that had once blanketed the warehouse were now completely incinerated, leaving only a few strands in the corners. Had Tang Jinchuan not seen these remnants, he might have doubted whether the mutated Spider Queen had ever existed. He could not see the array flags that Chu Zhuan had planted. Chu Zhuan, to ensure security, had concealed all the flags with an illusion array, making them invisible to those with weak genetic abilities. The two men supported each other as they staggered over to Tang Jinchuan. Observing the now empty warehouse, they couldn't help but feel amazed. "Bro Tang, seems we've benefited from that great man's actions." One of them murmured. "Yeah, if it weren't for him taking out that mutated Spider Queen, we'd be dead by now. It looks like all the spiders here are gone, we can safely check the buses now." The other added softly. Rejuvenated by this realization, Tang Jinchuan said, "Right. Let's make the most of our time. We'll report everything that happened here to the boss once we get back." Their luck was good. 3 of the buses in the warehouse were largely intact and operational. 2 others were slightly damaged but could still be driven after some repairs. Moreover, they found a significant amount of gasoline and diesel in the warehouse, which could serve as fuel for their evacuation. 5 buses, and only 3 of us to drive them," Tang Jinchuan declared, waving his hand. "Let's head back to the company immediately and get some help." By dusk, they returned to Black Blade Security Company. In the main hall, Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Song Dai looked utterly dejected. Tang Jinchuan entered with a joyful expression, but his face fell when he saw them, especially upon noticing that Song Dai was missing an arm. "What happened? Things didn't go well?" Tang Jinchuan asked. Wang Yong managed a bitter smile. "My trip to the factory went smoothly enough, but I only found one large truck that was still operational." Song Dai, still pale, spoke softly. "I encountered 2 high-level zombies. Everyone I took with me died, and I lost an arm but barely managed to survive." Wang Gangjian sighed. "We only found one large truck, which is far from enough. If push comes to shove, we might have to draw lots." He couldn't finish the sentence. The mere thought of drawing lots to decide who could escape on the truck was too cruel. Most of the members of Black Blade Security Company were old buddies who had been with him since before the zombie crisis started. The idea of abandoning them was unbearable. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. Tang Jinchuan chuckled, breaking the somber mood. "Don't look so gloomy, I've got some good news." The 3 men looked at him in surprise. "Did you find some buses?" they asked. Tang Jinchuan grinned mischievously. "Guess how many?" Wang Yong thought for a moment and held up 2 fingers. 2? Tang Jinchuan shook his head. Song Dai held up 3 fingers. 3? Again, Tang Jinchuan shook his head. Wang Gangjian frowned. "Don't tell me there's only 1. How would that be good news?" Tang Jinchuan couldn't stop smiling. "You're all wrong, it's 5. Wang Gangjian and the others were stunned, then their eyes lit up with elation. 5 buses. If they packed them a bit more, they could surely fit everyone. There might even be enough room left over to load some extra supplies. Dang. You better not be joking," Wang Gangjian said excitedly. Tang Jinchuan replied earnestly, "I've checked them myself. All 5 buses are in good working condition, there are some spare parts, and there's plenty of fuel. It's enough to get us to the territory of the Linjiang Army." The Linjiang Army's main stronghold was in Dragon River City, the capital of Linjiang Province. Although the direct distance from East Lake City to Longjiang City was only about 500 kilometers, the actual journey could be fraught with various unforeseen dangers, and the road traveled would definitely exceed 500 kilometers. Naturally, the more fuel they had, the better. "Great. As soon as it's light tomorrow, we'll go and bring the buses over," Wang Gangjian said, hardly able to contain his joy. Even Song Dai's pale face brightened slightly with relief. "Weren't you in any danger, Dang?" Wang Yong asked. Tang Jinchuan's expression turned serious. "There was danger. If it weren't for some good luck, I might not have made it back." Wang Gangjian and the others tensed up. "Tell us everything." Tang Jinchuan then recounted everything that had happened at the East Lake City Bus Company. After hearing the tale, the 3 men were speechless, their minds struggling to settle from the shock of the ordeal described. Flying with a sword? Controlling zombies. And he can control fire. And the spider silk that you couldn't break after dozens of attempts, he just sliced through it effortlessly? The 3 men exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Who was this person? Did East Lake City really harbor such a formidable individual? Controlling zombies. Back on the highway, didn't a wolf pack get wiped out by a superhuman who could control zombies? Wang Yong suddenly remembered a past incident. The elimination of the wolf pack had occurred several months ago. Wang Gangjian also paused, then slapped his thigh in realization. That's right. It all connects now. Could it be the same person? Song Dai exclaimed in surprise, which means, East Lake City has been home to a powerful superhuman all this time. The trio was momentarily thrilled. This superhuman must be of a high level, at least a second level, and possibly even the legendary third level. However, their excitement soon faded as they remembered the grim reality. Even the most powerful superhuman is no match for a zombie tide. General Yi of the Linjiang army, a third-level superhuman, had once single-handedly broken through a zombie horde to rescue 16 researchers from the Life Sciences Research Institute. Yet, even he wouldn't dare to face a horde of tens of thousands of zombies alone. There's a saying that fits well here: enough ants can kill an elephant. A superhuman's genetic powers are not infinite. Once depleted, they must rely on their physical bodies, which can easily be overwhelmed by a tide-like swarm of zombies. Moreover, some individuals' talents are not suited for combat. What good is a third-level superhuman then? When the zombie tide comes, wouldn't they need to flee East Lake City just like everyone else? Let's not overthink this. Our evacuation plan remains unchanged. Wang Gangjian said solemnly. Agreed. The three responded gravely. The next day, 5 buses, 1 large truck, and 4 cars were ready outside Black Blade Security Company. The company's premises had been cleared out. All important materials, grains, and other provisions were loaded into the vehicles. Under Tang Jinchuan's direction, every member efficiently boarded the vehicles. At Wang Gangjian's command, the convoy set off, heading northward. Chapter 38, Zombie Tide Approaches. Mysterious fog at the junction of East Lake City and Two Dragon City on the highway. The evacuation convoy came to a halt. The terrain here was elevated, allowing a view of the southern part of East Lake City. Wang Gangjian climbed atop one of the vehicles and pulled out his binoculars to take one last look at the city he had never left since he was born. Leaving now stirred a bittersweet feeling inside him. He wanted to take a few more glances at his home, suspecting he might never see it again. Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Tang Jinchuan joined him. The rest of the members stayed inside the vehicles, as Wang Gangjian had ordered. Too many people getting out and then needing to board again would waste valuable time. It was best to stay put. I see the horde, it's rapidly approaching the city. Wang Yong, with sharp eyes, pointed towards the southeast, speaking in a hushed tone. Wang Gangjian and the others directed their gaze in that direction. Indeed, they saw an immense, seemingly endless tide of zombies relentlessly charging into the small city. There were still some remaining survivors in East Lake City who hadn't joined any factions. They only managed to scream before being overwhelmed by the sweeping tide of undead. There are even flying zombies now. Song Dai exclaimed, noticing some zombies in the sky sprouting wings, his eyes widening in shock. It's been 5 years, various advanced zombies have appeared. Wang Gangjian murmured. If our growth rate can't keep up with that of the zombies, we'll eventually be consumed or killed by them. Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Tang Jinchuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the harsh reality. Genetic energy had permeated the globe, causing animals and plants to undergo wild mutations. If humans couldn't harness genetic energy to climb the evolutionary ladder and adapt to this new genetic era, they would inevitably be outpaced and replaced by new species. Let's go, our scent will eventually be picked up by the zombies, and it'll be too late if we delay any longer. Song Dai sighed softly. Wang Yong and Tang Jinchuan nodded and began to head back to the vehicles. However, Wang Gangjian suddenly noticed something and uttered a soft huh. What is it, brother? What are you still looking at? Wang Yong asked, puzzled. Wang Gangjian pointed towards a specific area. You have sharp eyes, look over there. Is that area shrouded in thick fog? Wang Yong activated his talent, Farsight, enhancing his vision to focus on distant objects at the expense of his near sight. He immediately noticed, indeed, there's a heavy fog over that area, and it's not present anywhere else. Tang Jinchuan and Song Dai, hearing the conversation, came back. Tang Jinchuan chuckled, what are we looking at? Wang Yong pointed to the area and asked Tang Jinchuan, Tang, have you been to that area? There's heavy fog now. Tang Jinchuan squinted toward the distance and nodded, isn't that the territory formerly held by the Spirit Hounds? I passed through there on my way to the East Lake City bus depot a few days ago. There was no fog at that time. Strange there's fog now. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Song Dai commented lightheartedly, with the zombie crisis erupting, what's so strange about a bit of fog? Wang Yong and Tang Jinchuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, in a world where the unnatural and unscientific had become commonplace, not every anomaly warranted concern. Hey! A lot of zombies are being diverted, rushing into that fog. Wang Yong, intending to deactivate his farsight, suddenly noticed something alarming. He could see clearly that dozens of zombies, followed by hundreds, were veering off from the main horde and charging into the fog. Wang Gangjian, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai were taken aback by his report. What was happening? Had the zombies changed their nature? Instead of chasing living humans, were they now drawn to empty air? Within less than 5 minutes, masses of zombies were breaking off from the horde heading north and sprinting into the foggy area. This included many robust, agile advanced zombies. What on earth is in that fog to draw so many zombies? Wang Yang kept his eyes fixed on the fog-covered area. After another 5 minutes, Wang Yang reported a shocking observation. The northbound zombie horde had completely turned and was now heading into the foggy area. Do you see what's happening? Wang Gangjian pressed for details. Wang Yang relayed what he saw. Wang Gangjian and the others were stunned. Had the zombie tide been diverted just like that? What sort of allure did that foggy area hold? Zombies enter the foggy area and then just disappear, none come out. Wang Yang added solemnly. Wang Gangjian and the others were even more amazed. Could that foggy area be a bottomless pit? Did it have the capacity to hold as many zombies as could possibly enter? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Gangjian ordered, "Command the convoy to halt, everyone stays in their vehicles." And so they waited, from daylight until nightfall, watching the mysterious fog that seemed to swallow an entire zombie horde. The nights after the zombie outbreak were terrifying. Dangerous zombies and mutated animals could be hiding anywhere. Wang Gangjian, including himself as one of 4 superhumans, organized 2 night patrol teams in shifts. One team for the early part of the night and another for the latter part. Together with the sturdy men from Black Blade Security Company, they formed a formidable watch over their campsite. With hundreds of people camping outside, the strong human scent could attract unknown creatures, and everyone was on edge. However, the night passed without significant incident. Aside from a few stray zombies and mutated wild dogs, there were no surprises. As the sun began to rise, Wang Gangjian and the 3 other superhumans stood early on a hillside, looking towards the city. The fog is still there, it hasn't dispersed, observed Wang Gangjian. There are still a lot of zombies and supernatural creatures converging from all directions, rushing into the fog. Added another. Brother, do you think we weren't attacked last night because all those creatures were attracted to the fog? Wang Yang pondered, looking at the one around him. Wang Gangjian replied dryly, I'm right behind you. Wang Yang laughed awkwardly and turned around. Tang Jinchuan seriously suggested, I think so too. That fog seems to have a strong attraction for supernatural beings. Maybe it's like something out of a novel. Could it be some kind of precious natural treasure has appeared? Do you think those zombies and supernatural creatures might fight each other over it? A battle to the death, where we could just pick up the spoils afterward. He speculated. The prospect excited Wang Gangjian and Wang Yang. Indeed, it was possible. If they could scavenge in the aftermath, they might obtain a wealth of genetic cores. In the current world, genetic cores were absolutely invaluable. Whether for fueling one's evolution or for trading, they were a prime resource. However, Song Dai cautioned, we should leave as soon as possible. If any of those creatures get hold of whatever is creating that fog and become stronger, even reaching level 3 or 4 as a superhuman, we won't stand a chance against them. Don't forget, we have hundreds of ordinary people relying on us here. We need to live up to their trust. The weight of Song Dai's words settled heavily on them. He was right. The lives of many were resting on the shoulders of these 4 superhumans. They couldn't take that risk. They couldn't afford to gamble with so many lives at stake. Chapter 39, Thus Spoken. Do not approach. After much contemplation, Wang Gangjian devised a compromise. I will approach the area alone to see exactly what's happening. If the situation becomes perilous, we'll evacuate immediately. His implication was clear: if the situation wasn't dire, there might be no need to flee. After all, the several hundred members of Black Blade Security Company were most familiar with East Lake City. Starting anew in an unfamiliar place would pose significant challenges. If they could avoid leaving, they would. Seeing them about to protest, Wang Gangjian cut them off. I'm a level 2 superhuman, physically stronger than any of you. No more discussions are needed. Wang Yang and the others fell silent. Wang Gangjian took a walkie-talkie and drove a car back into the city. As they watched him leave, Wang Yang, Song Dai, and Tang Jinchuan felt a deep unease. Over 2 hours later, Wang Gangjian arrived just outside the area enshrouded by the mysterious fog. The silence within the fog was eerie. It seemed as if all noise had been swallowed whole. Logically, if something was drawing these zombies and supernatural creatures into a conflict, there should have been a cacophony of chaos. Why was it so quiet? The fog churned ominously, resembling a malevolent, man-eating demon. Wang Gangjian, aware of the dangers, did not recklessly enter. Instead, he looked around and stopped at a discarded fire hydrant. He settled down beside it, wrapped his arms around the hydrant, and twisted sharply. A crisp snap echoed as he forcibly unscrewed the hydrant. Becoming a superhuman and integrating a genetic core had not granted Wang Gangjian any particularly strange abilities. Instead, his arms had grown incredibly strong. Since nobody had given a name to his talent, he called it Strong Arm. After advancing to a second-level superhuman, his arms had grown even stronger. Using brute strength to twist off a fire hydrant was not too difficult for him. Wang Gangjian let out a low roar as he unleashed his power, hurling the hydrant forcefully into the fog. The hydrant tore through the mist and crashed to the ground 20 meters away, briefly dispersing the fog. With the fog momentarily cleared by the impact, Wang Gangjian could finally see the scene within. The area covered by the fog was dim and ghostly, more reminiscent of hell than of the human world. He was startled to discover that the zombies and supernatural creatures stood motionless, rooted to the spot. Numerous dark swords, formed from condensed black mist, darted back and forth through the air. With each pass, they pierced the hearts of the undead and extraordinary beings. Those struck down were immediately drained of their vital essence, their corpses withering into desiccated husks. Wang Gangjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in the first year of the zombie apocalypse, when East Lake City had transformed into a veritable purgatory, he had endured. Yet, the spectacle before him was still profoundly shocking. What had transpired here? And what were these phantom black swords? Suddenly, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Boss, look up. Quickly, above you." Urged by the voice, Wang Gangjian hastily looked overhead. To his astonishment, he saw a figure standing upon a flying sword, looming high above him. The piercing gaze and the daunting aura felt as if an invisible hand were clenched around his throat. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. A memory flashed through Wang Gangjian's mind. That day at the East Lake City bus depot, Tang Jinchuan had been ambushed by a swarm of spiders, including a tremendously powerful mutated spider mother. It was then that a young man wielding a flying sword appeared, slaying the mutated spider mother and indirectly saving them all. The figure before him now, also maneuvering a flying sword and similarly youthful, must be the same person. Chu Zhuan looked down upon Wang Gangjian and spoke indifferently. "Hadn't you left? Why return?" He had been aware since the dawn of Black Blade Security Company's intended departure from East Lake City. Presumably, they had decided to evacuate only after noticing the encroaching tide of corpses. He had no ties to these people and thus had not interfered. Over the past few days, Chu Zhuan had been atop a nearby skyscraper, monitoring the situation within the array he had set the evil soul snatching array. Now that someone had approached the perimeter of his array, it was necessary for him to make an appearance, to prevent any disturbances. We feared that formidable supernatural beings might emerge here, so I came to assess the situation. Wang Gangjian explained, his forehead beading with sweat. This man had effortlessly slain the mutated spider mother. To him, crushing Wang Gangjian would be no different than crushing an ant. He spoke cautiously, wary of offending the mysterious and potent figure before him. Chu Zhuan surveyed him briefly and stated calmly, "Any living being that enters will not come out alive. Let that be the end of it. Within a kilometer of this place, do not approach any closer." With those final words, he stamped on his heavenly star-flying sword and vanished into the sky like a streak of sword light, leaving no trace behind. Chu Zhuan did not intend to kill this person, as long as he did not disrupt his plans. If this mortal had possessed great merit, killing him would have damaged his virtue. The oppressive weight that had felt like Mount Tai on Wang Gangjian's shoulders lifted at that moment. He collapsed to the ground, his body limp. Glancing down, he noticed his garment was soaked with sweat. So powerful, he didn't even need to lift a finger. A few glances and a few words had me drenched in sweat. Wang Gangjian chuckled dryly to himself. Once again, the walkie-talkie crackled. "Brother, how did it go? Did that person give you any trouble?" Wang Yang eagerly asked. Wang Gangjian took a deep breath before replying, "No, he just warned me not to approach the foggy area. He also said that any living thing that enters the fog will not come out alive. I saw it for myself. Many of the zombies that entered the fog have already died, and the rest will likely die within a few days. We can rest easy now." Tang Jinchuan and Song Dei were astonished, but considering the stranger's formidable abilities, it seemed unlikely that he would lie to them. This reassurance allowed them to relax. Wang Gangjian continued, "Let's call the convoy back. We no longer need to evacuate East Lake City. This wave of zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands, has perished in the fog. East Lake City will actually be the safest place for the next few years." Wang Yang and the others were visibly brightened by this news. The city and its surroundings were now cleared of zombies and supernatural creatures, a tremendous stroke of fortune. It was almost like a paradise. Wang Yang, soothe the brothers and have them return in batches. There's no rush. Wang Gangjian instructed. "Don't worry, brother. And about my box of game consoles, don't lose it. Wang Gangjian added urgently. Wang Yang replied with a laugh, you're even more anxious than I am. 2 days later, within the Yin Evil Soul Snatching Array, Chu Zhuan rode his heavenly star-flying sword into the heart of the formation. With the array disc in hand, the black swords formed from condensed evil chi did not attack him. Chu Zhuan looked around, no figures stood in place anymore, just swathes of fallen zombies and supernatural creatures, like harvested rice. Chu Zhuan made his way to the core of the formation, where a deep pit was located. The evil chi condensed from the dead zombies and supernatural beings flowed toward this pit. At the center of the pit, a faint cold light flickered. Chu Zhuan's face lit up with delight. Perhaps due to the rich concentration of evil chi, the formation of Yin Evil Steel was occurring faster than he had anticipated. At this rate, in less than 2 months, he would have a batch of high-quality Yin Evil Steel. Chapter 40, The Auspicious Clouds and the Soul-Cleansing Golden Rain. Chu Zhuan stepped out of the array's bounds, content with his work. A sudden impulse made him look up, and to his astonishment, he saw the sky filled with multicolored auspicious clouds. These clouds turned and transformed into the shapes of dragons and phoenixes, mythical creatures that showered the earth with the light of good fortune. Bathed in his auspicious light, Chu Zhuan felt an enlightening clarity wash over him, his spirit buoyant as if ascending to immortality. All his previous confusions regarding the blood evil demon refining scripture seemed to dissolve instantly, as if he had been granted profound insights. Moments later, the skies rumbled with the sound of spring thunder, yet there was no hint of darkness on the horizon. Soon, a fine rain began to fall. Astoundingly, the droplets were golden, as though forged from molten gold. Chu Zhuan stood motionless in this golden shower, each drop that touched him quickly merging into his body. With his eyes closed, he deeply sensed the rain's effect and was amazed to discover his soul expanding at an incredible rate. Previously, he could control a maximum of 10 corpse puppets at once. If any of these possessed a higher rank, his capacity diminished further. For instance, with corpse puppets like Long, Du, and Bao, he could manage only 3 at most. Should any of them advance to the rank of corpse general equivalent to a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he would not be able to control any others. Now, after the baptism of the Golden Rain, he felt capable of controlling up to 20 corpse puppets. Even if Long, Du, or Bao advanced to corpse general, he could manage them with ease. Auspicious clouds and soul-cleansing golden rain. Chu Zhuan finally opened his eyes, marveling at the phenomena. This was indeed the merit accrued from slaying nearly 100,000 zombies. Compared to the previous manifestation of golden blossoms that had subtly enhanced his fate and longevity, the benefits brought by this celestial event were significantly greater. The soul-cleansing golden rain had enhanced his soul, a rarity for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, who had few methods to strengthen their spirits. Chu Zhuan was aware of a technique within the infinite sect called soul refining technique, which even at its pinnacle only slightly bolstered the soul, perhaps by 10 to 20% at most. Yet, nothing compared to the golden rain, which had doubled the robustness of his spirit. Looking down, Chu Zhuan noticed that even the unknown wild grass at his feet had undergone a transformation under the golden rain, appearing unusually lush and vibrant. Perhaps one day, you too shall transcend the mundane and ascend to sanctity. With a faint smile, Chu Zhuan commanded his heavenly star-flying sword and turned to leave. After his departure, the wild grasses suddenly began to vie for the remaining soul-cleansing golden rain. Their roots turned into iron chains and their leaves into swords, relentlessly slaughtering their kin. Fields of grass perished, their sap splashing out in golden hues. Ultimately, only one victor survived. It unearthed its roots and thrust them into the bodies of its kin, reaching into the splattered golden sap. Quickly, it absorbed all that remained of the soul-cleansing golden rain. Within minutes, it blossomed and bore fruit rapidly. A bird flying overhead spotted the fruit and swooped down to consume it effortlessly. Not knowing how far it had flown, the bird suddenly slowed and ultimately plummeted to the ground, dead. Inside its body, a vibrant green sprout emerged, rapidly growing into a lush wild grass indistinguishable from the others, except perhaps when the fierce wind blew, one might notice the sharp fangs it seemed to grow. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. At Black Blade Security Company, after 2 days, all members had returned to their original positions. However, everyone watched the dense fog in the distance with apprehension, always half expecting it to spread someday and engulf the entire city of East Lake. Wang Yang would stand at the highest nearby point every day, keeping a vigilant watch over the fog morning, noon, and night. On this day, as usual, he activated his far sight and looked towards that area, only to be abruptly stunned. There, magnificent 5-colored clouds spread across the sky, condensing into dragons and phoenixes of an incredibly mystical nature. Golden rain began to fall from the sky. Wang Yang's eyes widened in amazement. Such an auspicious omen. To think he would be so fortunate to witness such a spectacle in his lifetime. Not only did he see this phenomenon, but other early risers within Black Blade's security company also caught sight of it from afar, equally astounded. Word quickly spread, and soon, nearly half of Black Blade's personnel gathered on the rooftop, looking out at the scene. What exactly is happening? It feels like the celestial omens recorded in ancient histories. Could it be that East Lake City has birthed an immortal? Should we get closer to have a look? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some, bolder than others, suggested approaching for a closer inspection. Shut up. A stern voice called from behind. The man approaching, with a buzz cut and notably robust arms and strong build, was none other than Wang Gangjian. Before you returned to the company, I had already ordered that no one should approach within a kilometer of the foggy area. Can't you understand human speech? Wang Gangjian stared down the crowd, his rebuke cutting through the murmurs. The people lowered their heads, overawed by the authority of level 2 superhuman. They dared not meet his gaze. Those who just mentioned wanting to approach the fog, confine yourselves for 3 days. Wang Gangjian's stern voice commanded. Yes. Came the feeble response from one of the individuals. Disperse now, and attend to your duties. Wang Gangjian waved his hand, and the crowd quickly scattered. Wang Yong sighed lightly and turned to Wang Gangjian. Brother, do you think this is good or bad? It's a multicolored auspicious cloud, it should be a good omen. Wang Gangjian responded seriously. I suspect this auspicious sign is related to that cultivator. From now on, we must enforce stricter controls over our company members. We cannot allow anyone to approach that area. Wang Gangjian was somber. The death of one is a minor matter. If that one person were to anger that cultivator, no amount of remedy would suffice afterward. Wang Yong, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai all nodded seriously in agreement. Understood. 2 months flashed by in a blink of an eye. At Hotai Hotel, Chu Zhuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the flawless mid-grade magic tool in front of him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. These 2 months were not spent solely in sedentary cultivation. Instead, he practiced tool refining daily. Tool refining differs slightly from pill concoction. While pill concoction primarily uses spiritual herbs, tool refining uses metals, which often obstruct spiritual thoughts, making tool refining somewhat more challenging. This was precisely why Chu Zhuan had started practicing early, accumulating experience. Clearly, the immense merit he carried once again provided assistance. After several failures, he became adept at producing lower-grade magic tools with a low failure rate of only 30%. After refining lower-grade tools for a month and reducing the failure rate to 10%, Chu Zhuan began attempting mid-grade magic tools. Now, he had managed to control the failure rate of mid-grade magic tools to 30%. In the Mystic Azure realm, Chu Zhuan, with such a level of proficiency, would be considered a bona fide tool refiner. After a brief rest, Chu Zhuan laid out new materials with confidence. An evil steel, white bone bamboo, intoxicating vine. These materials were essential for crafting the evil soul chain. As for a powerful living soul, Chu Zhuan had yet to decide on one. However, this was not a pressing issue. The strength of the evil soul chain lay in its flexibility. Once the magic tool was forged, a living soul could be selected and infused at any time. Chu Zhuan planned to extract the soul of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator or demonic beast upon his return to the Mystic Azure continent, maximizing the power of the evil soul chain. Begin. Chu Zhuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and started crafting his life-bound magic tool, the evil soul chain. Chapter 41, Yin Evil Escape, Yin Evil Demon Claw. 36 days later. Chu Zhuan appeared exhausted, exhaling turbid air, yet his eyes sparkled with a vivid sharpness. Before he hovered a pitch-black chain, the chain flickered with a ghostly light, as if one could hear the wails of aggrieved spirits. Finally done. A smile crossed his face. The process of crafting the evil soul chain went surprisingly smoothly. It was accomplished in one go. He had not felt the slightest hardship. With a mere thought from Chu Zhuan, the evil soul chain began to whirl and zip through the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot forth. A loud crash resounded. The hotel's wall was blasted to pieces. With another thought, the evil soul chain returned to his side, slithering around him like a small snake. Chu Zhuan looked pleased. Such were the benefits of a life-bound magic tool. In forging the evil soul chain, he had even cut off a part of his own soul and melded it into the artifact. If it did not feel like an extension of his own limb, it would not live up to the status of a life-bound magic tool. Chu Zhuan beckoned with his hand, and the evil soul chain coiled around his waist like a belt. As long as the evil soul chain was on him, the spiritual chi within his body would continuously nurture this life-bound magic tool every moment. The grade of the evil soul chain would continue to rise along with his cultivation level. Now that my life-bound magic tool has been forged, it's time to elevate my other strengths. Foundation establishment stage spells and goo insects are the areas with the greatest potential for improvement. Let's start with the goo insects. I wonder if the blood steel wire goo egg on my body has hatched yet. Chujuan looked down at his left forearm. 3 months ago, just as he began setting up the Yin Evil Soul Snatching array, he had taken the opportunity to implant a blood steel wire goo egg into his forearm. A chi refining stage cultivator could only rear one blood steel wire. Rearing too many, without enough sustenance, could lead to a backlash from the blood steel wire. Now that Chujuan had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he naturally could rear a second blood steel wire. Still no movement. Chujuan briefly sensed it, found no change in the goo egg, and shook his head. Then let's cultivate the foundation establishment stage spells first. Chujuan took out the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture. The Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture was divided into 9 levels, corresponding to levels 1 through 9 of the foundation establishment stage. By mastering the first level, one could learn a lower-tier foundation establishment stage spell named Yin Evil Escape. By mastering the second level, one could learn the attack spell Yin Evil Demon Claw. Yin Evil Escape is a technique of evasion. Whether in pursuit or in flight, such techniques are indispensable. The speed of Yin Evil Escape is not particularly fast, but it possesses a unique feature: it can accelerate by consuming Yin Evil Chi. If one could continuously use Yin Evil Chi to perform the technique, its speed would rival that of a superior foundation establishment stage spell. Similarly, the Yin Evil Demon Claw, when fueled by Yin Evil Chi, becomes significantly more powerful. For most demonic cultivators, Yin Evil Chi is not so readily available. Those natural sources of Yin Evil, long since have been tightly controlled by righteous sects, leaving no room for others to share. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. But for Chujuan, Yin Evil Chi was within easy reach. The Yin Evil Soul Snatching array was rich in Yin Evil Chi. I need to forge a vessel specifically for holding Yin Evil Chi. When pursuing or escaping, I can use Yin Evil Chi to execute the Yin Evil Escape, making it difficult for early foundation establishment cultivators to match my speed. Using Yin Evil Chi to perform the Yin Evil Demon Claw will also greatly enhance its power. After some thought, Chujuan spent a few days crafting 20 small jade bottles. The bottoms of these bottles were engraved with chi-gathering formations, which could accumulate Yin Evil Chi within them. Though each small jade bottle was only the size of a palm, it could contain enough Yin Evil Chi to support Chujuan's escape for over 300 li. Chujuan, riding his heavenly star-flying sword, entered the Yin Evil Soul Snatching array. He buried these 20 jade bottles at various points within the large array. He then sat cross-legged at the center of the array, utilizing the crisscrossing Yin Evil Chi of the site to cultivate the Blood Evil Demon Refining Scripture. In such an environment, the speed of his cultivation would further accelerate. He set a modest goal for himself to break through to the second level of the foundation establishment stage in one go. In the provincial capital of Linjiang Province, Dragon River City. This vast city was bisected by the Dragon River. To the north of the river, educational institutions abound, including the much-coveted Life Sciences Research Institute dreamed of by countless students. To the south, many corporate headquarters clustered, making it a hub of booming commerce. The Linjiang military's barracks were stationed in the south. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Linjiang military was among the first to enter Dragon River City to maintain order. General Yi Nanshan of Linjiang issued martial law, establishing 3 rules that stabilized Dragon River City, gradually turning it into a sanctuary envisioned by many survivors. Every day, a large number of survivors from all over Linjiang province rushed here, seeking refuge in the safe haven of Dragon River City. Atop a tall building, a robust middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing over the city, his brows furrowed deeply. His face was marked by the vicissitudes of life, with streaks of silver beginning to show at his temples. He was Yi Nanshan, the commander of the Linjiang army. Footsteps approached from behind. A close aide approached briskly, bowing respectfully. "General, Chiefing from the Research Institute has arrived." Yi Nanshan nodded. "Please, let him in." Moments later, Yi Nanshan met with Zheng Beiyashan in the reception room. Yi Nanshan smiled. "Professor Zheng, what brings you here? Is there progress in the research?" Zheng Beiyashan replied excitedly, "Exactly. The 3rd-level genetic core we brought back from East Lake City is very valuable. The institute has produced a new batch of genetic potions, and we have already begun experimenting on animals. Perhaps in a year or 2, we can start mass production. By then, everyone could become supernatural." Yi Nanshan nodded solemnly. "That's wonderful news indeed. As for scientific research, Professor Zheng, you know far more than I do. I entrust you fully with this responsibility, and I'm very reassured by that." Zheng Beiyashan paused, then added, "There's another matter, about the cultivator from East Lake City I mentioned last time. Yi Nanshan chuckled, a cultivator? To me, he's just a superhuman with unique talents. Professor, you might be overthinking it. With the vast population of the Han country, there must be many superhumans with unique talents. Yi Nanshan wasn't too concerned. Zhang Baishan insisted earnestly, General Yi, regardless, if we could ally with the cultivator, it would certainly be a great asset. We mustn't push him towards our enemies. Yi Nanshan nodded, I have my own considerations for that. Zhang Baishan nodded and then departed. Moments later, another aide hurried over. General, a gigantic aquatic creature has been detected in the Dragon River Basin within our city. It's over 30 meters in length. Yi Nanshan raised an eyebrow, how many people saw it? The aide replied respectfully, the creature appeared at night, and only 4 soldiers on guard on both banks of the Dragon River saw it. Yi Nanshan nodded, bring those 4 soldiers to the general's mansion, seal their lips, and forbid anyone from spreading the word about this aquatic creature. Anyone who disobeys shall be detained immediately. How many commanders are in the city? The aide responded, 2 commanders are escorting a convoy to Hanhai Province, 3 are stationed outside guarding our assets, and 5 are still in the city. Yi Nanshan nodded, call them immediately for a meeting. Yes, sir. Chapter 42, Second Level Foundation Establishment, the Wu family's downfall. Half an hour later, 5 commanders from various parts of Dragon River City gathered at the general's mansion. Each commander had a distinct appearance, some were tall and burly, and others lean as if only skin and bones. Why has the general suddenly called us over? I don't know, but it must be something significant. Nonsense, there are only 10 commanders in total, and the other 5 are out. Calling us all here definitely means it's a big deal. Quick, the guard is beckoning us inside. Moments later, in the reception room. The 5 commanders sat respectfully below. Yi Nanshan still had his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke calmly, the materials are prepared for you, take a look. The 5 hastily flipped through the documents in front of them. The stack was thin. But after reading it, they were inwardly unsettled for a long time. A 30-meter-long aquatic creature? So, it was this monster that attacked the cargo ship last time. As long as this creature lives, our Linjiang military's water transport can never be smooth. With nearly 80,000 troops in the Linjiang military, are we afraid we can't kill this monster? General, you summoned us here to deal with this creature, right? Yi Nanshan nodded calmly. This extraordinary creature must be of no less than a 3rd level. In the water, its home field, its strength could potentially match a 4th level. Killing it will be extremely difficult, but we cannot allow it to continue disrupting the peace in Dragon River City. Your task is to frighten it, to make it fear us, to beat it until it dares not enter our Linjiang military's territory. The 5 commanders stood up solemnly, yes. East Lake City. A figure soared through the air, leaving trails of cold, sinister energy behind. One moment he was stationary, and in the next, he appeared on the rooftop of a building hundreds of meters away. His movement was as swift as lightning. With a casual grasp, a giant claw materialized and instantly crushed a telephone pole to dust. Moments later, a tall figure stood atop the spire of a signal tower. It was Chu Zhuan. He looked exhilarated. This morning, he had achieved the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. Yin Evil Escape and Yin Evil Demon Claw were indeed as described in the ancient texts. Powered by spiritual chi, they would be considered mediocre. But when driven by Yin Evil Chi, they were comparable to superior Foundation Establishment stage spells. Most cultivators overlooked this detail, thus underestimating their power. Yet, Chu Zhuan could leverage this to unleash astonishing speed and terrifying power, catching his opponents off guard and slaying them unexpectedly. Coming to Blue Star this time brought immense growth. Chu Zhuan felt a bit sentimental. Before arriving, he was merely at the 9th level of chi refining. Now, however, he had advanced to the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, possessing his life-bound magical tool, the Evil Soul Chain, along with the Heavenly Star-Flying Sword, the Golden Wood Shield, and other high-grade magical tools. He had even learned Foundation Establishment stage spells like Yin Evil Escape and Yin Evil Demon Claw. Whether in combat or escape, he could now ensure an invincible position. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. With such strength, even if I am targeted by a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator like Sun Shi again, I have the power to counterattack. Chu Zhuan smiled faintly. It's about time to return. My life-bound magical tool, the Evil Soul Chain, still lacks one final component. The living soul of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Chu Zhuan returned to the Houtai Hotel. This time, he arranged for Huan Bao to guard the house, taking Long with him. He trusted Hu completely, leaving Bao behind deliberately so Hu could discipline Bao and curb its rebellious nature. As for Long, This fellow was the strongest, inherently rebellious, and had to be kept close, never out of his sight. With everything arranged, Chu Juan took out the blood mirror from his storage bag. In an instant, he vanished as if he had evaporated from the human world. Who, having previous experience, was not startled. Bao, however, was shocked. Where is the master? Why does it feel like the connection between the master and me has become extremely weak? Could it be that His eyes began to dart around slyly,